Captain's Log, June 2nd, 2836. After 27 years of war between the Degen Coomers and the Sainthood Slayers, a new hope arises. As the battlefield lay weaponized, locked and loaded for destruction, negotiations for a peace treaty are in transition. The Moderator has arrived at Station 42. Can this war be ended? Will the Coomers and Slayers find a middle ground?
Abort mission. I repeat, abort mission. Negotiation failure. Abort mission.
Heavy bogey, 6+, low orbit, over grid 15-2.
No joy, Yashiman.
Then go to your window and look up their biggest fracking asteroid.
Copy, Yashiman. Still blind. Got some kind of system-wide crash in the defense grid.
Put on trackers up right goddamn now, because we got Boku inbound, and they're not carrying flour.
Wait one, Yashiman.
We don't have one.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Sarah the Raging Tomato here, bringing to you live another Moderator Monday. This evening, we have Ghosty, Ryan the Radical Coder, Neo Starling, and filling in on the fly, thank you so kindly, Andrew from the Crucible. Thank you, everyone, for coming. This evening's topic is toxic masculinity real? I think everybody's looking forward to this one. So, Ghosty, if you'd like to start with your opening statements, please.
Sure, thanks. Okay, so the reason I wanted to talk about this is because I think a lot of people get toxic masculinity confused with just demonizing all masculine traits. So I want to provide a definition and kind of an alternative definition, which says the same thing, basically, for toxic masculinity, which is acting on toxic or unhealthy behaviors to prove or display masculinity. Or in an alternative definition is behaviors or traits that are inherently masculine used in a toxic, unhealthy, or negative way. And I'll give some examples. So something like over-aggression. So starting unnecessary fights, or an extreme example would be like domestic violence. Unhealthy sexual behaviors like inappropriate hypersexuality or sexual acts, habitual cheating, and even homophobia. Possessiveness over their partners, so extreme jealousy, tracking their partner's location, not allowing their partner to see friends without him attending, and a lack of emotional intelligence is another example. So if like a guy is worried about being seen as feminine, so he's kind of lacking in the emotional intelligence department, that's like another example. And then even some excessive or obsessive behaviors like an obsession with money or sex to an unhealthy degree could be an example of toxic masculinity. But remember, so in order for these behaviors to be in the toxic masculinity category, they need to be done by a man specifically because he believes that this behavior is connected to his manhood in some way. So like a man who cheats on his girlfriend, maybe because he was young and in love with some girl and didn't know what to do, isn't necessarily toxic masculinity. Whereas a guy who cheats on his girlfriends because he thinks that's just something normal for men to do, that would be toxic masculinity. Or like, sorry, okay. I hate reading. I hate the intros, okay.
It's okay.
I'm gonna take a breath, okay. So a guy who gets into like a few fights throughout his lifetime, that's not necessarily toxic masculinity, but if he is doing it because if he's just like unnecessarily starting fights to prove his manhood, that would be a example of toxic masculinity. So sorry, now I lost. Okay, so yeah, it's again acting on toxic or unhealthy behavior to prove or display masculinity. There are plenty of non-toxic, completely healthy and natural masculine behaviors. What matters is how they are being used. I also believe in toxic femininity. There are plenty of feminine behaviors that women use in toxic or unhealthy ways, but society has yet to really use the term, and I personally would like to see this talked about more, but that's kind of a different discussion. So I just want to make it clear that the term toxic masculinity is not to demonize masculine traits. It is a way to describe how some men abuse certain masculine traits, which are sometimes perpetuated in our society and normalized. And normalizing toxic masculinity actually hurts men. So when we normalize toxic masculine traits or behavior in society and make excuses like boys will be boys or use their gender to excuse these negative behaviors, this actually hurts men. Rather, we should be teaching boys how to channel their masculine traits into healthy, positive, appropriate, and useful ways. But when we start to normalize toxic masculinity and perpetuate the idea that these bad behaviors are solely attributed to their manhood, I see this as an insult to men. Like, men are so primal, they can't help themselves, they have no self-control, etc., which is obviously not true. So, and then lastly, when I say toxic in this context, I'm using it to describe something that is detrimental, damaging, or hurtful to oneself or others. So why would we normalize behavior or traits that set men back and claim it's normal due to their gender, rather than teaching them all the positive traits about masculinity and how many good things it can be used for?
Okay. Perfect. Thank you, Ghosty. Ryan, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I think that was fantastically well said. I agree with pretty much everything there. Also, it's good to see everybody.
Stop saying Ryan.
What?
Nothing. I was saying it's good to see you, Ryan. I got your tooth, by the way.
Oh, stop
Thanks,
it.
buddy.
It's nobody's statement.
Good evening. We often find profound truths in unexpected places. Consider Shrek, the grumpy, isolated ogre living in his swamp. On the surface, it's a fairy tale parody, but look closer, and we see a narrative that resonates deeply with the struggles many men face concerning isolation, self-perception, and the fundamental need for connection. Shrek begins his story deliberately alone, believing, as he says, people judge me before they even know me. That's why I'm better off alone. He builds walls, embraces solitude, a defense mechanism against anticipated rejection. This mirrors a pattern recognized in research. Societal pressures often push men towards a strong and silent ideal, leading them to suppress vulnerability, avoid seeking help, and sometimes preferring isolation over the risk of judgment. This isn't just a fairy tale trope. It reflects a documented rise in male loneliness, sometimes called a silent epidemic, linked to poor mental health outcomes and also suicidal ideations. Shrek, like many men, has layers. He's like an onion, complex beneath his gruff exterior, hiding pain and a longing to be truly seen. This brings us to our first core point, grounded in observation and research. Certain specific interpretations and rigid applications of masculine norms, like the pressure for absolute emotional stoicism, the avoidance of vulnerability, or equating strength solely with toughness, demonstrably lead to negative consequences. These consequences include harm to oneself, manifesting as isolation, anxiety, depression, and reluctance to seek help. They include harm to others through strained relationships, difficulty connecting, or even aggression born from unprocessed pain. And they hinder the well-being of our communities. Shrek's initial misery, his pushing away of Donkey's persistent friendship, his very belief that he must be alone, these illustrate the harmful outcomes of these specific rigid patterns. Now here's our crucial point of common ground, our second premise. None of us desire these negative outcomes. Whether we prioritize secular values or Christian values, we can still unite around essential values like well-being, empathy, love, stewardship, and respect for human dignity. And building on that shared foundation, we can also find ourselves sharing a fundamental rejection of unnecessary harm, isolation, disrespect, and the lack of self-control that fuels destructive behavior. Shrek himself, after pushing everyone away following the misunderstanding with Fiona, realizes he's utterly miserable. His own experience tells him that isolation born from fear and rigidity is undesirable. We, as observers, root for him not to stay alone, but to connect. We intrinsically value connection, healthy relationships, and individual flourishing. Therefore, our conclusion, and the core of my position tonight, is this. When we use the term toxic masculinity, we're not condemning masculinity itself, nor are we attacking men. Instead, we're using a specific term to identify those particular harmful distortions and rigid applications of masculine norms that produce the negative consequences we all agree are undesirable. It's a diagnostic label for patterns, like Shrek's initial fear-driven isolation and emotional suppression, patterns that demonstrably cause harm. Addressing these specific distortions, differentiating healthy assertiveness from harmful domination, distinguishing emotional resilience from crippling emotional suppression, separating responsible protection from possessive control, is not about weakening men. It's about fostering healthier individuals capable of genuine connection, like Shrek eventually finds with Donkey and Fiona. It's about building stronger families and communities, goals aligned across diverse ethical frameworks. Shrek's journey wasn't about becoming less of an ogre. It was about shedding the toxic patterns born of fear and societal judgment to embrace authentic connection and self-acceptance, ultimately finding happiness not in solitude, but in community. Our goal tonight should be similar, to identify these harmful patterns constructively, drawing on shared values so we can explore pathways towards healthier expressions of masculinity that benefit everyone.
Thank you so much, Ryan. Neo, to you. You're muted.
Apologies, it's my first debate. First and foremost, Sarah, thank you for hosting this debate. Thank you for Andrew filling in last minute, and thank you to our debate partners here. I don't really have a super long opening statement. I wrote a couple of things last minute because I was working all day, but I will read it out loud, and then I'll yield the rest of my time over to Andrew. So today I stand against the idea of toxic masculinity, not because I deny the existence of harmful behaviors in our society, but because I believe that the term itself is misleading, divisive, and counterproductive. The term toxic masculinity unfairly paints masculinity as inherently dangerous, when in reality, traits like strength, leadership, and stoicism can be powerful forces for good, rather than targeting specific harmful behaviors like violence or emotional repression. The term broadly attaches blame, stigmatizes boys and men who are simply trying to understand who they are in this confusing world. Let's be clear. Let's be clear. Bad behavior is bad behavior, no matter who exhibits it. But by labeling it as masculine, we shut down meaningful conversation and alienate the very people we should be empowering. Masculinity is not the enemy. Oversimplifying labels are. And that's all I have on that. But I will say in short, the idea of men being inherently toxic, I will always stand against that, just because I, by myself, am a man. And I don't believe that I am a toxic person, nor do I believe that many of the other people that surround us in this world are toxic. I simply think we are who we are. We exist in this broad spectrum that a lot of people don't seem to understand, nor take the time to really properly understand us. And I'm hoping that tonight we are able to have a pretty good conversation here and see what this is all really about. So with that, I yield the rest of my time to Andrew.
Thank you, Neo. Andrew, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Toxic masculinity is an 80s term from a bunch of crazy-ass spiritualists who worked it into the public consciousness. Later, the term was proliferated by a bunch of feminists and psychologists, but ultimately, for the sake of time, let me reduce its meaning. Toxic masculinity just means behavior in men which lacks some perception of appropriate or reasonable by fucking women. That's it. Generally, this is based around empathy and not having enough empathy to placate whatever idiot harpy is upset with their behavior. That's it. That's all it is. We could easily say toxic femininity, which would be the traits and characteristics of women which have made their behavior suboptimal from a man's perspective, would be saying the same thing in reverse. Let me introduce you to a different term which fits better: social carnage. When women and men who act like women are referring and talking about toxic masculinity, they're actually referring to this term, social carnage. Men engage in social carnage as part of not only masculinity, but as a part of what they actually are based on physiology. Examples of, quote, toxic masculinity, which is actually social carnage, would be things like the open palm slap to a woman's rear they were in a relationship with, causing her some kind of physical pain for the man's own personal amusement. Getting your first BB gun and shooting indiscriminately every bird you can find because it's really fucking fun. Creating a diabolical trap for an evil raccoon or squirrel that has been feeding on your birdseed dispenser, where said diabolical trap has a maze of corridors filled with additional ways for the critter to die horribly, which they must evade, only to, in the end, find out it was never going to escape but you had a conibear trap laid there too. And it was always going to slam shut, crushing the little bastard's skull. Then you jump out and you do the ha ha ha, you little fucker dance, which goes like this. Ha ha ha, you little fucker. I fucking killed you. Ha 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 ha. Now, while you know, some woman somewhere is looking on disapprovingly. Social carnage includes hazing, moderate bullying, shit talking, being reasonably mean, being somewhat churlish. Okay? Includes all those things. Disagreeable, laughing occasionally at the misfortunes of horrible people, and sometimes laughing at the misfortunes of your own friends, causing people a bit of distress for your own personal amusement. While driving down the road, swerving slightly for the raccoon, which everybody knows is 10 points, while your wife calls you a monster and you laugh at her. That, my friends, is social carnage. And we fucking need it real bad. Understand, men are a necessary component in society, specifically because they can handle violence without becoming emotionally invested. They can even look at killing as just a job and turn it on and off. Sometimes it will. This behavior assists men in finding the limits of what is socially acceptable among other men, so we understand how to properly execute our roles as protectors, providers, resource gatherers, and processors. I'll never forget my first time in a kill plant listening to pigs screaming at the top of their lungs while being summarily dispatched by a guy who was talking about how he can't wait to take his son out for a football game this weekend. The casual way he went about slaughtering the food, which would later fill society's belly, while at the same time only thinking about the future of his family, should put this in perspective for you. Men are uniquely equipped for that role, and women aren't. They don't understand the complexity of how men perceive empathy and the social duties we have, instead finding our ability to turn off our empathy, including towards them for the betterment of society and others, as being, quote, toxic. It isn't toxic. It is necessary social carnage, of which women and children are the primary beneficiaries. And women should honestly just shut their fucking mouths about it because they clearly don't understand it, and that's fine. You don't need to understand it. You just need to get out of the way. Behaviors or traits which are masculine used in an unhealthy way. Okay, you can just say that that's definitionally true about any term that you come up with and call it whatever you want. It's a proprietary, you're making up a proprietary term. So here, I'll say toxic masculinity is anybody named Ghosty. Therefore, you are now toxically masculine for my proprietary definition. It's a stupid argument. They say homophobia. Homophobia is toxic masculinity. According to who? According to who? You? Who makes you the fucking authority on what is toxic masculinity? Nobody. That's who. And by the way, homophobia is often fucking based and is part of in-group preference. It is part of the things which are necessary for the good conditioning of a social society. They bring on lack of emotional intelligence. Doesn't mean fucking anything. Emotional intelligence is stupid. It means nothing. What do? Do we get together with a bunch of women and ask them if they feel heard? Is that what emotional intelligence is? Do we come up with a little testy test where we have how do you measure that? How do I measure empathy? What is the unit of measurement that I would use for this? They're just trying to make the term toxic masculinity definitionally true. Progressives do this all the time. I'm going to completely dismantle it. Also, Ryan, Shrek didn't do anything wrong. A bunch of feminized fairy tale creatures tried to steal his shit, and he still went on to fulfill his great duty. What was wrong with Shrek wanting to be alone? And also, you failed to point out that his broad lied to him about being cursed so that Shrek would have to marry a monster, Ryan. You didn't point that out, Ryan. That was a very important plot point, which you omitted, which proved that there was no such thing as toxic masculinity in Shrek. It was a diabolical plot by a bunch of feminized fairy tale creatures, along with a heartless woman who was willing to lie to get her way in a marriage that she desired for her own personal benefit. With that, I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you so much kindly. And don't forget, I believe everybody here is dual streaming. If you can like, subscribe, and share on any of their ends, I believe the mods will be dropping their channels in the chat throughout the evening. We will go into the debate. We will read and respond to super chats after closing statements, and then we will go into open panel dumpster fire. Outside of that, I leave the floor to all of you. It is open.
if I can just real quick, and I'm going to yield the floor to Ghosty after this, but I just want to address the Shrek criticisms. It's funny that you accuse me of leaving out core details about the story, but you don't even mention Lord Farquaad either, the villain of the movie. And you accuse Fiona of lying to Shrek to marry him, which is not at all what happened in that movie.
Do you know why, though? Hang on, I actually have a good reason for this.
She was revealed to be an ogre well before Shrek and her actually really connected in a romantic way.
Okay, hang on, Ryan.
Was going off to marry
Let me
Farquaad
address these
still after
quick.
that point. So,
yeah,
and she didn't even want to go marry Farquaad, so she actually wasn't using her lies about being an ogre to get married. She actually didn't want to go marry Farquaad for most of the movie.
But anyway, but she did. So here's what actually happened. Your foolish revisionist history. The entire time, Pixar pointed out that Lord Farquaad was short. They were making fun.
Movie, by the way.
Were whatever. They were making fun of Farquaad the entire time for being a tiny man, right, with great ambitions. They were clowning on him the entire time. What did they do to criticize Fiona for the fact that she basically was trying to hide the fact that she was an ogre to advance her own political agenda? Nothing. In fact, they made her out to be some sort of hero, justified all of her actions while making, of course, the hero of the story, in this case, Lord Farquaad, who wanted to get rid of a bunch of nutcases and lunatics and people who could cast witchcraft spells in his kingdom out. They made him out to be a villain, called him short, did horrible things, right? In order to besmirch the fine name of this man, while at the same time trying to cover Fiona for her evil deeds of trying to hide the fact that she was an ogre, right? And was only using this guy to get married to him to break her own curse. You didn't even point that out once, Ryan. Not once.
I don't know. I thought the Shrek example was a pretty good analogy, but we could go into that whole movie maybe, but yeah.
By the way, that was a Reddit thread. You got that? I was reading the Reddit thread.
Did it really? I used AI to
Ryan. Yeah, it came from a Reddit thread. You should just Google it. It's the first thing that pops up. Yeah,
that's
it's
fine.
A Reddit thread about. It's called Shrek Deconstructing Toxic Masculinity.
Cool. Someone drew the analogy before I thought to ask
from Redditors, Ryan.
But it doesn't matter. Yeah, go Steve.
Like, please. The best part of that movie is Donkey, and Donkey is like bringing Shrek out of those like toxic traits that he had, where he was pushing everybody away. Again, lack of emotional intelligence.
Was that? Okay, so let's get into these.
So he wouldn't live alone. He could experience love.
What's wrong with him living alone?
Well, we are social creatures. Like,
he's
not
an
healthy
ogre
to live by yourself.
He's an ogre.
Okay, this is like an analogy, though, right?
Yeah, but I mean,
within the confines into the marriage, like
no, within the confines.
You want that at the end?
Do you think
within
Shrek
the confines?
Are
you going to let me answer a question? You're just going to ask him.
I mean, I guess, yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, in the analogy here, this is really simple, right? What is wrong with a guy wanting to be stoic and living alone? What's wrong with that?
Well, for the movie, like, Shrek was way happier after he had like a community and marriage and kids and friends.
Yeah, that's
stuff,
called plot convenience.
So don't you think humans are kind of like meant to procreate and have relationships and stuff like that?
Yeah, except for the ones who want to be left alone and live by themselves.
Sure, and I guess that's fine, but
what's toxic about it? It's my question.
It's not.
Well, I would say the thing that was supporting the toxic perspective of masculinity was like he'd really internalized the rejection that he'd experienced from society. Again, I brought up the quote about him saying, "I'm an awful ogre. I'm an ugly ogre." Like wanted everyone to run away scared from him, and he was kind of engaging with this in a harmful way, where he was pushing anyone who could have connected with him away, like Donkey, for example, who he eventually becomes great friends with after Donkey expresses a very accepting, positive example of masculinity to him through friendship, which I think all of us value friendship.
They're not friends. He doesn't even like him. He never likes him. He never even likes him through the second movie. He just tolerates him. That's one. And then secondly, let's point out something that's pretty simple here, right? So people were trying to hunt down this guy and kill him. So he decided that he wanted to live alone and he didn't like people very much. That's actually not toxic. That would be healthy. That would be a healthy thing to do.
He had a bunch of people who were living in his swamp who were, they were kind of annoying, I guess you could say.
You mean people who were trying to steal his property?
Well, I think the whole point.
Farquaad was trying to steal his property.
Well, okay. By putting people on his property who were then living there and he wanted them off his property. Yeah.
Yeah, displacing them.
Yeah, I think I would be pretty annoyed if I just woke up tomorrow, don't you, Ryan? And there was 25 people on your property.
No doubt, yeah. Especially
Yeah,
if
yeah.
some
Would it be
short asshole
would it
over
be
there pushing
toxic of
there.
you to want them to leave so that you could live by yourself if you wanted to?
Not necessarily, but
No,
if it
no.
was if I used that my rejection of community based on my own internalized trauma from my past of being rejected by that society to avoid connection with those people or with anybody, then that might be toxic.
What
right?
if you just don't want? What if you don't want connection with people? That's still not toxic. You haven't actually shown me how that's
It
toxic.
doesn't-
You just assert that it is. So, like, let's say you're traumatized and don't want
do you
anything
think
to
that
do
men
with a
commit
community.
suicide more than women?
Yeah, but you know why? It's because they're better
Why?
at it. They actually do it. They actually attempt it at the same rates. Look it up. They attempted at the same
Yeah,
rates.
women
It's just
actually
that,
attempt higher. I know what you're saying. Yeah.
yeah, it's just that men use pistols, and so their success rate is much higher because they
So
actually
we
know
have
how to use them.
mental
If
health
women,
crisis
if women
with men,
actually
no?
needed,
Or do you
well,
disagree?
no, actually, women suffer from mental health problems at exorbitant amounts in comparison to men. It's not even in the same universe. It's much, much higher for women. Much higher for
Are
women.
they
Yeah, I
are they
don't know
more
about
likely
that,
to
but-
seek help or not?
Women? Sure.
So the whole point is that it's not like a man who lives by himself because he has PTSD or something. He doesn't want to be around somebody. That's not necessarily like toxic to society. But if you want to live like a healthy life, I don't think anybody wants to like it's not a good idea to have people in isolation. That's just not healthy for humans
Unless
in
they
general.
want to be in isolation.
But if you're doing that out of like trauma, like you're traumatized and you have PTSD, you don't want to be around people, that means you're just living in a mentally unhealthy state. So
Do you know that there are men, for instance, who have to necessarily brave the brutals of warfare? And when they do, right, oftentimes there is no treatment. You can talk about treatment all you want, but you can't actually treat them. It doesn't matter if you give them pills. Doesn't matter how much you talk to them. Doesn't matter how much you have them in groups. And so a lot of those men end up isolating themselves, right? Or they isolate themselves and their families both, right? And they kind of move away from general society and this type of thing because they actually know that they're quite dangerous. And so they isolate themselves from the group. This is very common. Men have been doing this, by the way, for thousands of years. You can go back and look at the literature on this for men who come back from war and isolate themselves for just this reason, because they know that they have impulse control issues, which came from warfare, things like this. Is that toxic?
So I have a lot of military family and a lot of people who have served overseas in various extents, and it seems like to me, at least from my perspective, that they seem to find a lot of comfort in like a fraternity with others who served alongside them. Right, that community, that sense of community, is very, very important to them. And without that,
you're not
I think
answering
they would
to
have
my
a lot more
criticism.
issues. Yeah,
I agree with you that there are groups,
cool. So we
and
agree.
there are things. Stop. And there are things about PTSD and things like this, which it seems to be helpful to have group support and things like this for some people. But for other people, it does nothing for them. Nothing. Because psychology is the study of the mind, not the study of the fucking brain. It's the study of the mind. It's a theoretical, philosophical science. It's not a hard science. It's a soft science. It's made up shit. It's
Well, the
group
distinction
counseling.
between soft and hard science isn't actually, you're not standing on very solid ground there. They use the scientific method in the quote unquote soft sciences to collect data.
Yeah, that's true, Ryan. Interestingly, it's interesting that you say that. Have you ever heard of a thing called the replication crisis?
I'm aware.
Yeah, and what two fields suffer the most in the replication crisis in science?
Presumably psychology and I'm not sure what the other, sociology.
Sociology, yeah, sociology and psychology. Why is that? I thought they were employing the
It
scientific
doesn't really matter.
method
Doesn't mean you
based
can
on
just
data.
dismiss. That doesn't mean you can just dismiss the entire field, right?
Well, I don't know, Ryan. If you had a 70% failure rate, right? If I were to offer you, I don't know, a whole thing of M&Ms and told you only 70% of them were poison, would you eat any?
Yeah, but that's not what we're doing. We're looking at we're looking at specific, like if we look at specific studies, we're looking at data that was collected, seeing the process of how that data was collected and analyzing that specifically. We're
The problem is that when they try to replicate that data, Ryan, when they try to replicate it, they can't replicate it. Even with the same control groups and the same scientists, they can't replicate it. That's what the replication crisis is. And they tried. They've tried to go through with. They've tried to go through with meta-analysis to try to solve this. They haven't solved it, and it's not even really getting better, Ryan, because it's not a real science. Sociology and psychology, not real sciences. Yes, it's true that you can use forms of the scientific method to collect data for fucking anything on planet Earth, by the way, which would include this field, that doesn't mean that you're employing the scientific process. And here's why. What's the first step in the scientific method, Ryan?
You tell me.
What's the first step?
I don't know. I don't know any science.
Well, okay. What's the scientific method? Can you tell me that? Can you just tell me the scientific method?
We're not here to talk about the scientific method, are we?
Can you tell me the scientific method or not, Ryan?
No, I'm not going to entertain it.
No, you can't tell me the scientific. So you're going to tell me about
No,
science.
I
You can't. Okay. Well, the first step is observation. Do you agree with that?
Sure. So are we going to walk through the scientific method, or are we going to talk about the fact that initially you just said that the thing that we were identifying was true? It's just redefined. You just redefined it as social carnage. So you accepted from the get-go.
No. I think that you redefined
the thing that people are identifying
redefined social
as toxic
carnage.
masculinity. You agreed right out the gate. That
Which people? Which people?
Well, I have a point to make.
Wait, hang on, Ryan. Which people?
No, I yield my time.
No, Ryan, answer my question. Which people?
I don't have to do that.
I think you're just making a fallacious argument.
Andrew, please calm down, Andrew.
I think you're just making an argument ad populum.
Okay, so I kind of want to like tie this back to where.
Yeah,
we
go ahead,
started.
Ghosty.
So, the point is, you're saying that these men, and I want to move on from this after this, it's kind of like a rabbit hole. But these men who are living in isolation because they have PTSD or whatever, that them living in isolation isn't necessarily toxic, but you would admit that they are living in isolation due to like an unhealthy mind. Like they have PTSD, they have trauma, right? That's why they're living.
We don't know what a healthy mind. We don't know what a healthy mind looks like.
You just admitted that they said they could be a danger to society. So
all we can do is
therefore they are not they're automatically not healthy.
Listen, I'll answer your questions, but if you ask me one and I start to answer it and then you override it, I can't answer it. So I'm just letting you know. So you asked me a question. Okay. So you're not answering. Okay. If you're not asking a question,
she was finishing the part of the question, but go ahead.
So
Andrew.
I'll just answer your question, right? What happens is when sometimes people ask a question and put their own qualifiers on it and engage in their own form of fallacy called question begging, where what they do is they essentially in question begging, you're putting the conclusion of the argument in the premise itself, which is, it's absurd. So backing up, let's just look at this. What I'm saying to you is very simple. That you don't know what a healthy mind looks like because to you, minds don't even exist. A mind doesn't even exist. It's just a brain. That's all you consider a mind to be. If that is the case, you don't even know what a healthy brain looks like. We don't know what healthy chemical compounds in a brain do or don't look like. Everybody has different brains, and you could have a person who has a brain, which he was a psychopath, and it appears to be completely normal. Or you could have 5 psychopaths who have a brain that looks X way, and then you take another person who's not a psychopath's brain, it looks exactly like that.
Okay,
you can't make a determination about what even a healthy brain is.
But in this society, we can deem what is
behavior.
We can deem behaviors that are healthy, right? For society.
And who gets to determine that?
I mean, society, I guess.
Okay, society's determining it.
So if somebody can't live in a group because they think they're dangerous or they have PTSD or something, they are that would be an unhealthy person in this context, right? So automatically, again, I don't know if I would call that toxic masculinity, but if somebody's living by themselves because they feel they're dangerous, that wouldn't be an example of the healthiest person in a society.
So Ghosty, let us assume for a moment you agree with me that war is a necessary condition of humanity, at least so far in our history.
I mean, before
you continue on, I just want to point out that the topic is a little shifted outside of the dynamics of the prompt. So I want you to go ahead and finish this little variation of it, but I would like to bring it back. I know it's on topic.
Toxic masculinity itself is arbitrary, and so they're trying to give examples of what it is, and I'm trying to refute those examples.
Right.
So example 1, when it comes to this, if it's a necessary condition of war or of the human experience, there's going to be war. If somebody is suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder and cannot be treated for it, Ghosty, they can't be treated. All treatment has failed, so they self-isolate. What would you do with them, Ghosty?
I mean, if they want to live by themselves, that's fine. And again,
Then that sounds perfectly
I'm
healthy
not
to
saying
me.
that's toxic.
So they're
masculinity,
fulfilling
but-
their societal role then. Is that what you're saying to me? They're fulfilling their societal and social role?
I mean, not. I don't. I guess in that, like, I don't know. I don't see it that way.
You don't know?
If they literally cannot get better, which I don't know if that's even true.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Well, so psychology doesn't cure anybody.
But
There's nobody gets cured
okay. Well,
because there's no disease. There's no disease process. It's not a disease, right? You don't like your depression's
That's
it's
fine.
not a disease. So if you have a person who you're treating who responds to no treatment and then self-isolates, it sounds like they're fulfilling their role for societal expectation just fine to me. It doesn't sound like they're unhealthy by your standards. What would be toxic about that?
again, I'm not saying it's necessarily toxic, but I'm saying that example you're giving isn't like a example of a healthy person. So the example is kind of mute. There's really no point to talking about it.
Then why'd you bring
You're
it
not
up as an
talking about-
example of toxic
'cause you-
masculinity?
Well, you brought up the
that
war
was
guy
your,
in
that was your specific
isolation.
example.
So
No, it
but
was your
I-
Shrek example.
Yeah, this all started with Shrek,
It's
and then
different
Andrew.
kinds of hang on.
Hold on. It started
go ahead,
with
Sarah.
Shrek, and then Andrew pointed out why he isolated himself. He broke
So
down
let's
what you
look-
were saying about
Because
it.
society
and then,
rejected him.
Yeah,
not
so
Shrek
let's
because
wasn't
look-
a war
had,
victim.
he
Yeah.
went to war.
Yeah,
right?
so let's look at your ideas. Well, he was suffering from very similar post-traumatic stress disorder
Well,
that you would
do
see
you
from somebody who was in a war.
Do you
Very
disagree
similar.
with my definition of toxic masculinity? I'm assuming.
Yeah, I think that social carnage fits it better.
Okay, so you agree that the underlying thing exists, and I guess I mean debate one by that standard
No.
at least, so we can move
No,
on to.
I
Whatever
agree
else.
that social carnage exists and is a necessary conditional for humanity and is good.
What is social carnage? I don't know what that means.
But I literally spent my whole opening defining it for you. Would you like me to pull it back up for you?
Or
would
just
you
I
like
mean, explain what
examples
you
of
meant
it?
by it a little bit in a more conversational manner, right?
Yeah, so social carnage would be behavior which women consider to be suboptimal in men and toxic.
So to translate, I believe like men would in theory view this as normal behavior. This is just what they do.
And
Like
you
he gave
consider
the
it to be toxic.
example, right? He gave the example of like shooting the squirrel with the BB gun and the ha 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 fuck you, whatever.
Mhm.
Whereas a woman
Is that
would look
toxic?
at that. A woman would look
Not
at that and
necessarily.
get the ick
When
from
I'm
it.
driving
right?
down the road and I swerve to hit the raccoon and my wife is freaking out and I'm like, ha 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 ha
I
ha.
think if you do that on
Is that
purpose,
toxic?
I personally
Is that toxic?
think
Yeah,
that's toxic.
maybe
Okay,
that might
can you
suggest some underlying.
can you hang on? Can you scientifically break down how that's toxic? Why is that toxic?
I think it would suggest an eagerness to engage in violence in a way that is probably unproductive for engaging with society. But I mean,
It
if,
seems-
if
it
that's-
seems
if that's
highly
the way that
productive.
if that's the way you want to
Well-
engage, I just think you're going to run into more conflict if you embrace that in more situations than not.
What conflict? Usually the guy behind me, he swerves too because he wants to make sure it's dead.
Oh my god.
What do you mean?
Oh my god.
And by the way, that's what you
Fantastic. You're
call.
fostering
Hang on, that's what you
community.
call pickup points. So if I get 10 points for the initial hit and it's not dead and it's still like dragging across the road, and then the guy behind me swerves to take it out completely, he picks up 20 points. Now that
I mean,
fucker and me
it's
are
a
in a
funny bit,
contest.
but you're not really addressing anything, right?
No, I am. I'm asking you why that's toxic. Prove it's toxic. Prove it.
I mean, I think I just said that, like, if you are seeking, it could suggest, I'm not saying it necessarily does. I'm saying it could suggest an eagerness to engage in violence where violence isn't necessary.
What do
Especially
you-
in a
well,
car,
hang on,
where
hang on,
you're-
wait,
where
wait,
you're,
what do you mean
endangering the
necessary?
lives of other people.
Wait, what do you mean necessary? This is exactly what I mean by social carnage. I think that men have a standard for when necessary is that women do not have. I think, for instance, if a guy's talking shit to me about my wife and I smack him across the mouth, that was necessary. However, you could make the argument it was unnecessary, couldn't you, Ryan?
So it was necessary to put the people who are in the car's lives in danger to kill a raccoon on the road.
Their lives
for
weren't
no
in
reason?
danger. Their lives weren't in danger.
I mean,
So
you
you're
don't know what
swerving
could
to hit the
happen.
squirrel?
Yeah.
Yeah, you give it a slight swerve.
There could be a
Yep.
pedestrian walking or something that you didn't
Yeah, there's
see.
no
There could be-
pedestrian.
Well, you don't know that.
Yeah, you do know that because you have eyeballs. I don't
Well,
know
if
if
you
I don't
don't
know
see
about you, but
them-
when I'm
if you
driving, I can
don't
see
see them,
pedestrians.
There's blind spots. There's tons of
Yeah,
things
that's
that
a
could happen.
condition of driving, period. I could not see a pedestrian, I guess, who's right in front of me,
Okay,
too.
but if you're purposely swerving to kill an innocent animal for no reason, I think
Innocent?
that's pretty unnecessary.
Innocent. Raccoons are
See, now we're
killers.
debating the innocence of a squirrel instead of talking about the question of the debate.
Raccoons are murdering psychopaths.
Innocent versus like a bear that's
no, wait a second.
you.
I am helping society. Raccoons are psychopathic lunatics who steal, they rob, they kill with wild abandon, they kill chickens, they steal eggs, they put families' livelihoods at risk. I am doing my part as a member of the community. What we have done is we have decided to play a game in order to help keep the population of these fucking vermin down. And so when you see one, you smack them, you take them out, right? And it helps thin them out. And so what we did was we took this trait that you would consider to be violent or psychopathic.
I live in the city.
Hang on.
I walk up to raccoons like on a daily
listen.
basis.
You don't walk up to raccoons in this city. But anyway.
Are you kidding? They're
take a video next time.
Everywhere.
Yeah, you go pet a raccoon, take a video next time.
I don't
but anyway.
pet them.
Yeah,
I'm
anyway.
not against hunting or anything,
so let me finish my point. My point is that here's what happens. Because these things are such a plague, right? What we do out here in the country is we play a little game, right? Where we kill the shit out of these little bastards every time we see them. Huge social good, by the way. Helps preserve people's livelihoods, helps keep chickens alive, helps keep their eggs intact, right? But from your view, it'd be toxic as fuck, even though it actually serves a greater purpose, right? Serves a greater purpose. And what I'm saying by necessary social carnage is you don't understand that portion of why men's behavior is this way. Men's behavior is not always altogether apparent to women who don't see the bigger picture, or let me finish, or feminine men who don't see the bigger picture, don't understand that men can use what you consider to be toxic masculinity is actually social carnage, which is good for society generally.
Mm-hmm. You said
and
that
it exists
3 times, but you literally said
social
the reason you were
exists.
doing it, the reason you were running over the raccoon wasn't for society goodness or to help the chicken and the eggs and shit. It was to get 10 points and laugh at your wife who yelled at you.
Yeah, but it still serves a greater purpose. So what if I enjoyed the process
reason.
of running the little bastard over? What does that have to do with anything?
You're just adding on other things to try to make it seem
to try to explain to you that the things that you consider to be toxic actually serve a greater good. Same thing with aggression in men. Same thing with men who are willing to commit to violence for various actions at various times, even though you think it might not be justified because you may hurt your feelings. Let me ask you this, Ghosty. If you were out with your boyfriend, right, and a guy walked over and he started calling you a bunch of names, let's say he called you like just the most horrible shit you could imagine, but he didn't touch you. He didn't touch you. He didn't put his hands on you. Should your boyfriend defend your honor?
It's honestly not even worth it.
He shouldn't defend your honor?
I mean, it depends on the situation, but in most cases, I would say it's just not worth it to get into these. Like,
so what if the guy looks at him and he says, "You're not even going to protect your woman's honor? I could just talk to her like this, bro."
Yeah, our egos aren't that. We don't care. We'll just walk
so
away
your boyfriend wouldn't.
Yeah, I don't know that
care.
Like the idea that like not engaging in violence in that situation is like a shameful thing. I think is
hang on. That's totally fair.
Like,
totally fair.
You're giving the control over to that guy who's like trying to provoke you. Like
I get it, Ryan.
Minded thing to do, right?
Ryan, I get it. So I'll just ask you the same question.
I don't know.
Let's say that Ghosty is your girlfriend, okay, and you were out with her on the town, and some guy was just being horrible to her and calling her all sorts of names and besmirching her honor.
I've been out in town with
Ryan, would you do something? Yes. Would you do something about it?
Yeah, I speak up when I'm in situations like that. Yes.
You're going to speak up.
Yes.
But that could lead to violence, Ryan.
It could if someone else initiates it, but I'm less likely to.
Yeah, but hang on. You just speaking up can initiate violence, Ryan. Like if you hadn't said anything, wait, how's you speaking up going to defuse violence?
It doesn't necessarily, but it can. I'm pretty. I don't know. I've been in a lot of situations where I've been pretty decent at de-escalating the situation. I think a good amount of emotional intelligence can help with that. So that's another thing.
Emotional intelligence.
That's why I said it depends. You have to be able to read the situation. Like, is this person super drunk and they seem like they're trying to start a fight, or are they just like walking by and saying shit? And you can tell you can like say something back. And
what if he grabbed her ass, Ryan? What if he was walking by and he grabbed her ass? What would you do then?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure. You're not sure what you would do if a guy went over and grabbed your woman's ass. You're not sure what you would do.
I might get in his face.
I'd probably smack him.
Yeah. Well,
I'd
here's the
rather
thing.
me
Here's the
smack
thing,
him
Ryan.
than my
Let me
boyfriend.
just ask you this last question, and then I'll submit myself to your inquiry. Do you think that a woman who you're out with, who gets her ass grabbed by a random guy, she turns around, is confronting him, and you aren't sure what to do, and another guy walks over and says, "Hey, fucker," and lays his ass out, who do you think she's going home with that night, Ryan? You or that guy?
Probably still me.
Oh, okay. And you are, for the record,
I
Ryan,
mean,
you are.
I've never been in a
Ryan,
situation where I felt like
yeah,
my relationship with
for
a
the record,
partner
Ryan,
was gonna change in one
yeah.
quick moment because
For
of
the record,
an assault.
yeah. For the record, though, Ryan, you are single, right?
Currently, yeah, but I spent like 10 years not being single.
Mm-hmm.
And I do also, Neo, you're an excellent partner for Andrew, letting him take all the mic time. But I do want to let you know you can chime in at any time, and if you want to engage, please feel free to jump in.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So I actually wanted to ask Ghosty a question based off of her opening statement. Some of your descriptions for toxic masculinity, I felt lent themselves to general human traits as a whole. For example, you use the example of cheating and wanting to know somebody's location on their phone. Is that something that's solely a masculine trait, or do women exhibit those same behaviors as well?
No, it's not solely masculine. So I added on that if a guy is doing this for the reason of like to prove his manhood, or because so like if a guy is cheating on women, that doesn't necessarily mean it's like toxic masculinity, but once he's doing it because he's like, well, I'm a man and this is just what men do and I'm allowed to do this because I'm a man, that would be toxic masculinity. But and same with the possessiveness. If a guy feels like he has to be possessive over his woman because he feels like I'm the man, I can't have other like she can't hang out with other guys or have like guy friends, or
Yeah, but do
he
women
needs
exhibit those same traits?
yeah, and they could be seen, that could be done under toxic femininity too.
So it's not predominantly a male thing, right?
It's not only men, no.
Okay, so but in the context in which you were using it in your opening statement, it was a part of what you would consider toxic masculinity to be.
If he's doing it to like prove his masculinity or display his manlyhood or something like that, yeah.
Do you believe that men as a whole are toxic?
No.
Okay. Do you
And
feel
they're
safe when you
listed.
walk down the street?
I mean, I'm kind of like a more of like a careless person. I've been in like a lot of situations, so I just don't really care as much. Usually I feel safe there. Sometimes I don't feel safe depending on the situation, but I do feel safer with a guy with me, yeah.
Okay, because sometimes I feel that when people are describing traits of what's quote unquote toxic masculinity, there's a lot of things that get lost in the shuffle. You're basically saying that this is inherent in who they are and their personalities, but yeah, sure, men might be quicker to violence than women, but women also have their own traits. For example, their innuendo, reputation, destruction. These are things how they can exhibit them being upset at somebody. They might key your car instead of cheating on you, or they might cheat back on you for revenge as well. So I just feel like lumping those traits together, I think of it more as toxic people rather than toxic masculinity, because there are people that are inherently toxic, but to kind of put it all in the category of men, I just think doesn't really seem to be realistic.
Well, I did say there is toxic femininity too, but I think what makes it either toxic masculinity or toxic femininity is when they're doing it based on like their gender. So they're doing it to like as a display of their like manliness, or to be seen as more of a man, or to prove their manhood in like that sort of sense. If you're doing these things because it's like I'm a man, or I'm a woman, so this is what I can get away with, or something kind of thing like that, or a more inherent trait to a certain gender, and then using those traits in a toxic way, that's what I would categorize as toxic masculinity or toxic femininity. But of course, there's toxic just like human behavior. But yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to add that I think I'm open to like a conversation about whether or not like toxic masculinity is like a productive term for what's being identified. But I think at the core that's being argued is like the things that are being identified by this phrase by like scholars who write about this stuff. Like these are like real things
What
that
scholars?
are being examined. I mean, we could look at the APA. I mean, if you want like specific names,
So it's an argument ad populum. Can you logically demonstrate
sure.
it?
I mean, you can call it that, but again, like whatever your issues are with.
I'll tell you what. I'll make it empirical. Hang on. I'll make it empirical then.
Whatever your issues are with the research, all I'm saying is there are people identifying these things, and if we agree they exist, they're just not exclusive to men. That's fine. I don't mind that.
I'm not sure that the nature of of them being toxic, which would be bad, right? Toxic would be bad, right? Yeah, so that's my dispute.
I think part of the definition.
Yeah, that's my dispute. I don't think that these behaviors are bad, Ryan. So no, we actually don't just disagree on the semantics. We disagree on whether or not the toxic, which would be bad, that these are even bad behaviors. So let's start with this.
Do you think sexual assault is bad?
Oh my God, dude. Okay, I'll tell you what. Are you sexually assaulting?
Sexual assault is bad?
It depends on how you define it.
Are you going to answer the question? Do you think sexual assault is bad? You don't need to define sexual assault.
Well, do you know why I need you to I'll explain why.
Because you're thinking I'm loading in like some
no, I'm not even thinking it's loaded. Let me just explain myself. A woman told me.
Then maybe like
a woman told me, a Marxist feminist told me, if my wife woke me up with a blowjob, that was sexual assault. Ryan, is that sexual assault?
I would not identify that as sexual assault.
Do you understand why I would want you to define and tell me what you mean by that term?
I'd be surprised. I'm surprised that you think I would think that's sexual assault. So it's
it doesn't matter what you're surprised about.
That you would understand
is that good rationality for me to ask you how you would define the term so that I make sure that I know what I'm agreeing to or not agreeing to?
Yeah, I think it is fair.
You can imagine the worst case scenario.
Unconsensual sexual.
My wife waking me up with a blowjob. That would be unconsensual, right?
See, this do you think that sexual assault is a real thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I don't know what you mean by it.
So
do you think
I don't know what you mean by it.
I think in a man and wife situation.
Give me examples of what you mean by it, and then I can answer your question, Ryan.
I'm asking by your own standard, by your own definition, even.
Okay, so you want my definition of sexual assault?
I'm just asking. You don't have to give it. I'm just saying, by your definition, would you say that some sexual assault is bad at least?
Yeah, sure.
Awesome. Okay. Do you think there's any manifestations of sexual assault that are related to men viewing women as or viewing feeling entitled to women?
Sure.
Okay, I would say that's toxic masculinity.
That's nice. I would say that it's sexual assault. Based on
based
on an individualistic category, but what would qualify that as toxic masculinity and not just sexual assault?
Because it's related. This is what Ghosty's been getting at. It's related to their perception of themselves and their manhood, and their manhood being viewing that in relation to women, and then they're feeling entitled to that woman's body to the point where they assault her. And it's not very complicated logic, to be honest.
I see. So when you're saying toxic masculinity, it's when a man does anything bad, which is also in relation to any masculine qualities that you assign to him.
More so that can you say that again? I don't know if I agree with the exact framing, but just repeat it for me.
Many masculine characteristics or qualities that you assign to a man, and then they do bad thing, and those qualities are some way in there for bad things that they do.
If those things are driving them, if they're like manhood is like the thing that they feel entitles them to that person, I would say that is that's the example of what people identify as toxic masculinity, which again you seem to say could be completely redefined as social carnage. I'm not sure if it works in that context exactly, but
and Ryan, what is the actual prompt for the debate? Can you tell me?
Is toxic masculinity real?
Yeah. Brian, can I ask you, are gender roles real?
Are they real things that manifest in society? Yes.
Well, are they real though?
And probably have some biological core to a lot of them. Yeah.
Okay. That seems completely fair to me. So gender roles to you are real and they manifest somewhat from innate biology, right? Is that right?
That's what we just walked through. Yeah.
God, I'm just clarifying. I'm trying to be as good faith as possible. Ryan, do you want to abolish gender roles?
Sure. I want to abolish the imposition of gender roles. I don't care about people expressing their gender. I like my gender. I like feeling masculine myself.
So if something can be changed, it's just a social construct, right? Like gender.
I mean, I don't think like social construct means infinitely malleable. I don't think those are what. Yeah.
What else could it mean? It's construction of the mind. If you
I
could
mean, like
change it,
money's
it's
a social construct, but it still has
and you
like
can
a
change it.
Yeah, but based
change
on
its
like
value
not by
constantly.
yourself. Like I can't decide that a $1 bill is worth $100, you know, or anything like.
You could if you were by yourself.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, so it's a social construction. So I just got to ask you this then, Ryan. If it is the case that gender itself is something that you want to abolish, right? And you don't think that is
No,
masculinity?
again, I said the imposition of
Oh,
it.
okay.
So, no, that's not what I
is
said, right?
masculinity gendered?
Yes.
It is gendered.
Do you think I want to abolish masculinity?
No. I'm just asking if can women be masculine? Biological women be masculine?
Of course. Yeah.
So can biological women engage in toxic masculinity?
Yeah, sure.
They can.
Yeah.
Okay. Tell me how a woman could engage in toxic masculinity, please. I mean, a biological woman.
Well, I mean, there's kind of two angles to it. The first could be that she's viewing, like, I would say that her relationship to like the men around her, like encouraging them to view their masculinity in a particular way that is harmful to her and other people around him. And then also it could be, I mean, I guess when you said biological woman, I assume you also would include like trans men there, and that their perspective of being a man I mean, like trans men express toxic masculinity as well, for sure. So
so women and men can both be toxically masculine.
They can both contribute to toxic masculinity, no doubt.
Both of them can be toxically masculine.
Yeah, I mean, what you would call biological woman and I would call trans man is what I'm, because it's related to the identity. Their like identity of being a man is like the thing that we're talking about is driving them to exhibit some behavior, right?
So like, I innately feel like I'm a man, and I'd be viewed as less of a man if I was a trans man if I didn't like essay this chick. That would be.
I mean, that's a very reductive way to put it, but I guess you can say that.
Okay, got it. So I just got to ask, isn't it the case then that all you're actually doing is you're just assigning any bad behavior? Like, what would bad behaviors be that a man
not just
can
any
even...
bad behavior?
But hang on. I just want to distinguish this. What bad behaviors could there be that men could exhibit that would have nothing to do with them being men?
I think most of the things that we've discussed, like if they're not manifesting because of their relationship with their own masculinity, then that would be not necessarily.
How could you know that though? Like, I would say that you could not divide masculinity from man because it's part of man's ontology. So isn't every bad behavior a man engages in also going to be a masculine behavior because it's a man doing it?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, can you? I don't know how that follows then. I can't not be man, right? There's no way for me to not be.
You can do whatever you want to be, Andrew.
But there's no way for me to not be male, right?
Sure.
Yeah. So if that's the case, then the fact that I'm a male and I do something bad, how do I disassociate thing male, which also governs behavior of me, from thing? How do I
It's about whether or not you're trying to manifest your perception of that manhood in an action.
That would be every action I took.
Okay. Well,
wouldn't that be every action everybody takes? Would have to be a manifestation of them, their physiology, their mentality based on physiology as well, would manifest into all behaviors everybody took.
I think it's about your mindset. So.
Now it's about mindset.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that was like it's been like part of the whole time.
It was it.
Maybe I can offer a translation. I don't think that translated well. So Ryan, for instance, he's using a some not all argument. So basically, like, all apples can be fruits, but not all fruits will be apples, right? So what he's saying is like, if you're saying toxic masculinity, then you're saying all men are toxic, because it's the some not all. If that helps.
But we're not saying that, right? Like, I mean, Ghosty, go ahead.
Neither of us.
Here's why I'm trying to make the disassociation. I'm trying to like untangle this mess because it's a fucking mess. If a guy, I think I can understand from your perspective when you say a guy feels like his manhood's threatened, so he has to essay some chick. That's an example of toxic masculinity, right? That would be correct.
Yeah. Yes.
What if a guy just has really high adrenaline and the guy grabs his woman's ass and he knocks him out? Is that toxic masculinity?
Not necessarily.
That's probably
Is
just
that-
toxic behavior. Though.
Is that
Yeah.
action good though?
No, it's toxic
different
behavior, but
question.
it's not coming from toxic masculinity, I guess.
Okay, but the reason you would expect that a man would do that before a woman would, right?
I mean, honestly, I know a lot of women who assault men pretty often. And
Yeah, I don't know.
actually,
if
I
you
would
bet, if
say
you like go out a lot.
I would
So
say
what was
that's
the point-
toxic femininity because women feel like they can get away with that. And
What was
so
the point of
they
bringing
do
up
that.
SA earlier then?
Yeah, I don't
We're
get
not
it.
attributing it primarily to men.
Yeah.
Well,
question.
I didn't attribute it.
No, you didn't. Ryan
Primary.
brought it up, so I guess I'm asking Ryan.
Oh,
Sure.
You
Yeah,
asked
I mean,
if Andrew
I was
believed
saying,
in SA, right?
yeah, and I was just saying that in relation to like when men feel entitled to a woman's body because they're a man, like that's again, it comes back to that because they're viewing it through the lens of their masculinity specifically.
Okay, so because they feel entitled, you're considering it as, all right, you're considering it SA if a man feels entitled to a woman's body and he actually does something about it, right? Am I getting that correct?
Wait, can you say? I'm sorry. Can you repeat that? I feel
All right, you're saying that it's SA if a man feels entitled to a woman's body and he, actually does something about it rather than just keeping it in his own thoughts, right?
I mean, it would be if he against her will, and it's like, yeah. I mean,
Okay,
it feels like
and-
you're removing something from it when you said
No.
when you said that.
I'm asking for clarification. I'm just trying to get what you actually said. And all right, if you flip the coin on the other side, right? If a woman tries to essay a man because she feels entitled to him, and if he doesn't reciprocate, she'll call him gay or whatever the case may be, which is usually what happens. Would you consider that her being toxic or it just being a crappy human being?
Yeah, I think we've just go ahead.
I would say that's toxic femininity. That's an
I agree.
example of toxic femininity.
Okay, but if,
like
if both
and not only that, but she's leveraging his toxic masculinity, like, or his perspective. I don't want to be gay, like that like she's leveraging that by being toxic and through her femininity to make him do stuff he doesn't.
Yeah,
want to
I'm
do,
still
which is not
confused. I'm actually still
Calling
confused
a guy
about
gay
this
because he doesn't
semantically,
want
though.
to sleep with you is weaponizing his masculinity in there. And
Yeah, I
she's
get
doing
that. I
as a
think
woman,
I
so-
understand the distinction and why you have to say there's toxic femininity because you don't want to hold a dual standard here. But I actually still don't
we think
really.
it's real.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I still don't really understand it because it seems to me like
Really?
any bad action, which would be associated with maleness, could easily fit into this category of toxic masculinity.
It's
which would
about
include-
motive. The motive is what you're missing, I think.
Yeah, but not really, because couldn't my motive necessarily change just by my sex not being male?
What do you mean by that?
Meaning that if I was born a female, maybe I wouldn't knock the guy out who I knocked out.
Okay.
So wouldn't that
So-
be associated with the fact that I'm a man to begin with?
You think no, because not all guys
Well, I don't know
just
how
knock
you-
people out.
Yeah, I think that the attribution, though, of everything everybody does is tied into physiology. It's tied into how your brain operates, how your body operates, the various chemicals which are always pumping through them. I could easily make the counter case that a man who goes and robs a bank because he just has a lot of really high testosterone, for instance,
So you're
right?
making a deterministic argument.
were
You
able
don't
to
believe in free
correlate it.
will?
We were able to correlate it, right? Well, no, I'm doing an internal critique. What does that have to do with my view? So anyway, I could. Why couldn't you easily just as soon attribute every action from a man who had too much testosterone, for instance, robbing a bank? Why is that not toxic masculinity? You say it's because there's a motive which determines it. But it's
Yeah.
like, but it's maleness
Yeah, that's the
itself,
difference.
which could have led to the motive itself. Like if he didn't have that high of a testosterone, he never would have committed X crime. That seems to be a masculine trait, and it
it's
seems to
also
be
like-
tied to, hang on, and it seems to be tied to his maleness. So if that's the case, why is that not toxic masculinity? I still don't actually get that.
Because it doesn't have to be tied to your maleness. It could also be tied to how much money you have or some circumstance you're in or something like that. It doesn't have to be tied to your gender. But if you tie it to your gender, if you're like, oh, well, I'm allowed to get away with bad behavior because I'm a man, that's what men do. Like, this is just what guys do. Boys will be boys kind of thing. Then that is an example of toxic masculinity. If you're
Yeah,
doing
but I
this-
don't know. Yeah, but
Bringing that
again,
distinction over and over this whole time.
yeah, I understand that you keep making the distinction, but it doesn't make sense to me because it just seems like
I see that.
all of this would just tie back to, again, physiology, behavioral patterns between men and women. I could just tie any bad behavior which a man does over a woman that's more common as being toxic masculinity. And that would fit the criteria for what you consider toxic masculinity to be. And I'll read it to you so that you know I'm correct about this. Here is what your definition was that you gave me. The definition was, quote, this is why I always take notes, by the way. Behaviors or traits which are masculine used in an unhealthy way. Okay, but when we're talking about behaviors or traits which are used in an unhealthy way, I would consider all of those to be tied to things like sex to begin with, right? Otherwise, how are you determining what's masculine or feminine to begin with? They're associated by your own admission to sex. So if that's the case, if you're tying masculinity in this definition to sex itself, and then you claim anything which is a negative, that's definitionally true. I'll read you the definition again, Ryan.
No, I understand. I think what's happening is this is a manifestation of your inability or unwillingness. Really, is a more apt term for it. Unwillingness to engage with like what gender identity is and how that's different from biological sex. Like you can't separate.
You just said, Brian. I'm using your definition.
But I think what we're distinguishing is your internal view of your masculinity and how that relates to the action. Like I guess, like Neo, can you?
That's not what the definition. Can I read? Can I read the?
Can I ask your debate partner? He hasn't talked very much.
I know, but I just want to get this cleared up, and then you can talk.
Gentlemen, I'd like.
I'll talk to you after this if you want.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, I'd like to.
But I want to finish.
Go ahead and let Andrew finish reading the definition, and then Ryan, you're welcome to inquire with Neo.
It's behaviors or traits which are masculine used in an unhealthy way. That is extraordinarily vague. And I feel like I could basically categorize any fucking thing that a man does that is bad into that. So, for instance, a behavior or trait which is masculine. Well, this is going to be societally determined. Yeah. What is masculine?
I thought we were done after you read the definition. Or are we?
No, I'm not done with the inquiry yet. Stop trying to fucking divert. I'd like to finish the inquiry. Maybe Ghosty can do it because you're spurging too much, Ryan. But anyway,
behaviors or traits that are inherently masculine used in a toxic, unhealthy, or negative way.
Yeah, what is a trait that's inherently masculine?
So things like, I will say, I feel like guys have a more, like a higher sex drive. They have more testosterone, which makes them more. They do have higher tendencies for being aggressive, and killing and stuff like that. And
so wait a second.
Like two examples.
So wait a second. So to get this right, men have higher testosterone and they kill more. Those would be things which are inherently masculine. So that if a man kills somebody, that's toxic masculinity.
Again, you're missing the motive. So
the definition doesn't say shit about motive. It says inherently masculine. That's your definition. Hers.
Yeah. So
whose definition should I use but hers, bro?
After that, it says being used. So being like used. So,
being used.
That's like the motive. So if you're using these inherent masculine traits in a toxic way,
and an inherent masculine trait for you would be testosterone. That's what you just said.
Well, testosterone can cause traits that are inherently masculine, right?
Well, okay. Well, then what's an inherently masculine trait?
I just gave you two examples.
So testosterone was one, right?
I gave you aggression and hypersexuality.
Aggression is a masculine trait?
I'd say that it's not to say that women can't be aggressive, but I would say that men are more likely to be aggressive or show.
So anytime a man,
testosterone, yeah.
So then by your definition, then anytime a man is aggressive, right? That is toxic masculinity. It has to be definitionally.
If he's doing it to prove his.
Show me in your definition where it says that.
Okay, maybe I didn't write the definition perfectly. I wrote it today. If you want me to add on, I mean, I came further in my opening statement, I said, remember, in order for these behaviors or tendencies to fit toxic masculinity category, they need to be done by a man specifically because he believes this behavior is connected to his manhood in some way. So
Yeah,
he's
but
doing it. And
that,
my,
so
my
this
first
is what I
definition
meant. Yeah.
was actually acting on toxic or unhealthy behaviors to prove or display masculinity.
Yeah. So what you did,
I had
so here's what
two
you did, and this is
definitions.
what I predicted in my opening statement. In order to make this definitionally true, you added qualifiers to your own definition that you gave me, because that was the only, so I can do the same thing. Okay. Toxic masculinity is any man that's missing a tooth. That's a man who's toxically masculine. Prove me wrong.
That's fine. I don't think I can. But so, Neo Starling, I'm curious.
Stop,
can you
stop, Ryan. I'm
vocalize
talking.
the...
I'm talking to.
No, actually, I don't need to. I don't need to stop.
Can I finish? Can I finish the inquiry? Ryan,
you're not my king.
Ryan, can I finish the inquiry?
I'm
We're right at the end. We're right at the end, Ryan.
Gentlemen,
I just want my last question
Like that.
answered, Ryan. That's it. Ghosty, can you prove me wrong?
I'm taking a break from you.
Every man who's missing a tooth is toxically masculine. Can you prove that wrong?
Well, what's your definition? You would have to give me.
I
a
just gave it to
definition.
you. Every man who's missing a tooth is toxically.
Like
That's what toxic
by
masculinity is.
Yeah. If you define it that way, then yeah, sure, that's fine. So Neo, do you
Can you let her answer?
Ryan,
stop talking, fucking Ryan. Let her finish.
Sorry, go ahead and answer the question about a tooth and masculinity.
Your definition is that toxic masculinity is men who don't have teeth.
Men who are missing a tooth.
Men who are missing a tooth.
Can you prove me wrong?
That would mean it exists, though, right? If you define it that way.
I don't think it has to do with toxicity, so it just doesn't really compute.
What do you mean it doesn't have to do with toxicity? That's weird.
Missing a tooth.
Yeah, but I think that, it rubs me the wrong way when men are missing a tooth. And so I think that that's inherently toxic because it affects me negatively.
Okay, I also gave my definition for toxic in this context. I said I'm using it to describe something that is detrimental, damaging, or hurtful to oneself or others.
Yeah, that's true. And that definition can stand on its own fine until you use your other definition, which explains what toxic masculinity means, which is not the same as the word toxic. So in this case, why can't I just make a semantic distinction and come up with the same type of proprietary definition you are? And then you would have to just concede, well, I can't prove that wrong, right? So this is why it's important for us to get the semantics out of the way. I was trying to do that in the beginning, but Ryan, for some reason, Ryan thinks that talking about semantics is a trap, even though it's the only way you can have discourse.
I don't think
right.
So.
What we should do is we should have unpacked the semantics to begin with, so we could look at your definition. Because when I just looked at your definition, you added a bunch of proprietary shit to it post definition to make it true. And it's like, you can just do that with anything, though. Do you understand that now? You can do that with anything and then say, because that's how I proprietarily define it, therefore it's true, debate over. It's like, no, that's not how it works. I need to know what your proof is that these behaviors are toxic and come from the inherent masculine features of a man. That's what I need to know.
Okay. So there are I can list some authors who write about toxic masculinity, right? Like E.H. Thompson, I believe is one, Springer. These are, and when they talk about it, they use definitions that describe things that men, or actions that men take on behalf of what they feel they should do as men. And so this is again, the core of what we've been discerning, which is why I'm just curious. I want to ask Neo, if you'll let me, Andrew, if you'll give me permission to ask your debate partner a question.
I told you when I was done with my inquiry. Are you now, or are we doing another one? Yeah, okay. We were done.
What's up, Ryan?
Okay.
Why do you think you've been spurging for the last 5 minutes? No one's interrupted you.
It's all yours, Ryan.
I'm just curious. Do you recognize the distinction that we're making between something that just a man does that's bad, or them doing an action because they view that that's how men are supposed to act?
I mean, you'd have to look at it societally, because men inherently, if we're to use the example of men having more testosterone in their bodies than women, right? And because of that, they're more sexually aggressive, or whatever the case may be. That is something that's inherent to us. But what was I going to say? Testosterone is also utilized, to build muscle, to build drive within another human being, to drive us to do the things that we do. So even though you might look at that as a negative trait at times, women and men alike both attribute these same characteristics when it comes to trying to mate a partner. If a woman is hitting on a man, for example, and he's not down. Again, I used the example earlier about him being treated as a homosexual because of that. And a man might, maybe had a few drinks in the system, or he probably got his pride hurt, and he felt that, hey, you know what, this isn't good. I'm gonna do what I got to do. Those I would attribute to just people being crappy human beings as a whole. Like that's what. All right. Sure. What the whole idea of toxic masculinity.
Can you elaborate on that? The pride comment, the how it hurt his pride. Can you elaborate on that part of it?
Well, pride is also not just a masculine trait. It's a human being trait. Right. You know what I mean? We all have pride. Yeah, sure. Your feelings can get hurt, and you felt that something was unjustified, whether it had to do with talking to another human being, or you failed a test. You probably thought you could have scored a higher grade, but you didn't. These things are traits of people as a whole. It doesn't matter whether you are a man or a woman in this particular situation. So the idea
I totally
that
agree.
yeah, all right, let me ask you a question. If your boy comes up to you, right? He's a man. He's not a woman. He doesn't identify as anything other than a man, right? And he comes up to you and he says, hey, you know what? I bought this new shirt today, man. How does it look on me, right? And you think, in your heart of hearts, it looks horrible. It was one size too short. His belly is sticking out of the sides. And you tell him, hey, man, that shirt looks crappy on you. You need to lose a couple of pounds so that you can fit in that shirt properly. Do you think you're being toxic when you are telling him that? Or do you think you're just expressing a truth to him so that you don't hurt his feelings?
I mean, I guess it depends. I'm not
I don't
sure.
think that's toxic. I mean, and again, it depends like how you say it, I guess. Like if you're just being an asshole about it.
No.
Like,
I mean,
it probably depends on your relationship with that person a lot.
I mean, this is your
boy.
boy.
Friends I would say that to, friends I wouldn't, right?
And this is just how you talk to your friends, right?
Yeah. Then that's not toxic. No.
Okay, now if you flip the shoe on the other foot and a woman brought a dress and it didn't fit her, and her homegirls were like, hey girl, that looks great on you. Go out to the club and do your thing. Do you think the women in that case did a service to their friend by telling them that it looks great, even though they knew it didn't look good on them, or because they worded it in a certain way, now it's justified? So which one was toxic?
Wait,
I mean, they could both be toxic in different ways, right? But go ahead.
Okay, but is that inherently a trait of men just being mean? Because men talk to each other this way. So
do women. Yeah. That's kind of the silly thing, though.
Is it silly? If you really stop and think about it, is it silly? Because we're talking about traits that are inherent to us that make us treat people a certain way.
Mm-hmm. Well, can I push it back up? Because actually, it's not necessarily that. What we're saying is the perception. If you perceive a certain trait, if you're engaging in an action because you think it's inherent to men, you think men are supposed to do that, and that trait is also being considered toxic. That's where we're identifying it. It's about your relationship to the view of masculinity, right? Or in femininity, because women are supposed to do X, Y, and Z. But not all women do that thing, and not all men do that thing. So it's not inherently male to do either of those things. It's just we're identifying you doing those things in the context of feeling like that's what men are supposed to do.
So an example close to this of toxic femininity would be a bunch of girls who don't like another girl, and she's like, hey, do you like my shirt? And they're all trying to fuck with her because they're like, oh yeah, it looks great on you. You should totally go out in that. And they know it looks horrible. That's, I think, would be a toxic feminine trait. I could see that because they're using women's attractiveness and beauty against them, which is more of a feminine trait. Like women use attractiveness and looks that they have a higher value, I guess, in society. So that would be a toxic feminine trait. But for my experience, most girlfriends who are actually close to each other, if your girl puts on something ugly, you're like, no, you're not wearing that. Let's find you something better.
Yeah, right? but I don't really consider that toxic femininity. I just consider that you just not being a very nice person. You get what I'm saying? The idea that you're inherently
sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say the idea that you're inherently toxic just because of whatever chromosomes your body seems to possess, and because societally, you were told that you're supposed to be a certain way, and if not, you're going to be a bad human being. I don't really believe in that. I just think that there are people that are okay human beings, and there are those that are crappy. It doesn't matter what side of the aisle you fall under. We're two sides of the same coin.
But nobody's saying you're inherently toxic because you're masculine or because you're feminine. It's using inherent masculine or feminine traits in a negative way.
What
Yeah,
about
but why
domestic
shouldn't we
violence?
just because these traits are all shared between the sexes, all of them, the propensity for all whatever you would consider to be masculine traits and whatever you would consider, otherwise you wouldn't be trans advocates. So you would have to equalize them. You'd have to say both sexes have the propensity for these traits equally across the board, right? At least some propensity for them. Now you could say based on sex, you have higher testosterone, you have this. I agree with all that. But if it is the case, why shouldn't we just individualize it and just say that's toxic behavior and leave masculinity and femininity out of it completely? Why should we accept this definition instead of a much more useful and broad category of this behavior itself is bad, regardless of who's engaging in it? And what does that have to do with the masculine or the feminine? By your worldview, actually, that would be a much better definition.
I agree, but again, it's because of the motive. So if people are doing something to prove their manliness or to prove because it's like a feminine
Yeah, but why
trait
use the
or
loaded
whatever.
term? Why can't we just say that's bad, don't do it? Why should we accept that that's toxic masculinity or this term of toxic masculinity because you add it as a proprietary definition,
Well, I think
rather than us just rejecting that and saying that there's some universal behaviors which are preferable from people and this isn't one of them? Why should we ascribe this as a behavior at all? Tell me what the case use here is, why it's so useful, why we should utilize this over his definition, which is you're just a shitty person or you just did a bad thing as a person. Why should we put these loaded terms in the ethos?
Well,
exactly.
To be clear, I'm certainly not asserting that like you have to embrace this term. I don't expect you to start using the term toxic masculinity, Andrew. All I'm saying is that like people do use this term.
That's
to
not
define,
my question,
to
bro.
describe.
That's not what we're talking
to describe
about.
the thing that we're talking about here, and like
you're not even engaging with what I'm saying.
We're identifying and that they're identifying is a real thing, and we seem to. I think we all agree it is a real thing.
I don't think we all agree. We're not talking about the same thing.
Yeah, it seems like you don't want to actually talk about it. Which
we're not talking about the same thing. We're talking past each other. All I've been doing is trying to bring the clarity. Go ahead, Ghost. Maybe you can bring clarity.
Because ideally, in my ideal world, where there is like less like genderization, I don't know if that's a word, but the less like breaking everything down into like gendered boxes, I think it would be an ideal world where we could just say that's a toxic trait, blah, 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 blah. But in today's world, we do genderize things. So there are lots of people who act a certain way because they have these old, like I don't know the word for it. They have these old thoughts in their head that's like, I'm supposed to behave this way because I am a man. I'm supposed to behave this way because I am a woman. And some of these traits can be toxic and unhealthy and hurt themselves and hurt other people. So because we live in this world today, if people are perpetuating these actions and just deeming them masculine or feminine, and then they're acting toxically or unhealthily,
but that makes
badly.
That makes my point for me. So if you want to live in a world where you think that there's less gender allocation for things,
I want to live in that world, but we don't now.
But okay, yeah, I get it descriptively, but you want to, so we ought to live in that world. So descriptively, if that's the world you want to live in, I would think you would be trying to reduce loaded terms. Like you would agree with me that this term has been hijacked by feminists for all sorts of other proprietary definitions other than your proprietary definition, right?
Sure, by radical feminists, sure.
And tons of people use it in tons of different ways and very loaded ways, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, got it. So the thing is like, if that is the case and you want to move towards a world where that's not the case, why the fuck would you advocate its use? Why would you advocate its use instead of advocating against its use?
I'm addressing reality. I'm addressing that there are people who act in bad ways because they think their gender entitles them to act this way.
Yes, but there's no reason for us to put the term masculinity, especially by your definition, which is inherent masculinity, inherent masculine traits, whatever those are. You say you name two, one's testosterone, this and that. It's so broad that you can encompass so many behaviors in it. It's so subjective, those behaviors you can encompass into it. I would think if you would want to move to a gender-free society, you would want to remove those things to begin with. It doesn't
And-
make any sense why
and
you
I
want
would
to keep
think
using
since
the
you-
loaded terms.
I would think since you don't want to move to a genderless society, that you would be on our side and you would be wanting to use this term.
Why?
Because for exactly the same reason. You don't
Yeah, I
want a
don't
genderless
think,
society,
I don't
right?
believe that the
therefore, we
things
should
that
be.
you consider, so you gave some extreme examples of what you consider to be toxic masculinity, for instance, right? You say a man, essays a woman based on just some perceived
He needs to prove his
idea.
manhood. He needs
Yeah,
to
yeah.
fuck women
Why don't
because
you
he
give
doesn't
me-
feel
Or
like
he
he's a
feels
man.
entitled,
Now-
or
hang
he
on.
feels
So now we have
entitled
the
to
most
engaging in
extreme.
sex with her.
Yeah.
because
So now
he
we have
can-
the most
that's when
extreme. Give me
women are
the
supposed to
least.
submit to him.
Got it. Give me the least extreme. What's the least extreme version of toxic masculinity?
Let me see.
I mean, could be being very domineering in a conversation because you think that you need to demonstrate your masculinity through performative conversational cruelty.
Yeah, or I think even like the
Did
hazing.
Ryan? Were you just trying to say that I was being mean to you?
I'm saying I'm talking about a thing that I do also. I mean, but yes, I'm pointing to you. But yeah, I mean, I also engage in. I'm also not saying that I never.
I'm sorry
do
that you
toxic
engage in
masculinity
those.
or engage
Sorry,
in-
you engage in those behaviors.
Like I
Ryan,
have,
but anyway.
I have a relationship with my
Anyway,
own
I was
identity
asking
as a man,
Ghosty. She
and
seems to be
sometimes I do
reasonable
things
and
on
willing
behalf
to
of that.
engage and not spurg. But anyway, Ghosty, go ahead.
I don't think it's spurring.
Were
Sorry,
you
I'm
done,
trying to
Ryan?
let the woman speak, Ryan.
Very
Were you
good.
You're
done?
being very toxically masculine right now, Ryan. Go ahead.
Okay, let her talk
Ghosty.
now.
So yeah, like hazing is an example. Men, and somebody wrote this in my chat, men in groups trying to like do stupid things to like one up each other, or like I one time I went on like a motorbike with a guy and I like told him, I was like, please do not fucking speed. It's not going to impress me. Like, I don't think it's cool. Like, please don't kill me. Like, don't. And he starts like going crazy, going like 120 miles per hour. Like I'm like on, like, it was fucking scary. Like guys
I
do
get it.
these things to try
So
to impress people.
because it's
to
their-
be more, to be seen as more of a man or whatever. And I think that's
Okay.
toxic.
So I just want to make sure I can break this down very quickly. So if your motivation is to engage in like one-upping the other men who are around you, especially through the idea of hazing and in-group preference and things like that, that would be toxic masculinity.
To be, if they're doing it, to be seen as like more
Yeah.
of a man.
Yeah. Like team sports.
No, I don't think team sports are toxic in
What
any
if
way.
what if your whole point of you wanting to score more points and haze the people who are around you and things like this is because it's perceived by everybody as being
Well,
more
if
manly?
if you're playing a sport and that makes you
Mhm.
feel more like a man, that's not, playing sports isn't toxic. So therefore, it's just not toxic.
Yeah, but they're
behavior.
haze. Yeah, but you realize that they haze each other consistently and constantly in team sports.
Well,
and it's
hazing
part
is
of the
different.
culture.
Hazing is different than playing a sport, right?
No, but it's part of male camaraderie and building relationships with men. Hazing is a necessary part of being in groups. It
It's
happens everywhere.
necessary.
Yeah, it's
I
necessary.
think if you want to use football as an example, men are
Well,
tackling each other all day long.
well,
They
hey-
also smack each other's butts, which I believe was used as an example earlier. So I
Well,
think if
no,
you wanted to,
some examples of hazing might be getting way too drunk, right? That's a pretty bad thing, right? Examples of hazing might be to kind of ritualistically make up a horrible nickname for a person and call them that often, right? Hazing examples might be, I don't know, you got to jog until you throw up, right? There's all sorts of hazing which happens. And yes, it is a necessary condition inside of male packs. We haze each other constantly and consistently in every work environment I've ever been, at least in the blue collar world, that is the case. And by the way, this is not only normal and regular, but I would consider it to be a good masculine trait. It's part of, do you know why we do that? It's to test out the shit that doesn't belong in the group. You're shit, you don't belong in our group, go away. You're shit, you don't belong in our group, go away. You're shit, you don't belong in our group, go away. That's what the whole purpose of hazing rituals are. So I don't consider that toxic.
So
Why would
what-
that be
what-
toxic? That
give
seems
some
like it's the opposite of
examples.
toxic.
Give some examples. Do you think there can be toxic? Do you think there can be hazing that goes too far that isn't good?
Sure.
Okay, so that would be
Why would that
toxic
be
hazing, right?
masculinity, though? Well, when you say toxic, do you just mean the word bad?
Again, so what did I say? It's behavior that is detrimental, damaging, or hurtful to oneself or
So
others.
bad? Is that bad? You just
Sure,
mean
we can
bad.
we can conclude it as
Yeah,
bad.
yeah. So I would just say there's all kinds of behavior that I would engage with and say that that's bad. You can do bad things when you're hazing people, but that wouldn't mean that hazing wasn't necessary for in-group preference because some people can do bad things, right? I would say it's still not an example of toxic masculinity, even though you would say it is.
So there can be appropriate hazing.
Tell me
Sure.
what is appropriate hazing?
I don't know. Like, I guess.
Can I be super fucking mean to another guy and call him a bunch of names and give him a horrible nickname and talk a bunch of shit to him and run down his self-esteem?
If you guys are like joking around, you guys are friends, and this is like what you do.
That's not
like-
hazing. You're not friends with them yet. This is part of the ritual to become part of the in-group. That's what you do.
It could be toxic.
Right.
Yeah,
You think it could? I think
can be. So again,
yeah, it
like,
can
this is-
be. It's so vague. Like
It. I mean, it
you're
is
just
because
yeah,
we can't have like super fine lines for like all of these things. Like the behavior is not definitive for like every single person. Like it can go any different
So
way. There's
it
not
seems-
like a fine line.
Quantitative, you know.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem to me then that this has much in the way of case use, this version of toxic masculinity. If even behaviors that I point out that I would think you would consider toxic, you're like, well, it can be based on some ascribed
you do
motivation
it.
that we can't demonstrate. Well, I think
Well,
all of
it's
that
that we're
would be
talking about
based
two
around
components.
masculinity.
We're talking about an interplay
Okay.
between two components, right?
Okay,
The
what are
perception of
the-
one's masculinity or femininity. To talk about toxic masculinity or toxic femininity. I'm sorry, and we're talking about the relationship between one's own gender view as well as the behavior itself, and whether or not that behavior itself is harmful for harmful for their goals. You know, like if you're in a situation and your goals are hindered by you engaging in this behavior, then we could consider that harmful, I guess.
Wait, what if the behavior is an immutable characteristic?
Like what, for example?
Manspreading. Why do guys manspread on the train?
I don't think that people were actually upset about manspreading as much.
No,
as,
well, no, that's
people thought they were,
often-
but sure, yeah,
That's-
like I don't think
That's not
really
to
a
be just
problem.
utilized
Yeah.
for toxic masculinity. I've heard it many times, but can you answer that? So that's an immutable characteristics. We have testicles, right? And when we sit
Sure.
down, sometimes we got to sit a little spread apart so that we don't crush them and we can let them breathe. Some people will consider that to be a toxic male behavior, but it's really just an immutable characteristic that men have that we can't really help. So how do you explain those type of
Yeah.
situations?
I don't know that I'd call manspreading as like toxic masculinity, unless you're spreading your legs like way more than you need to, and you're saying like, well, I can do this.
Who
I'm a man,
determines?
whatever.
Yeah, who
But, like,
determines who needs it?
If
Yeah,
you're
like, who
doing
determines
it to
who
make
needs it?
somebody uncomfortable or something,
Yeah.
like I feel like
There's
in
not a
most
Yeah,
What if you were doing it to
situations,
make
it's
somebody
not-
uncomfortable? That still doesn't seem like it would fit the criteria for your definition. That you're using something
It's like,
inherently
again,
masculine here.
two parts. Like, are you doing? It's like, well, if do you feel entitled to spread your legs as far as you can because, like, oh man, I can sit wherever I want, like, or is it just like I'm just gonna do it and I don't give a shit? Like, I mean, it could be different things, right? The motive is part of the it's a component.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand that what you're doing is again, what you're doing, and leftists do this constantly. What you're doing is you're taking a definition for subgroup of behavior, giving it a proprietary loaded definition, right? And then what you say in order to prove its existence is you say, based on this proprietary definition, it's just definitionally true. And it's like, but Ryan, that's why I came up with the example to explain to you that I can do this as well. I can just say this is definitionally what toxic masculinity is X, right? And you would have to agree to it as long as I loaded the proprietary definition with whatever the behavior was. We don't consider this to be toxic masculinity. What Neo Starling is saying is he's like, I think it's better actually to group these as categories of just this is bad behavior or not bad behavior based on social standards. But to use the loaded term of toxic masculinity, or to even say that it's real or always bad, is probably not the best way to characterize these things. You're using a loaded term in order to just kind of make it and giving a loaded definition to make it proprietarily true. My proprietary definition true because it applies to these things. That's what makes it true. And it's like, but you can do that with anything. Like I could call it LaFlippadoo. I could say it's LaFlippadoo. And you would have to be like, well, yep, that's LaFlippadoo. It just would be definitionally true. And so it's like, that doesn't really serve a use here.
Okay, so I have an example. I think this is a good example that you would understand, Andrew. Maybe, we'll see. So, when you were at that like Fresh and Fit event and that Wes Watson dude fucking took off his shirt and he was standing up and fucking calling you names and doing all this shit, I would say that was a display of toxic masculinity. What would you call that?
Him being an asshole.
You don't think that had to do with him trying to be more of a man than you? He was literally saying that.
I think it had to do with him trying to save face in front of somebody who. So if somebody's intellectually superior to you, and this happens with women as much as it does with men, or they're being intellectually dominated, it's not uncommon, especially in person, for them to move over to physical characteristics in order to either assault their opponent that way, or various things like this. But for you to say that that's toxic masculinity, I would just say he was just being an asshole, and the entire internet basically agreed that he was just being an asshole.
It had nothing to do with masculinity. Him trying to prove his masculinity.
But here's the thing:
yours.
I've told you this a million times. I can't disassociate male behavior, period, from the masculine. I can't do it. For me, well, I don't even think it's possible, Ryan, because you have ontology. Part of the only reason you know what masculine means is because of male. Otherwise, you'd have no frame to refer it to. You would have no frame of reference. At either end, feminine's going to point at women, masculine's going to point at men. That's the only way we even know what these terms mean. So, but
different men have different ideas of what masculinity is to them, right?
But this is why her definition is so important, because her definition says these are inherent masculine traits, which means if they're inherent, men have them. All men have them. They're inherent.
That was my alternative definition, but yeah.
Yeah, this might be just where we differ about it, but what I'm pointing to is the perception of the inherence, right? So if they think that a behavior that they're doing, they're engaging in a behavior because they think that that's inherent to men, that could manifest as toxic masculinity if that behavior itself is also harmful, right? So again, there's two components.
How come?
So it's
but how? Hang on.
But
when
I feel like
say
it's so not.
Well, here, let's try it this way. Let's try it this way. If I say the word asshole, right? If I say that guy's being an asshole, right? I feel like that encompasses more of all of the negative types of traits and behaviors that we would associate with anything bad that a person is doing. It just instantly conveys this message. When you use a loaded term like toxic masculinity, which, by the way, by both your own admissions, very vague, and the definitions are highly proprietary. In fact, I have 6 differing, right this second, I can read you 6 differing definitions of what toxic masculinity is.
I think I'd be curious to look at those, because I think what we're going to find is that we're going to find a pattern of the thing that we're pointing out. If we look at all these definitions, we're going to start to see that emerge.
Yeah, I think but that's how but we could do that with almost
because the reason we have these the reason we came to these definitions isn't because we invented them like out of nowhere, like because we're just defining some random thing,
you did
like being toothless as toxically masculine. What we're doing is we read how other people were using the term and what they're identifying, and that's what we extrapolated from it. Right. So we're abstracting out the thing that we think that we see them referring to. And again, we can look at each of your definitions, but I suspect that if they're from any sort of scholarly research, they're going to be addressing it in a way close to what we're talking about here.
Here's an example given for toxic masculinity: the devaluation of women. This can manifest as misogyny, sexism, or the belief that women are inferior to men. Does that fit your definition?
Yeah, it could. Behaviors
it could or
that,
does.
Behaviors that
could or does. Does it fit your definition?
I'd say it's an example of it. It's an example.
Okay, can you tell me why that would be toxically masculine if you just, let's say, actually just believe that women were inferior to men?
Well, again, if you're acting in ways that are harmful to other people,
that's not what this says.
You believe that.
That's your proprietary definition. I'm asking about this specifically. This can manifest as misogyny, sexism, the belief that women are inferior to men.
So this can manifest. So it's talking about context where it can manifest, right?
Okay. So it encompasses behaviors or beliefs that are rooted in traditional or harmful notions of what it means to be a man.
Exactly. So the notion of being a man, that like you may feel like there's this old notion, or you may feel that this your idea of what a man is engages in these behaviors, and you engage in those harmful behaviors because of that. And
but not all traditional behaviors. Yeah, but
I
but
agree.
this is
Neither
the problem
definition
with the
doesn't say
vagueness.
all behaviors.
Yeah, I know, but that's what
It doesn't
makes it
say
so
all of it.
vague. That's what makes it so
Well, no,
vague.
I think
Here's
no,
an easy one.
You're saying not all as if it counters it, but
Here's
it
another
absolutely
one.
doesn't. That
Men
definition's
are
fine with what we're
often
saying.
men are often taught to bottle up their feelings, leading to increased stress, anxiety, and depression.
Yeah,
Do you think
but
that's toxically masculine?
I said a lack of emotional intelligence because you're worried about being feminine is an example of toxic masculinity.
Well,
Yeah,
no,
because
no,
you feel that's not what men are supposed to. How
it's
Yeah.
not.
how men
It's
are
not
not supposed
what
to behave,
men.
right?
It's not what men are supposed to do. They're not supposed to be. They're not supposed to be emotional. They're not supposed to be overly emotional, Ryan. They're not supposed to.
Well, no, I mean, no
That
one
would be
should
detrimental to
overly
society.
Emotional. I mean, like,
Well, then what does that
usually,
mean?
so-
Men should bottle up their feelings. And
Yeah.
that could, and even if that leads to increased stress and anxiety, they should still do that.
No, they shouldn't, because
Yes,
like,
they should.
leading to increased depression and anxiety is unhealthy. So therefore, that makes it toxic behavior,
You know
and
what
it's stemming
happens?
from an idea of masculinity.
Yeah. Do you know what happens when men are more open with their emotions?
What, you're gonna say they start shooting up schools and attacking
No.
people? That's having a lack of control of emotions.
No, that's not what I was going to say. I
What
was
were
going
you
to
gonna
say
say?
that oftentimes women lose attraction for them. Oftentimes women don't want to be around them.
And those are
Oftentimes-
toxic women.
Oftentimes women have no interest in them. Well, you can't help what you're attracted
I
to,
think that's
right?
true. That can't happen.
Hang on, you can't help what you're attracted to, right?
Okay, but you shouldn't. I mean,
Ghosty, can you help what you're attracted to?
No, but you.
So-
like,
so if women
if
are-
I'm
so if I
attracted to
gave
an
you-
abusive guy, should I
Yeah.
stay with him because I can't help
Well,
that I'm attracted to him?
Women do.
No.
Women do.
Yeah, they do. But
Yeah,
not
because
you
they can't
shouldn't.
help. They can't help what they're attracted to. So if it is the case that you can't help what you're attracted to, okay, if that is the case, and men who don't bottle up their emotions are men that you're not attracted to, and I have tons of research on this, on how women respond to men who are emotional versus who bottle up their emotions. Do you think men or women are more or less attracted to men who bottle up their emotions? Ghosty, at least by the scientific data.
I don't know about the scientific data, but most women I date like guys who are in touch with their emotions and know how to handle them appropriately.
Sure. And so
Yeah,
you
and
just
most
It
most women I
turns me
know.
off when guys are like, "Oh, I don't want to."
okay. Well, here's what the
deal with
data.
that.
Here's what the data
Like
on
being
this
unwilling
says.
to like being able to understand your own
Mhm.
emotions and like expressing them in a way that would be perceived as emotional are like very different things, right?
Yeah.
Like understanding
So-
like, what you're feeling, being able to communicate
They're
that to
taught-
someone directly
Yeah.
or in
But
or in a way that's
do you see
is
the
attractive to them,
vagary?
right?
The vagary here, right? The vagary is, I would say that it's a societal boon, in fact, to make sure that men keep their emotions bottled up. Because ultimately, if they didn't, right, not only would women lose attraction to them, but the reason that men have to keep their emotions in check is because of how fucking ridiculously strong we are and how much damage we can do if we don't.
Well,
And the
that's
thing
where
is-
emotional intelligence comes into play. It's learning
What is
how
emotional
to
intelligence?
handle. It's understanding how to handle your emotions. So not just because you
God.
have an emotion doesn't mean you're going to act irrational. Lots of people conflate emotional with irrational, and that doesn't equate. You can be rationally emotional. You can have rational emotions, right? Like you don't have to act out to experience emotions.
Yes. And what I'm telling you is that that's a form of controlling your emotions to keep them bottled up, isn't it?
No, bottling them up is not control. Is not.
Yes, it is controlling
handling
them.
your emotions.
No, you just
properly.
don't prefer it. You
No,
think it's
if
improper.
it leads to depression and anxiety, that is not properly handling your emotions.
Yeah. So here's the thing. What if it was the case that even if it led to increases in anxiety, for instance, right? That by unleashing it, the societal impact, which would come around you from women, for instance, actually would cause you more depression. Would it be better to bottle your emotions up?
No, I don't
I
think
would-
so. I think,
No,
and I,
it
I
still
think we,
wouldn't?
I
It
think
still
we
wouldn't?
would. I think
It's
the
not that simple.
reason that lots of women don't understand these things is because men have bottled them up for so long, and we're just like, I guess lots of women just aren't used to it. It's all these old notions, again, of all these like this is masculine, this is feminine, that we need to grow out of. That's the world that I want to move towards. So, like, if we just start understanding these things as men and women together, it will lead to better outcomes.
Does
If
your
I can-
boyfriend hang on? Does your boyfriend cry?
Yeah, I know.
I've seen him cry like once, maybe.
I don't understand. Why is he bottling up his emotions like that?
That doesn't mean that he's not emotional, right?
I don't know. It sounds like he's bottling up his emotions.
He's not. We communicate about how we feel all the time.
I don't know. He sounds like maybe a traditionally masculine guy. He's not crying much. Ryan, how often do you cry?
Not very often.
How
maybe
often
at the end of Elf. Not seriously. Like I mean, like a few times a year.
You cry a few times a year?
Yeah, probably if I like on average, yeah.
And are you depressed? Do you suffer from
no, I don't
depression?
think so.
Not crying doesn't equal bottling
anxiety?
up your emotions.
Those aren't like equivalent, but no, I don't.
Yeah,
I don't
I'm asking
think
if you do you suffer from anxiety?
Oh yeah, I'm an anxious dude. Yeah.
Yeah, suffer from anxiety. So all that crying and all of that emotional release, it still hasn't. You still suffer from the anxiety. Huh?
Anxiety is caused by a multitude.
That's
of
true.
things.
It is. And so the problem with the vagary of this is that how do we determine it's the suppression of the emotion which causes the stress and anxiety? How do we make that determination?
So I think I want to introduce an idea here of processing an emotion rather than just having it contained or released, and like being able to understand and interpret why you're feeling a certain way, and then in theory being able to communicate that again, not necessarily verbally, not necessarily telling everyone exactly how you feel, but being able to communicate when you need space or when you need company and these sorts of things. And you can do these things more effectively if you understand why you're feeling the way you're feeling.
Yes, emotional intelligence.
Yeah, I don't believe that emotional intelligence is a thing which can be measured. How do you measure it?
I guess you look at somebody's behaviors, their health, the way they're acting. Like it's very individualistic. It's not like a one size fits all.
Yeah, it's very subjective, right?
It's individualistic.
Yeah, not very scientific.
It can be. It just
okay. How would you scientifically measure emotional intelligence?
You would create qualifiers of what you're identifying, and then you would measure those qualifiers.
Okay, like what?
I mean, do you want to? Let's look into it. Let's figure out. I mean, do you want to Google it? Like you ever like?
I'm
when
just
you
asking you. It's your
answer,
position.
like,
I'm just asking you. How would you do it?
I'm not asserting that I'm aware of this specific, like how this specific thing is measured in scientific literature, and that.
Well, you weren't. You didn't even know what the scientific method was 5 minutes ago either.
I didn't engage you on the scientific method. That's a different thing.
So you do know what it is? Can you tell me now?
I'm not going to walk you through it.
Yeah, you don't know it. You don't know it. I'll tell you what, Ryan, I will quit this debate right now if you tell me, if you can close your eyes and tell me the scientific method.
I don't want you to quit. I'm having a good time. And again, I'll admit that I can't recite the scientific method off the top of my head, but I don't need to do that.
Next time, just be honest about it.
I think also,
I also
for,
don't have to do that for any point.
Some translation, I think that even regulating your emotions, even if you're bottling them up per se, that is still a form of regulation. You're choosing what to do with it. So I think that there is still regulation one way or the other, no matter which way you're going.
Well,
it's like a one size fits all approach.
It depends, like if you're bottling them up to what extent. So if you're bottling them up to the point where you do have like anxiety and depression, so I would say that's probably like a not. There are times where you can bottle up your emotions, suck it up, whatever, and it's not necessarily toxic.
The problem with the vagueness is making the determination. The idea is of making the determination that that's the problem to begin with, because it's a study of the mind. My whole problem with this is everything here seems to live inside the vagueness. Devaluation of women. It can manifest this way, but it may not. Depends on what the motivation is. How do we figure out the motivation? Other than a self-report, I don't even know how that would be assessed. Need for control. Toxic masculinity encourages men to assert their power and dominance, which can lead to controlling behaviors in relationships, but maybe doesn't lead to controlling behaviors in relationships.
Like we keep saying
it's like,
over and over.
This is what I'm saying, though. It's so vague that I can't make the determination of even how I would measure when it's in effect. How would I even measure that? You just, what do? You just ask the person, hope they tell you? Like, how do you measure
consequences? You just look at the consequences of the actions. Are they
okay? Give me an example.
People? Is it hurting yourself? Is it hurting your loved ones? Is it hurting your work ethic? Is it hurting whatever? Like,
yeah, but that's a vague outcomes. Yeah, okay, but you just got done saying it can lead possibly to bad outcomes, right? So if we go to it can, yeah. But if we ascribe the motivation, how do we determine that was the motivation?
I guess it would have to be from the self, or unless you have
The
some kind of
person has to tell
evidence.
you.
The person has to tell
So
you,
if-
or if there's some kind of evidence, maybe they state it out loud, maybe they
So
I
they
don't
told
know.
you. So the person has to
Sure.
tell
So
you.
yeah, it could be they told you could. So you could measure this by doing some sort of survey where you ask people about their perspectives of what a
People
man is
tell
supposed
you.
to do, what a man is supposed to be, and they tell you that. And then you also ask them about specific behaviors they engage in, and that, I mean, that could, or you measure those behaviors amongst that group in other contexts. Like there's probably a lot of ways to explore this, and I'm sure that again, I'm sure the people who have written endless research on this topic and see again every time you write up a definition, it seems to like pretty absolutely map onto what we're talking about here. It just sounds like this is something that is real and measured, and you just again, you seem to acknowledge it exists, but you don't want to even like call it what it. You don't seem to want to engage with the specific things we're saying, which is again those two components of the perception of one's masculinity and the behavior itself manifesting.
Yeah, because both of those things are proprietary in base. And so the reason that I reject this outright is because when we're talking about semantic definitions, especially, it's the opposite of cowardice, or I wouldn't be here completely mangling you like I always do. We're talking about semantic definitions of things. You've never won a debate, right? You never will. When we're talking about the semantic definition
you
of
anytime,
things,
Andrew.
Yeah, I mean, you're losing one now. So the point is, though, is that when you look at a semantic distinction, the reason it's so important is if we can group something else in there semantically that has more use, then we should usually defer to that definition. That's what makes the most amount of sense. This proprietary definition only encompasses this small amount of behavior, which is subjective in even which behavior it's categorizing. You say, well, it's based along the motivation that the person has towards X thing. But the person has to tell you that their motivation is based around X thing. Can't even make a third-party determination, at least not with any criteria you've shown me yet. And so it seems like when he says, my debate partner says to you, it seems like we can just put this in the category of asshole. You're being an asshole. And that would actually encompass more of these behaviors in a way people understood better. It seems like we should go with that definition of asshole in the comments than toxic masculinity. Toxic masculinity is a loaded term which has so many different people use in so many different ways, whereas asshole seems to be somewhat universal.
Even if there was just say there was no other way, which I feel like there probably could be, but if there was no other way to gather evidence that this was stemming from the notion that they wanted to prove their manhood or whatever, they were acting bad because they wanted to show off their masculinity or whatever. This is common. People experience this all the time. Like I've met guys who have just acted out in violence and have literally just said, like, I had a boyfriend who broke my computer screen because he saw two gay guys kissing on the screen, and he was like, they're trying to feminize all the men, and like
so
he like smashed the computer screen.
So he's being an asshole.
He would also do things where he just felt like he wasn't a man enough, and he would tell me these things. He was like, I need to be a man, and he would act violent and act crazy and stupid, and like this was an internal thing that he was struggling with, and it was a part of toxic masculinity and all these like ideas that people are like pushing on him, like he's not man enough and you're a pussy and you're a bitch, blah blah blah, you have to be a man, and he would act
was he a pussy?
bad because of it.
Well, was he?
I mean, it depends how you are describing pussy. If you're saying he's a pussy because he was acting out,
Could he have used a little more hazing so that he didn't act out like that? Would it have been better if he had a bunch of men around who kind of, I don't know, bullied him a little bit, told him to stop doing that shit?
He had plenty of guy friends who were total dicks to him, and trust me, that did not help. Like,
so not good role models, probably. I think men with positive role models are less likely to have these beliefs about what masculinity is.
The guy sounds like he was an asshole. That sounds like it universally fits better.
It was stemming from his internal struggle dealing with his masculinity.
Yeah, so you say. Who diagnosed him with that other than you?
Him telling me.
So who diagnosed him with this? What professional diagnosed him with this other than you? Are you qualified to make a diagnosis for this, Ghosty?
He goes to therapy and whatever shit he is.
Did his therapist diagnose him as being toxically masculine?
It's not a medical diagnosis.
I wasn't in his. Yeah,
it's not a medical diagnosis. Okay, so again,
so it's not like a mental illness.
When we have these thresholds, right? There's no diagnosis, right? It's completely proprietary. It's not objective.
I don't agree. It's completely proprietary. I mean, I can post a
completely
paper right now that talks
proprietary.
about this topic, and it shows examples, right? And like one of those is the fact that men are way less likely to seek preventative care, and in fact, men who have these very strong beliefs about what masculinity is are less likely to seek that preventative care.
Well, let me give you my argument because
About
I have been
5 more
cross-examined.
minutes, and then we'll close
in
out.
case you
But
want
I'll
to learn
give
about
you-
it later.
But I'll give you my argument, right? I think that masculine roles that men ought to be pursuing those. And there should be a crisis when it comes to not fulfilling those masculine roles, and that helps more men than it doesn't towards those masculine roles. And that a necessary component of that is some people may do fucking stupid shit, right? They may do stupid shit. You're just hang on. I'm just giving you the argument, then you can critique.
I thought you were done. Yeah, my bad.
Yeah. So then you can critique it. But if all you're saying here, Ryan, is that anybody who is striving towards a masculine role, right, and is causing them some sort of distress, I actually don't think that that's normally very toxic at all. I think that that's the opposite of toxic. I think it's supposed to cause you some distress if you're failing to live up to a masculine role and you're a man. It's supposed to cause you distress. I think that's good.
Do you think it's good that men are less likely to seek preventative health care?
Well, I don't think that they do. I think that they just get it elsewhere. They get it from other men.
I'm telling you
instead
they
of
do. I'm telling you
psychologists.
I'm telling you that the data
Nope.
suggests that men who have these very strong convictions about masculinity. Okay, I mean, I just shared a paper about it.
Yeah, but let me give you. I can give you a counter paper. So here's the thing: women actually suffer. They suffer from way more mental health. You can find this. Honey Badger Radio on Twitter actually covered this. Men have way less mental health issues than women.
We're not talking about mental health. We're talking about preventative health care.
Okay, chill out, dude.
Even
when it comes
preventative
health care. I'm sorry, I thought you were talking about mental health.
No,
yeah. So you're talking about preventative health care, like going and getting routine checkups on blood work and shit like that.
Or if you start to notice something's wrong, those men are less likely to go see a doctor and talk.
Yeah, that's generally true.
So it's a bad thing, right?
No, that's not always a bad thing either.
Do you think it can lead to bad results if they are like persistently doing that when they probably should go see a doctor?
For some men it can, but for most men it doesn't.
Do you think that could in any way relate to their perception of themselves as a man, feeling that they need to tough through it, or be tough and just live I
think that for the majority of men,
endure, right?
For the majority of men, they do tough through it and should tough through it because most of the time it's not a crisis. Just like most wounds are not a crisis. Because you say that women, well, and here's the thing, there's a psychosis to this that you're leaving out. A lot of times women also have a psychosis where they feel like they have all sorts of issues they don't actually fucking have. And that's one of the main reasons that they're seeking out additional health care that they don't need. So you're actually
fine, but we're not talking about
we are, because you're saying
healthcare that would actually be
but when it comes to preventative healthcare, if you have an underlying psychosis that makes you go for it, I think that that's bad. And so I think that men, I think that men are just looking at normal things that a rational person, an agent would look at for preventative healthcare. Does something hurt? Does it hurt bad?
Do I see irrational though, right? There are times when it's irrational, right?
There's times where everything can be irrational, almost every behavior.
Okay, well, we're pointing at those and we're saying if those result from one's perception of I'm a man, I need to tough through this, then that would be toxic masculinity.
I don't think that that's toxic masculinity. I think that
you don't have to, but I'm telling you that's an example of what we're identifying.
But that example is flawed. So for instance, if a guy says, "Oh, my arm hurts," right? It hurts kind of bad. You know what I mean? But I've had my arm hurt before, right? And I don't want to go spend the money to, go out to a doctor or this or that. And so I'll wait and see if the pain goes away. And then 2 days later, it was actually like a low-level heart attack and it killed him. You're saying that he was engaged in toxic masculinity, bro?
How about
no? It sounds like he had a.
No. Answer my question before you give me another example. Answer my question. No.
She can go.
No. So if the answer is no, it's like then what you're saying here is like, you refute your own point. If that's not toxically masculine,
I don't think so.
when you're talking about preventative health care, most rational men, if they're really hurting, do go to a hospital.
But the reason that you described for them not going to the hospital wasn't because I'm a man and I can tough through this pain and I should tough through this pain. It was because I recognize this is something I've experienced.
I can't
before.
distinguish.
I recognize clearly you can't, but I'm
it's not possible. Right? It's not actually possible.
Okay, well that's
men
fine.
respond. Men and women respond to pain, and they respond to suffering, and they respond to all these things very differently. So, yes, I do think that it's good to encourage men to tough through most types of pains. Why is that good? Things like the gym, things like soreness from the gym, things like that, right? Those are
those are
pains that men are generally going to have to kind of
pains. Yes.
yeah,
Those
they're
are
gonna
good
have to
expected
kind of
pains,
tough
and
through.
that's
What being
fine.
40 has expected pains. But
I
what I'm
agree.
saying is that when you're talking about preventative health care, I think it's good that we generally advise men to go ahead and tough through most pain. And for the most part, that's a really good gamble. It's a really good gamble. You point to female psychosis where they have a psychosis that makes them think they have diseases they don't. So they're constantly getting fucking health care. It's like that to me is far worse than your example of toxic masculinity. I don't even think that that's toxic.
You could categorize that as toxic femininity.
I don't know. I think that that's just mental illness, not toxic femininity.
Well,
and I don't think
if you're attributing it to some feminine behavior, then
well, I'm not
it would
attributing
be
it to
I'm
attributing it to a mental illness that women more often have. I don't think that's a feminine characteristic. It's just something that sex has to deal with more than the other sex. And this could have a lot to do with just hormone regulation, the way hormones are distributed through the body, all sorts of different things, which can cause these moderate psychoses. When it comes to men, though, toughing through pain, I think the societal message generally is good. And I think most men probably should try to tough through most pain. And probably they don't need to go to the hospital all the time. And by the way,
it's not all the time.
What about regular visits? Like what about like annual visits or like prostate exams that men are like likely to avoid?
Yeah, that does happen too. They're uncomfortable. They're not fun. Nobody wants to go get a fucking prostate exam. But the other thing that comes up is, and you forget this part, men get busy. They get busy. They have very busy jobs. They have very busy lives. They're very busy.
We've talked about so many
times. They're very
busy
busy as the head of households, right? Them not going and getting preventative care really doesn't seem to make much of a case here for toxic masculinity. It doesn't even ascribe the motive here as being toxic. That doesn't sound like a toxic motive.
And I wanted to give Neo an opportunity to chime in before we move into closing statements, if you wanted to add anything.
Yeah, sorry, I've been pretty quiet. I'm pretty new to this. I'm not really a debater, but I will say the idea of getting checked out at a doctor, I don't think it's a bad thing. And when somebody says that if you are getting checked out, or rather avoiding getting checked out, is because you're toxically masculine, I don't really think that works either, because there are situations where men are just busy, or in my case, I don't always have time to take off of work. But if I am in pain, I might go to the gym first, or I might wait a few days to see if whatever is happening goes away on its own. But if it is unavoidable, like if I collapse on the street, then I'm very likely, to go see a doctor the next day or that same day.
Totally
you know
rational.
what I mean? I look for rational reasons to go to the doctor, but I will admit that it is often attributed with men that they don't want to go see the doctor, but I think that there are reasons behind that. Like I said, it's not always so black and white. The majority of the time, I just think it's because men are busy or they don't have the financial capability, insurance or things of that nature. But we are also pretty used to kind of just like, getting a bump and then just recovering, walking it off. That's just something that we do often. If it's, like a prostate exam or something like that, once you hit 40 or whatever, and it's unavoidable, then, you're going to do it, of course. But for the most part, I think a lot of things can be, you can kind of wait and see, like not everything requires a visit.
Yeah, he makes a good point here too when he says, Ryan, and I think both of you guys have to concede on this point, that human beings desire regularity, and men are no exception to that. And if it is a regular occurrence that you're getting minor injuries, which I think in the blue collar fields is such a common occurrence. I mean, I think I bashed my knuckles, beat the hell out of myself almost daily working. If it is the case that you generally tough through all of those pains, whether they're big ones or small ones, that when it comes up to some pain that you don't get checked out because of the regularity of routine, I don't think that wouldn't account for toxic masculinity. Even if there was a social expectation for it, right? That still wouldn't be toxic.
That's fine. I mean, I'm talking about people who are like having fucking strokes and they're like, I'm not going to go to the doctor. Like, I'll just be fine.
That's not realistic.
No, it's rare.
That's an extreme example that I don't really think fits well in this particular situation here. If you had a stroke, first of all, you're going to be taken to a hospital. If it happened like in the middle of the street, someone's going to take you. So you wouldn't even have a choice in the matter.
The thing is, you start slurring your words and your face starts like slanting to one side, and then people like try to tough through it. And
you might be drunk.
I've seen this. It was actually a woman. I've seen it. We had to like force her to go to the doctor because she was like, "No, I'm fine." But like, I'm just saying, there's
Toxic
severe
femininity.
I was gonna say, is she toxic?
It was probably more because of money, though.
It couldn't
wasn't
have been
'cause she's
toxic
like, I'm just
femininity,
such a
though.
woman that I'm not going to go to the doctor.
Because that isn't an inherent woman trait, right? To tough through
No,
pain.
it's because she wasn't like, I'm such a woman, I'm not going to go to the doctor.
Right.
Again, it has to do with motive, right? So
Mhm.
we've been saying.
Well, I'd like to go ahead and go into closing statements if everybody feels good with that. Andrew, would you like to kick off?
Yeah. So this is really simple, right? The reason, so I was happy to fill in. I usually don't take debate prompts like this when you ask for things like that is a subjective semantic. This is just a game of semantics, essentially. So I usually don't take debate prompts where you're asking if something which is a proprietary definition is real or true, because it's unfalsifiable on both sides. So the same example that I could give to Ryan, like toxic masculinity to me means, by the way, I do have your tooth money, by the way. We are taking care of that. I was just joking with you. And toxically masculine, Ryan, toxically masculine. But anyway, the whole point is like, it's almost you can't falsify proprietary definitions. You can't, because they're fucking proprietary. Toxic masculinity itself is a proprietary definition from the 80s. It showed up in one book, and then a bunch of fucking men spiritualist movements try to push it out in the ethos, and feminists got a hold of it. The whole thing is proprietary, and it just points at a subgroup of behavior and utilizes a loaded term. But it's like basically impossible to falsify it. But if we give a counter definition, our opponents can't falsify it either. So we're just left to them going, well, here's examples of behavior in society we don't like, and we just call it this subgroup thing. And it's like, and that's going to be the version that we use, knowing full well, they both know full well, that the term toxic masculinity is used in such a wide array by so many different groups that pinning it down to just making it definitionally true by pointing at subgroups of behaviors that do happen, it's impossible to falsify it. It's impossible, but it's also impossible on their end to falsify our whatever proprietary definition we have of what the term means. So it's, in many ways, it's useless to ask. Like if you said something like, is toxic masculinity, as a phenomenon, or you could ask, different debate propositions in the core of this that we could have gotten into. But if you're just asking something like, does it exist? That those are just semantics. It's just a semantic thing. It's like, you can literally think up any social construction into existence semantically and make it proprietarily true by pointing at any behavioral phenomenon and then attaching that label to it and saying, see, that's toxic masculinity, knowing full well the weight that the term has behind it. The left does this with the word Nazi. The left does this with the word authoritarian. The left does this with all sorts of different words. They create brand new proprietary definitions of phenomenon that they know have emotionally loaded language, and then they produce it as though it's true. And it's like, it's not, it's a bait and switch. It's unfalsifiable when somebody has a proprietary definition. You can't falsify it. So to me, a debate proposition like this ultimately becomes somewhat useless, but maybe we can dive into behavior itself in the panel section. That's really all I had. There wasn't really much going back and forth except the vagueness of the definition, why they thought it was true. I did appreciate both of them coming on. I was happy to come on to the panel.
Thank you, Andrew. Neo, to you.
Yeah, Sarah, thanks for hosting this. Like I said earlier, this is not something I'm really accustomed to. Was definitely not expecting Andrew as a partner. So appreciate having Andrew on tonight. And I appreciate having all of you to just have this conversation with. I was a little quiet tonight. Once more, I just finished getting out of an 11-hour shift. So
that's also my fault, bro. I'm sorry.
I spend my entire day working, you know what I mean? So I was a little exhausted from that. But I still came on the panel and tried to do the best I could with, the amount of energy that I had left over. I will say, as a whole, the concept of toxic masculinity sort of falls flat on its face when you consider behavior as a whole as being toxic, whether you are a man or woman or whatever you identify as, whatever the case might be. Us as human beings are inherently have bad traits to us. You know, men, because we're physically strong, sometimes we will resort to violence, as towards women will resort to like reputation destruction. You know, it's still bad, but it's not inherently to one sex. We all do the same thing, just in different ways. You know, I don't got much else to say outside of that. Once again, Sarah, thanks for having me on. And yeah.
Absolutely.
You're a
Thank
great
you,
debate
Mito.
partner. I'm sorry I did take up, but you know, maybe it was good I took up a lot of time because you're exhausted, right?
I'm all right. I'm okay.
All right.
It worked out well.
I was
Ryan,
nervous too. I'm sorry. I was nervous, a little nervous. I'm not gonna lie.
Ryan, to you.
I guess just first out the gate, Neo, again, thanks for being here. I actually watched before this. I went on your channel. I watched like some of your content, and I thought it would be really interesting. I'm sorry we didn't get to go back and forth more, because I think that some of the stuff you've made like actually really identifies like a good distinction between like healthy masculinity, which I think you demonstrate often in the content that I watched of yours, and it was contrasted really well when you were critiquing like the way that red pill content sometimes manifested in like encourage men to behave in certain ways that I would identify as toxic, and I think we would agree they're engaging with them on behalf of like masculinity or manhood, and so just to put a pin in that and hammer down the point, what we've over and over pointed to is this combination of traits, this idea of a behavior that is toxic by some, that is harmful in some way, and is attached to one's perception of their masculinity, right? And that they're engaging in this toxic behavior because they think that that's what men are supposed to do, or they're not engaging in behavior because they think that's what men are not supposed to do. And I mean, Andrew has very, very impressively avoided talking about that in a way that is unmatched by anyone besides him. But I think anyone who's listening, it's very clear that those are things that we're pointing to. And if you look up the word toxic masculinity, and again, even Andrew's definitions that he provided, most of them were akin to that. And if you look into the research around this word, or this phrase rather, it's used in this context. And so it's not really our proprietary definition. It just seems to be the way that people are using it. We're abstracting out our understanding from it, because that's kind of how language works. Like we have to have our own understanding of things to talk about them. But yeah, it's clear that what we're talking about a specific thing, and that there is research about this specific thing. And even Andrew said it exists if you define it this way. And yeah, if we describe this thing with this label, then those things, and you agree those things exist, it sounds like you agree that toxic masculinity does exist. You just don't want to call it that.
Thank you, Ryan, and Ghosty to you.
Okay, yeah, I think that was a pretty good summary by Ryan. And the reason we're talking about this is not to more disassociate like the sexes and stuff. Like obviously all humans can act in a toxic way in various different ways, but this is something that people see, and it's, you know, it's not the norm, it's not most men, it's not the majority of men, but it is common. And I think lots of women and men have seen this from other men. And again, there is toxic femininity as well, which I would like to see as a greater conversation in society, because I think women get away with a lot of things that they shouldn't, and it should be attributed to a form of toxic femininity. But when we're talking about toxic masculinity, these are conceptions that come from, or it's often like manifested from old conceptions and notions of how men are supposed to behave or how men aren't supposed to behave, and they are manifested in harmful, negative, toxic ways that are hurting themselves, are hurting others. And I think it would help men overall if we helped identify these things and help teach them how to use their masculinity in the most positive ways, and showing them positive examples of masculinity, and having that define masculinity more so. So I'm not trying to demonize masculinity at all. I'm not saying masculinity is inherently toxic or bad. It's just when it is used, when people use this idea of being masculine in a negative way. But I think we've kind of said this out throughout the debate like many times. So yeah, thanks.
Thank you so much. And thank you everybody for tuning in for this. We will go into open panel dumpster fire. And I just kind of wanted to add in my closing thought on this, because this was an interesting conversation nonetheless. But I actually wonder if, we're excusing bad behavior by adding a new definition to it. For instance, if we're going to use toxic masculinity and then in the form of maybe SA or slapping someone's ass or just being aggressive, we're excusing bad behavior by just saying, oh, it's toxic masculinity. And I think also it's kind of a fear mongering piece too, because if we're saying toxic masculinity or toxic femininity, then you're like negating an entire gender based on one behavior and applying that to everything. So I think we need to be mindful of how we're utilizing these terms and what we're doing to society by implying that an entire gender is one way or the other based on one singular behavior here or one there. So it's very interesting going back and forth, but I think overall we're not doing any good to society by creating, for instance, new definitions all the way out. We're going to get into some super chats. If you are a member, I did drop the link to a members only post for now, and I will drop it to the public here shortly. Let's start with, oops, pardon me. Click the wrong one. Just a big shout out to Jess Gerald with the 50 Raging Tomato memberships. Thank you so kindly. John Mosman with the big 5 says, Ryan would not know real masculinity if it hit him in the ass. I am sure Andrew will show this in spades. Salute, Sarah and panel. Thank you, John. And then also give it to Libs to think a guy.
No, wait a second.
What?
That chatter's wrong. I could walk over to Ryan's girlfriend and grab her ass and he would use harsh language, bro. So, and you know how I would feel about harsh language.
If we're going to throw shots like that, I to be clear, when I said I don't know how I would react, it's because I'm acknowledging that there's a lot of different contexts where things can either need to be escalated or can be handled with words. And
how would you handle it, Ryan?
Exactly.
Would you punch him in the face?
I might have to, yeah, in some cases.
Oh, sounds like toxic masculinity.
Everybody's fucking toxic tonight. You're all toxic. Okay. John coming in with another big 5. Give it to the Libs to think a guy who likes his privacy and enforces his property rights is toxic. Laughing my ass off. Oops, I just hit a button. Oh my God, stop it. Stop scrolling. Okay. Josh says, based Andrew, no more truth inside 2 + 2 equaling 4. And you guys are welcome to chime in on anything. Otherwise, I'm just going to keep rolling. Vordum with the big 10 says, somebody tell Radical Coder that Shrek was the first MAGA supporter. The whole point of the first movie is Shrek trying to deport all those illegal fairy tale creatures from invading his land.
And he did that by getting their land back by defeating the fascist who was taking their land from them, by the way.
Boom.
Yeah, but that wasn't what he actually cared about. He wouldn't have cared how they got their land back. He just wanted his land.
That's true. And ultimately it led to him finding community and comfort in his own skin and love even.
And DL with the big 10. That Ryan guy, second from the left, is a great example of toxic beta-nality. I can't even say it. Beta-nality. Why does he keep twitching? Is he suffering from toxic effeminate?
I'm actually arguably less twitchy when I'm on Adderall.
Powder Dusty with a big 10 says, raccoons are sadistic little demon bears. R.I.P. my chickens. Your deaths were not fast or easy.
Yeah, how they take them out is horrible. They pop their heads off and drink their blood.
Jeremiah with the big 10. Ghosty, if a war vet freely chooses to separate from society because he knows that he can't safely fit in, why is that unhealthy? How is that warfare influenced worldview any less valid than yours?
So it's not him choosing to separate from society that's unhealthy, but that is an unhealthy person. If they have to choose to separate from society because he knows he can't safely fit in, that's pretty much automatically like an unhealthy person, right? So I don't think that's like a good example to be using in this when we're talking about this.
Okay. Milk Cow coming with a big 10 just to say thank you to Fatty. You probably told him I love you. Lumbago with the big 5 is machismo. Is it machismo?
Yeah.
I don't know what
is
that is.
machismo toxic. It's
Machismo.
like macho man like kind of thing, right?
Oh, I don't know who that is, so I don't know.
No, the question's asking if machismo is itself toxic masculinity.
I
You
think
know,
it, so
do you know what
it could be
machismo is?
characteristic of it.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, so
No,
machismo was like this was a thing basic. I think it was from the 90s, really. Maybe it started before that in the 80s, but the whole idea of like you remember the pro wrestlers who they had like the open robes and they would drink the beer and then crush the beer on their forehead, you know what I mean, and this type of thing. And that kind of shit. That was referred to as machismo.
Yeah, machismo is also like a Spanish word, and it primarily just defines like a hyperly like masculine man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But that's
exactly.
not how it was
So-
used here,
well,
though.
Well, I think what there's, I mean, it's used, I think, in a lot of different ways, but the core that I've always understood it to be is it's a kind of particular flavor of what it is to be a man. It's a particular like archetype of manhood.
No. This was different. Like this was a meme. It was a meme.
Well, I'm talking about the way I understand the word machismo.
Before there were memes.
Well,
I'm
yeah,
not
you
talking
can
about
be
memes.
you can
I'm
be
talking about-
super masculine and not toxic at all. Like you can be very masculine and not toxic. So
Yeah, I wish we could have talked more about like all the things that we talked about, or like violence against like suppressing emotions and self-reliance.
We can
like,
still
all
talk
these
about
things
those things.
Sure, we can,
Post-panel.
and maybe we will. But I'm just saying, like, all these things can manifest in healthy ways and unhealthy ways, which is why there's a distinction, right?
yeah.
All right, Grid with the big 20. I often wake my wife up with a hot dick insider. She loves me for it. We do not have a problem with too much masculinity. We have a problem with fake masculinity. Thank you, Grid. Tim with the big 20. Toxic masculinity is simply what's against my preferences. Have Ryan describe toxic femininity.
Yeah, I mean, so I think similarly, it works conversely, I think might be the right way to put it. Like that if a woman is engaging in a behavior that's harmful for her or the people around her, and she's engaging in that behavior on behalf of a belief that that's what a woman is supposed to do, or not engaging in a behavior that would help her because she thinks that women aren't supposed to do that behavior, I would say that is an apt description of toxic femininity.
Okay. Gesturon with the big 10. I want to hear what the obnoxious ceiling fan has to say about all of this.
That is obnoxious, Brian. by the way.
It's sore on the eyes.
It's because of the shadow. Like that'll give people a
Yeah.
headache watching that. You should turn that thing off.
Jim Bob with the big 10. Ryan embodies toxic emasculinity. AC with a big 10. Now the debate topic is toxic masculinity because Netflix ethnicity swapped migrant crimes onto males. A cool story. Christopher says, so you're using toxic masculinity / femininity to perpetuate a worldview you dislike. What backwards tardness is this?
It's not
I think actually
perpetuating a worldview. It's just describing or analyzing the reality that we currently live in.
And even like more specifically, we're analyzing a phrase that is used by scholars, whether you think those scholars are doing something like that you agree with or not. Like we're identifying a phrase that is used in that research and describing what they're referring to.
It originated with spiritualist hoodoo nonsense
I don't care
in
about
the
that.
80s.
I'm just saying, like, if I go on Google Scholar and type in toxic masculinity,
what's a scholar to you? Just somebody who has a degree?
Okay. I don't
Is a
care
scholar
about
just someone who has a
whatever-
degree?
Whatever the root of it was. But if you go on Google Scholar and you search toxic masculinity, papers are written about this, and most of the time this seems to be what they're referring to. So,
What makes them a scholar, though?
I mean, you ask
like
like
an
Google Scholar what
expert
they're
on it?
called.
Is that it? They just have a degree in the shit? Like if you have a degree in feminist,
published
yeah,
works
if
in
you have a degree in
journal.
feminist studies and you publish work on what you think toxic masculinity is, you're a scholar.
peer reviewed journals.
Yeah. So what? Almost everything's peer reviewed. That doesn't mean shit.
Not to the same degree.
Not yes. Yeah. What are you talking about? What do you
There's
do
an
in
intensive peer review
sociology?
process, right?
In sociology, you think that
Yes,
peer review is
sociology.
hard? You think that peer review is hard in sociology?
Yeah, unless you've like extracted your understanding of sociological science like just based on like James Lindsay's analysis or something.
Well, I don't think sociology or psychology is particularly scientific at all.
I mean, that's your problem.
Someone
think that
can still be an expert on these ideas, right? They can be like very well studied either get like a bunch of data and research and write about these things and be like an
Is
expert
that
on
what a scholar
topics.
is? Well, I'm just asking what
Yeah.
you consider a scholar to be.
I would also say that everything that we've talked about, all the data that people write about this could be wrong. All the papers could be like completely stupid. But if they're like, all I'm saying is that I'm identifying the things they're writing about, even if you like, that's it. So
Yeah. So an argument now you're just appealing to authority, right?
that's not what the appeal to authority fallacy is.
Yeah, it is. I don't agree with the authority. That's exactly what it is.
Well, appeal to authority is when you wrongfully appeal to an authority on a subject.
And I just told you I don't consider it an authority. Why should I consider that an authority, Ryan? Except
so someone who's like an authority in a different field, if you appeal to them because they're like a professional, then
we have to agree on the authority, Ryan. We have to agree on the authority. You understand? Otherwise, you're just making an appeal to authority.
A sociological authority. So like it's meaningless to keep going down the rabbit hole there.
All right. Tim says toxic feminism tries to denigrate men and exalt women. Why is that better? How is it different from what you two tards are railing against? Not one step back.
No one said it was better. Like,
Kane says Ryan existing proves masculinity can be separated from men. Tim says Ryan thinks he's smart. Ryan, what is a man?
Good question.
Fuck, I don't know.
Anybody who identifies as having the traits that the society considers to be masculine.
Well, actually, Brian would say like that. Anybody who thinks inside of society who like thinks that they have masculine traits. Any of them they can identify as being a man, and they'll be a man.
Christ.
I think it's good.
How do you think I feel on the other end of this talking to Ryan?
It's a fine answer.
Just saying.
Good job, Andrew.
GR Gracie says the term toxic masculinity is intentionally vague. Its vagueness was noticeably weaponized during the Me Too movement to trap and demonize men.
It's true.
Nick says it's toxic for Ryan to say daddy chill to other men.
Daddy chill.
Naomi with the Big 10 says Sarah, sending love to Sarah. Hit the like. Yes, everybody hit the like, subscribe, do what you're supposed to do. Thank you, Naomi. Christopher Scott says then stop using the delineation of masculine/feminine if you want to see the breakdown of gender roles and positions.
Well, that doesn't make any sense. Like
they use it when it's convenient.
Break down something without identifying it.
Because your ultimate goal is to not identify any of this. You want it to all go away. It seems like within your worldview, it would be better to use all gender neutral everything in order to break these things down, right?
But people don't
do
that.
Oh,
sorry, go ahead.
Again, I'm not trying to I like feeling masculine. I like being a man. I like fucking your mom. But what I want to get rid of is the imposition.
Dude, why would you say that? My mom's dead.
That's fine. I wasn't just talking to you. There's been.
Oh my God! Why would you say that to me, dude?
I'm sorry.
I'm just kidding. Okay? I'm just kidding. She's alive and she's very healthy, Ryan. But I just want to make you feel like shit for a second.
I didn't feel like shit.
I don't know.
Yeah, there is a delineation.
I saw that look of panic on your face for a second.
Toxic masculinity.
There is a delineation between masculine men and women are not completely the same, right? But there are differences, and I think it's fine to have those differences. It's again the roles and the way we super box these things is kind of what we're talking about. So
yeah, or the imposition as I described it. Yeah.
And Crafty Hurgok says Andrew Trump voice. This kind of masculinity is the best. Some might call it toxic masculinity. I call it a tariff on men's emotions. Some people say it's emotional hostage taking. All right. And is everybody sticking around for open panel? Yeah. All right. Well, I've got a full house backstage.
Oh, wait,
already.
Sorry, I was muted. I told you I'm going to head out. I told you this earlier, though, so I'm not just dipping for the sake of it.
No problem. All right. Tell everybody goodbye, Neo.
Yeah, Ghosty, Ryan, good debate. Andrew, nice meeting you, man, officially. I never thought I'd be on a panel with you, but it did happen. And Sarah, thanks again.
Pleasure's all mine.
Yeah, totally, man. And Sarah, thanks for hosting us, and I'll talk to you later.
All right.
Take care,
Thanks,
bye. See you
Neo. I
around.
Nice
appreciate
talking
you
with you.
coming. All right. Well, everybody saddle up. We'll go into open panel dumpster fire. And I will get to the rest of the super chats a little bit later. I just, for sake of time, we started late. I want to get rolling. All right. Here we go. All right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We are here on open panel. Rules of this: if I start talking, you shut the fuck up. Please don't interrupt. I don't care if you call each other names. Just don't talk over one another. Outside of that, the floor is open.
So who wants to hear the clinical perspective on this? Because there is a point that Andrew has, and I'll address that. But there's also clinical ways that we actually study this. So when we say toxic masculinity, Sarah had a very good point. We don't want to give let us to use bad behavior. So softening the definition at all is not good. We relate it to the idea of a toxic relationship that is used in the same context. Now the APA describes.
Oh my God, your TED Talk sucks.
Yeah, it's 1 minute time.
Let me wrap it up. I'm landing my
Okay.
plane right now. I'm landing my plane right now. So the APA describes toxic masculinity actually as gender role conflict. It is the most widely studied form of
the APA is incredibly woke.
Of unhealthy masculinity.
There's no way his real voice is this annoying, right?
I thought she was finishing, but
it is the most widely studied form of unhealthy masculine attitudes.
Right. So go
sounds a lot like what we talked about.
Toxic femininity.
Toxic femininity is like using your hold on, let me think of like an example.
Take your time.
Using your attractiveness to get things from guys or play guys that you don't actually have an interest in, like using guys.
Do you see how goofy this is? Like toxic femininity, like we're struggling to get like toxic femininity, but we automatically are supposed to know what toxic masculinity is. If we already have any other guys, one sec. If we put this on any other guys, like toxic homosexuality, like that, that's all of a sudden homophobic. If we do about women, that's slut shaming. That's all the shit. Fine.
What about learned helplessness?
Guys, is just compute bollocks because like a lot of these people like are just like basically they just want to spread hate. They're the actual hateful
learn
ones.
helplessness as a toxic
like
form
when it comes
of femininity.
To behaviors about men, we can critique that. We can call out all sorts of different things. We have the whole Me Too movement where it's believe all women, all this kind of bullshit. But then when it comes to like other groups, oh no, like you can't do that. That's hateful.
Would you?
So I just want to try to engage with the
form of femininity. Learned helplessness, is that toxic femininity to you?
Well, before you, why not let Brian answer the question real quick?
Yeah, I was going to engage with the comment he made about like toxic homosexuality, and I think if you apply the same formula like to what we're describing, then what you could say is like if there's an expectation that a gay man or a gay woman is supposed to behave in a very specific way, and they are behaving in that way or not behaving in a way that or if they're behaving that way because they view themselves as necessarily doing that just because like that's what gay people do. I'm gay, so I'm supposed to do that. Then I think that could also manifest toxic homosexuality in the same way that we're identifying the toxic
societal expectations are toxic.
And then when you don't, they hate you.
Animals, like if a dog is doing something because it thinks that that's the expectation of the pack to be more masculine, is that toxic masculinity in that dog?
We don't apply these kind of terms to dogs, just like we don't call a female dog a woman or a girl. Well, we call them girl, but not woman, right? You wouldn't say it's a woman.
Actually, no, we have different names, right? We say bitch, that means fully grown dog, but that's evading my point.
My point is you're not. We
Yeah,
don't
but the semantics are pointing
anthropomorphize-
to the same
We
thing.
don't anthropomorphize animals that way.
Yeah, but we're not
I wanna-
anthropomorphizing. We're just looking at nature.
Like
We're
So
just
I
looking
wanna-
at nature, right? The nature of the thing.
Morals don't apply to animals, so this just doesn't like compute with.
Yeah,
humans
well,
and
it computes
animals.
fine. I'm just talking. You agree animals have a nature, and we are animals.
Yeah, we're also humans, right? So
Yeah, I'm not disputing that, but you agree that animals have a nature.
We're capable of metacognition, right?
That's great.
They're
Can you
not?
answer my question? Do animals have a nature?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So
Does this
they
have a relevance?
Yeah, this does have relevance. So I also believe that men and women also both have a nature also, which is determined by physiology, capacity, all sorts of different things, just like a dog, right? So you
But no,
apply
that is
to-
irrelevant because just because they both have a nature doesn't mean one has the ability. They both have the ability to use metacognition.
I
which
was
is what is
literally
required.
just going to say the distinction between the two is a higher form of thinking, but you didn't let me finish. You cut in.
Then why
It's
did you
very
ask her that
toxically
question?
masculine.
Well,
because you gotta let me tie it together there.
Pardon
though.
me, Mel, you don't have the opportunity to finish. Kate, to keep on track, and just sent in 10 to kick you off for 10 minutes. So you are out.
Again.
Yeah, but Andrew,
10th Man made a good point about when I brought up the toxic homosexuality thing, where he said that if you don't do that, then you're rejected by them. And I would say a similar thing happens with toxic masculinity. Like
Yeah, but
men
Ryan,
might
you
like
just
a
destroyed
lot
your
of men who
point.
have an idea of what
No.
men are supposed to do, they might reject
Not true.
you, not engaging in it.
Not true.
No, Ryan, you just destroyed your own point, and I'll explain why. Because you just said that like having societal expectations, like if someone should do something because they think that's what gay people should do, that's toxic. We can just flip that back on itself and reverse play the
Not what I said.
Uno
Can
reverse
you-
card.
can you
You
steel man what I'm saying?
You
'Cause
have
that's
a
not
certain
a characterization
expectation
of
on
what I'm
men.
saying.
Let him
The-
finish.
The expectation that men shouldn't be toxic is a toxic belief by your own logic.
Ryan, would it be safe to say that you're saying that certain types of gatekeeping is toxic?
What I'm saying is that certain kinds of gatekeeping could encourage toxic behavior, but it doesn't necessarily make the gatekeeping toxic, you can't only. Or I'm sorry, I'm not saying you're only gatekeeping toxic behaviors or lack thereof. I'm just saying that you could create incentives for people to behave toxically by gatekeeping in certain ways.
Don't you think most women prefer men with more toxic masculine traits? Like, let's be real.
Sure.
Women
Well, I
prefer
think
it. Men who display these traits typically are in better mental health than men who are concerned with, witch hunting.
The opposite of that one's actually true.
Maybe
Really?
up to a certain
You
age of
think
women.
that weak, emotional, childish dudes are more emotionally stable than?
I think there's more depression and anxiety in men who have these traditional masculine roles that they expect to live up to, and they are finding themselves not living up to them, right?
Okay, well, that's the issue. They're not living up to them, so they're failing at being masculine. That would make
exactly. You're saying it's good that they feel. You're saying they should.
I'm
feel
saying
like
that
shit
not
because
all of
they're
us
they're not
fail
living up
at
to
it,
your
and if you
expectation of
don't fail
masculinity.
at it, if you succeed at it, succeeding at things is good and actually improves your mental health and self-esteem and all those things.
You can have success in other ways, right?
Can I ask Andrew a quick question?
That some people wouldn't consider completely, totally masculine or something like that, and you can still have a successful, happy.
Yeah, but a man can be dominating, and it can be totally attractive to the majority of women. But
That's
but
not
by
always
def-
true, though.
By definition,
that's the majority of relationships.
Like if you look at the
They're like-
toxic femininity, hold on. If you look at the toxic femininity definition, they usually talk about how being dominating is toxic, but yet it attracts women.
They love it.
Well, again, it's how you do it, right? So if you're
But it's
you're
vague.
doing
It becomes completely ambiguous because
No,
the
it
term
doesn't.
can
It's
the
not.
term can mean, but then it also cannot mean. So it's almost like you get to choose whichever legalistic way you want to do it.
You have to
And-
be synced up with another person enough to be able to read their body language and know if she wants your hand around her throat or not. It shouldn't be ambiguous at all. It should
Yeah.
be a pretty simple read.
This is why.
Can I ask Andrew a quick question?
Go ahead, 10th man. Go ahead, 10th
Hey,
man.
Andrew,
Then back
10th
to
man.
questions.
So I'm just going to go quick because I can't stand the bloviating. What's the thing Tim Pool called it? Gallop something galloping.
Galloping.
Anyway.
Galloping.
Gish galloping.
Yeah, gish galloping. Yeah. So, why is it that I find that the people who have so-called toxic masculine traits, such as you and Dusty, and I don't know if anybody else up here,
By
Sarah,
their
maybe.
well, wait. By
Sarah-
these
No,
by
hold on.
these guys' definition, I don't have any.
I'm just trying to set it up, right?
Yeah. Okay, I'll let you set it up.
Why do I find that people that have those type of traits have less of a problem with me being gay with the type of person that I am and the attitude that I have, and not catering to when they took over LGBTQ and made it a bunch of different letters and numbers and symbols on it, and then everything changed?
I don't know, because I definitely still have a problem with it.
Yeah, you and I'll talk about it someday. Yeah, but why are the toxic masculine people less toxic towards me than the gay people?
I have no idea. I mean, I would definitely have what you would consider toxic behavior towards that lifestyle for sure.
Yeah, but so do I. That's the problem, right? So
you have
that's
toxic behavior towards your. Wait, you have your
towards gay people.
You do?
Sometimes depends
He's
on
a
what the
unique
situation is. Yeah. I'm a different. I'm not your average Joe.
Are you
So
like
anyway,
a
I don't want
pick
to
me? Are
take
you
over
a
the whole
pick me?
panel.
Are you a pick me gay?
Oh yeah, I'm a big time
Pick
pick
me
me
like
gay.
I thought I was just
That's
making
why
that
I've already been
because it was funny.
I've been banned from 2 panels today already. People that I know for a while, for like months. 2 different panels banned me today.
10th man, it's because
the thing is like what this does is it takes normal human social engagement that's necessary. It's actually necessary for us to exist. We think of ideas like, even when we're talking about pain, men have pain, and then they're not going, or they're not
Makes
getting
me a believer.
enough checkups and this and that. Even though, of course, these guys never mention that medical malpractice is one of the leading killers in the United States, right? And many men know this, and because they have friends and everybody else who doctors have killed, and so that could also be a good logical reason why they stay away from it. Whereas women are more prone towards the rhetoric, from the state or from, institutions saying you should do this. That's the same thing with the vaccine, right? You saw that with the vaccine. They were far more.
I was injured. Yep.
Yeah, they're far more apt to move into that as well, right? And men are far less apt to move into that. They're like, wait a second, right? Medical malpractice is a massive killer. A lot of men know that. That could be a good reason why they do that. Nope, it's toxic masculinity. It's getting into the stereotype. And the thing is get off. Hang on, Ryan. Hang on, man.
If you're gonna say a different thing, that's frustrating.
I'm almost done.
No one asked you a question.
The same point. All I'm saying.
Please let him finish.
Yeah, all I'm saying is that ultimately, when you look at how men process information and how they think about things, when you're talking about the social expectation, it's necessary. Men do need to actually walk shit off most of the time. Men do need to actually be able to manage pain most of the time. And men have good rational reasons why they don't go to the doctor often. It's a great place to pick up disease. It's a great place to get sick. And it's a great place to get killed by doctors. One of the number one leading killers. So
I'm going to answer my question for you so you understand why I was asking it. The reason is because toxically masculine men like yourselves and me, even though I may be 51% gay, we are the threat, right? So you and I in a bar talking about how I'm gay, I'm gross because I'm gay, you have to worry about what my response might be to that. They will rely on someone else to respond to it if they get out of line. So when the gay people get in a big group and are chanting for me to go away, they're not going to make me go away. They're going to call someone else to make me go away. They're going to try to do something, say that I did something, and get someone else to come and deal with me as the problem. That's
which
the
would
difference.
be
They're cowards. They're cowards.
So that would
is
be
the problem.
toxic. Okay, I think I see what you're saying. So you're saying that would actually be a sign of toxic masculinity or femininity, because they don't want to deal with somebody in their worldview who's gay. They would have to basically have a reliance on some sort of force doctrine in order to remove you from whatever this situation was, and that would be toxic masculinity by their definition. That's what
But they'll use it for their own devices. That's what it says. They don't have a problem with it so long as it's there when they need it, right? See, I see through the restarted code, right? All the restarts that are around here say all this stuff. I'm deep into this, right? I have to try to navigate the people who hate me and then the other people who hate me, and both hate me for different reasons. The gay people hate me because I don't like what they do, and then the other people hate me because I'm gay. So
I hate your long
kinda
flight times.
Yeah. So.
So I was just gonna say to Andrew's point about like why many men don't go to the doctor's office. I mean that those rationales, those can be reasonable choices. And in fact, like if those are the things that are causing you to not go to a doctor, I wouldn't consider that toxic masculinity, because that has no relation to your identity as a man, your perspective of yourself as a man. So, and which again,
yeah,
is the
I get
key
it.
thing that we keep.
But my argument to you is
apparently
that,
not, because you say that would be an example.
My
when it's
argument
not,
to
by our
you,
standards.
yeah, my argument to you is that all of the things in which you could easily say, no, this is because of social pressures, which are pushing you towards this toxically masculine behavior of ignoring pain and this and that, could have great other forms of rationality, even subconscious ones. The person themselves may not even know why it is that they don't. Maybe they just key in and say it's because that's the social pressure, or they don't know on the spot, or things like this. You can't demonstrate it. That's the fucking problem with this whole thing. You definitionally make this a problem, but you make it impossible to demonstrate the problem other than by a person just telling you that's the problem. You don't actually fucking know. You can't demonstrate it. That's the issue over and over and over again. It's like you go, Andrew, yes, it is true that they could have tons of other rationales to do this, and that wouldn't be toxic masculinity. It would have to fit under this specific criteria. Okay, I grant that. But how do you know that that's the actual criteria? And you're like, well, I don't, other than if they tell me. I'm like, but people lie all the time. They have different motivations for why they answer questions in different ways. You don't even know that that's actually the reason that they're saying it. You know what I mean? And plus, we have to grant.
It obscures understanding.
Wouldn't it be good to talk about though? Wouldn't it still be good to talk about? Wouldn't it still be good to talk about though? If like, so I mean, from my experience, I have seen guys who have literally just stated, "This is why I'm doing this behavior, is because I want to be a man." But also, just to reach out to
the guys don't talk like that.
If you gotta talk, if you gotta say that you want to be a man, then you're not a man.
Guys don't talk like that.
Also,
yeah, it's a little bit fruity.
To reach to specifically like younger guys who might be like noticing that they're doing things internally because they're trying to prove their manhood, and then if we're talking about this, they're realizing it's like.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but it just ignores the social dynamics which people are actually involved in day to day, which are highly complex and not easily narrowed. And this is one of those examples when we're talking about this type of social interaction. First of all, men don't even talk this way. They're not like, you don't walk in and go, why are you doing that? And they're like, because I want to be a man. They don't fucking do that shit. They don't do that shit.
Jesus.
But they do need to prove themselves. I do think that men do need to prove themselves.
Yeah, but that's good.
Is nothing.
Yeah,
right.
It's good to have a performative.
Sorry, can I address that before we? I just wanted to, because it talked about the tooth thing, and I wanted to touch on it really quickly. I don't.
Yeah, James comes in and says, Ryan, instead of getting your tooth fixed with the money Andrew is sending, get some testosterone instead.
Yeah, that's tough.
Because first off, I don't expect to get any money from Andrew. But if people are donating to Andrew on behalf of me, I would encourage you instead to come check out my YouTube channel and argue with me about stuff, or learn to code. I can teach you how to code.
No, Ryan,
I'm a fantastic teacher. Not just of coding, but also critical thinking and lots of things.
Can you go to your Discord?
That's not what's happening.
Ryan, real quick, can you go to your Discord and look at the message I sent you earlier this afternoon before I even knew that any of this was going on?
Probably sent it to a Discord that I don't have access to anymore, unless it's my.
Is it Radical Coder? Is your Discord Radical Coder?
One that we're friends on is an old one, probably, because I haven't had access to that in a long time. But I'll message you.
Okay, well, anyway, I sent it over. So I was fucking with you, right? Because I just like to do that because it's, a form of toxic masculinity. But I wouldn't have collected money and then not sent. I'm just not that way. I'm a dick, but there's thresholds. There's thresholds. There's thresholds.
I don't feel like
what I DM'd you was I just said, what's the price for the tooth? I figure it's probably around $600-700, something like that. But Ryan, if I send you that cash and you don't get that fucking tooth fixed immediately, ASAP, I'm gonna be really fucking mad, Ryan.
Honestly, I've got more pressing things to deal with right now, so I probably wouldn't.
You could get a grill.
Can you get like a gold tooth?
Don't do
that. Don't do that.
CB with the big 5 says, nature and science both said they won't publish papers they deem to hurt their fifis. You cannot appeal to science here. And Wicked Wally says, what's next? Is it gonna be unnatural for chicks living in fear, or or anticipation of magnetic hands finding their asses. It's natural and good for
Yeah,
you.
but you have to understand from their perspective, if you walk over and smack a woman on the ass who you're in a relationship with, they'll say that's not necessarily toxic masculinity unless you're smacking her on the ass because it makes you feel like more of a man. Then it becomes toxic masculinity. And
The context matters.
Yeah, but
It's a
you
good
know the
example of
thing
why
is it
toxic masculinity doesn't
eliminates
just mean bad, right? It's not
eliminates the
synonymous with bad.
complexity. It eliminates the complexity of the social interaction. And that's
I
why
think that's what you're doing.
that's why it's
Yeah.
case use. No. I'm saying the complexity of social interactions. That's why sociology is so hard to replicate the studies in and psychology, because social interactions are vastly complex. They're not very easy to pin down.
Mhm.
And I think I'm actually expanding it and saying, no. There's actually case use here where we could use words that are way better and way easier in the commons, and that we can attribute to these behaviors much easier.
You're
What
saying
you
because
do
it's
is you just
hard,
make
we
things
shouldn't even talk about
definitionally
these
true.
things.
I'm happy to talk about it, but why do we have to talk about it in the prism of toxic masculinity? Why can't I talk about it in the prism of you're an asshole?
We can talk about assholes.
Exactly.
Just
I think
for
what he's
being
saying
assholes, but
is that the masculinity part detracts from our the clarity of our understanding of what the issue
Correct.
is.
Correct.
It's just made to obfuscate, like old scientific racism. It's just made to go and be able to attack a group easily. That's what modern psychology is. It's just a tool to propagandize, to go and attack the people that the elites disagree with, that they paid the scholars to do.
Well, you want to
Right.
fight about
I gave
psychology,
the
Brian?
example.
Let's do it.
I don't know
Let's
about
do
that.
it.
I just
Back
wanted to
up
point
here
out
tomorrow.
that
We can fight about psychology the entire night. I'm happy to do it.
Hey, I just wanted to point out that Ryan not going to the dentist right away is him demonstrating toxic masculinity.
Could be.
He has a lot more
I
pressing
will
issues,
say,
mystery.
by the way, I mentioned this earlier, but I'm not like immune to I also demonstrate toxic
No,
masculinity.
I was being
like, I
sarcastic.
myself-
You're just
I know you're
busy,
joking.
like
I
the
know- I
other
understand.
men who don't go seek health care
Right.
when they
That's
need
fine.
it.
Ryan,
there are other things.
You literally
privilege?
proved no, but you proved
Okay.
Andrew's point. You're just
I
too
haven't
busy.
been to a doctor in like 50
You
You're
have
too
other
busy.
pressing matters.
Yeah.
You're too busy. Like other men
busy.
who aren't
No, I'm
toxic,
scared.
they're just fucking
Too busy.
That's fine. And I'm not calling men toxic. Even men who demonstrate toxic masculine traits, I'm not calling them toxic either.
No, I'm pretty toxic. I'll admit it.
Ghost
I'm pretty,
and
I'm
Ryan.
pretty
Yourself
fucking
that.
toxic.
I'm just saying I'm not saying that, right? Which is an important distinction for people who are
No.
listening, because
See,
I've been
this is all-
characterized that way by people like Andrew.
What's so funny here is like Mr. E. Mr. E is the kind of guy who will give the shirt off his back to a stranger who's in need. Literally, he will do it, right? At the same time, he'll say, "I'm not going to put up with any of your fucking bullshit, though." And then, then he's villainized. I understand what you guys are trying to do. You're trying to make this subgroup behavior. You're trying to categorize it definitionally as this, so that there'll be a concession that toxic masculinity exists. But we can use any insertion for this behavior. And I'm just saying that there's way more valuable words and way more valuable prisms we can look at it from than this really loaded idea of toxic masculinity. It's like, do men engage in bad behavior? Nobody's going to fucking dispute that. Do women? Nobody's going to dispute that either. But when you say toxic masculinity, it's fucking loaded, and you both know it's loaded. And I wish you'd stop lying about that. I wish you'd stop lying about
that and still acknowledge that, like, what I'm pointing to is something that is this phrase and how it's used in the real world, and you're agreeing the underlying things exist.
The
So
phenomenon.
I don't know.
No. We're agreeing on phenomenon. We're agreeing on phenomenon. We're not agreeing on categorization of phenomenon.
But I think it is worth to break down where these toxic behaviors are stemming from.
Well, first of all,
you're saying it's
You're
regressive,
not,
and it's not
you're
like
not investigating
it's not
what the
progressive enough.
source
You're
is
saying
if you label it beforehand.
Henry Jones Smith says, so is having a baby an example of toxic femininity since it causes them harm, but they are the only one who can birth a child?
It would only be under their definition if it was the case that she was having a baby because that was the societal expectation that she thought she had due to her feminine nature.
And if she didn't want to otherwise, but she's like, I have to because that's what women do, but I really don't want to have kids. That would be toxic femininity, and it would be
That's
harmful.
exactly what I just said.
It's more, that is what he just said, but it'd be
That's
more
literally
toxic
what he
for her
just
to
said.
be like,
wanting to do it, right?
for her to be like, this is an irritation to me. I think I'll kill it. That would be more toxic.
That's fine.
Or if she's doing
What?
it
But they'll
to
never agree
make
to that.
money or some shit like that. I don't
Actually,
know.
that's a really good point. Is it the case then that if there is a societal structure which is against the behavior of abortion, and you want to have an abortion anyway because you think it's feminine, and like, I don't know, if you say my body, my choice, and that's a portion of what you consider femininity to be, isn't that toxic femininity definitionally?
Yeah. Which it seems like it just
That's what I'm saying.
If you say, actually, he made a great point here. Here's his point. Is it the case that if you say my body, my choice, there's social expectations, and you go and have an abortion because you think that that's the fucking best way for you to demonstrate your feminine virtues in solidarity with the rest of the people who believe you can have an abortion if you want? Is that toxic femininity?
If you're having an abortion just to be like, I'm a woman and this is my body, then
no, you have alternative reasons as well, like we all do for everything, including all the behavior you would consider toxically masculine. There's all sorts of reasons for it. That would just be one reason. One reason is I want to feel like more of a man, but maybe it's also because it feels good, or maybe it's also because of there's other reasons besides just this one reason. So she has a plethora of reasons, but one reason she has is that, man, it's my body, my choice, most feminine thing I can do.
That's overriding
That's
what she would prefer to do otherwise. Yes, that would be like,
That's
if she's
toxic
overriding her own.
femininity
Like, if she's like, I actually want a child, but I want to stick it to society. Probably.
I think
In fact,
I think the way the super chat was phrased was because it could still cause harm to your body to have the baby. So it would be toxic femininity in either direction, just based on your definition that it causes harm, right?
Well,
and
having a baby might cause harm. A little harm.
Abortions cause harm too.
What if
having a baby overall is like harmful? So
what if I view having a baby is harmful, right? So then you're just like bringing it back to like it's the subjectivity of what is harm.
Scraping it out of you also frequently is harmful.
Yeah, but by your definition, anyone who's trans is actually toxic.
That's true. That's actually a good point.
Yeah, they're being a stereotype
because they're acting because the society thinks that that this is the way a man
self-mutilation to fit with society.
If they get to live a more fulfilling life that way, then they're not harming themselves.
It doesn't matter. It's still toxic.
Right?
So by your definition,
okay, so what if being toxic to women fulfills me? Trans, but like I don't care about that.
I find it fulfilling to be toxic to women. How does that,
bro?
Why they find it fulfilling too most of the time.
Hang on. Why are you guys? I don't understand. Why are you running away from this now? If you're trans,
I'm not.
Right? You are trying to fulfill the societal expectation for what masculinity or femininity is, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. If that leads to you cutting an appendage off, which easily is argued as self-harm, there's no possible way by your definition that would not be toxic femininity or masculinity. It's not even possible.
I think this is
so
different.
I don't use the word harm in that literal.
This is a mental health.
It's not that literal.
It's a mental health thing.
Cutting your dick off, that's not literal harm.
There's different solutions to fixing like mental
wait, Ryan, because I think you made the argument last time about transgenderism, about like it had to do with the hate in Texas and how that's doing harm to them, that they can't be recognized as people because they had to check a certain box or whatever. And you were, and you were,
I remember that.
Hold on. You were saying that does harm to them. So like harm is harm, and you're utilizing it for your example. Like, why is harm not being utilized in other directions too?
So what I'm saying with the Texas example is that there was a law that passed in the House in Texas and thankfully did not pass in the Senate. So it didn't pass, but
narrowly dodged that one.
That's unfortunate.
So this law would have changed it so that people who currently have documentation that affirms their gender would now be criminals overnight because this law passed, right? So it would be further restricting them and criminalizing them immediately, which I think it's bad to criminalize people for like unjustly, right? Like
you're not allowed to just arbitrarily decide what you put on your fucking government IDs. I can't decide I'm not a felon. You can't decide you have a different address.
The point the point, Ryan, is you're saying that does harm to those people because they have
By
to check
arresting
one
them.
because they have to check one box or the other, right? And in this instance, we're saying, well, they did harm to begin with by chopping their dicks off. So, like, which harm is more harmful?
saying-
Checking a box because you were born
Not talking
with
about checking
one
a
thing
box.
or another, but you are.
No, I'm talking about some people who already
they're
have papers.
forcing. Hold on,
Sarah,
Ryan. They're forcing them to
They already have
check
these papers.
what you were born as. And you're saying that now there are consequences if you do outside of that. The harm is them enforcing the checking a certain box on your government identification, right? That is
They're
that
already allowed to
you
do that.
said. You said that was a harm because you're forcing them to check a box that they don't want to check. But then, in fact,
I'm
they're
willing to make
doing
that argument.
more
That's not what my
harm.
argument was.
That is such low grade oppression.
I feel like I'm being
too.
misrepresented because the thing that I've always been focused on when it comes to the Texas bill is that people are currently allowed to have this documentation, and they do currently have this documentation. And if that law had passed, then they would instantly become criminals. And I think that's a bad thing because I don't see a good reason to criminalize them having papers that you
guys.
disagree with.
There is one thing I have to chime in on here really quickly, and Sarah will have to back me on this. So Sarah did host another debate tonight. It was very kind of her to do. I have 5K live viewers on my end. I think we're down a couple thousand as we went to open panel. But we do here at the Crucible pride ourselves on supporting those who support us. Get over there, send in those super chats. It's always very kind of you to do. And Sarah's never been anything but fair-handed to us and has allowed us to debate on her platform, set many of them up, and done the legwork. That's the hard part. So we're always happy to support those who support us. I just wanted to put that in as a kind of a call to action. So go ahead. I'm sorry if I didn't interject then, I may not have been able to. So.
That's okay. That's okay.
Sarah, do you understand
ahead,
the distinction between what you're saying, what you're asserting that my claim was versus like what I was
So
actually
your issue
describing?
is they didn't have a grace period,
They have
2 months
right.
to-
They would. It's not like they just the law gets passed and you instantly are now outside of legal terms, right? There's always a grace period.
Probably
right?
would be a next
I think
renewal.
I think Andrew might have given an example prior to that about turning in weapons if they were deemed illegal. Day one, you have a certain grace period in order to do so. So if they
Those
did that,
binary triggers.
it just says, hey, you have X amount of time to go and fix this documentation, or maybe the day of your driver's license expiration, or whatever the case may be. So what I'm saying is the harm that you are implying is them having to change that checked box. That is the harm that you imply.
That's an additional harm. I would agree that is an additional harm.
It's an administrative inconvenience at worst.
It's just not the harm that I was identifying when I talked about the bill initially.
How do you believe this shit, dude? Like,
That's
what,
a good fucking question.
What pathway
why did the Texas
reason?
Senate agree with me? They must all be crazy like me.
Or they're paid.
Yeah. The thing is like
the trans billionaires like Elon.
Well, look, you engage in party politics like the rest of us do. That's the only way that politics right now in the nation can be done. But you individually, whether or not half the country agreed with you, wouldn't really matter. The rationality behind this is just absurd, dude. Like, why do you believe this shit? It's silly. It's fucking silly. Well, when you're talking about your perception of harm is like, we've erased your identity because you have to check a different fucking box. And it's like, no, you haven't erased anybody's identity. That's a complete fact. And it's fucking bullshit. I've shown it to you 100 times. The people still exist. Nobody's ever saying, when you say trans people don't, you're erasing their identity. You're not erasing their identity. You're just making a statement to them. Look, I don't believe
legally changing their identity.
No. What you're doing is you're making an affirmation of truth. You're not saying those people don't exist.
Well, you're asserting your understanding of what gender is, refusing to distinguish it from sex again because
so are they.
But I'm saying that there's more evidence backing their understanding that it
there isn't.
There's not.
No,
Wait,
there's
so
way less evidence.
If
Way less evidence.
If a bunch of feminists took over the country and started saying that we took gender away and you weren't allowed to identify as a man or a woman anymore, do you think like part of your identity would be taken away?
Gender
No,
doesn't
no,
matter.
hang on. Actually, I'll answer this, and I'll answer it in the same way. Me, Andrew Wilson, the man, would absolutely still exist. And all those feminists, after men were all done, summarily rounding them up and putting them in the fucking sex caves or whatever it is that we decided to do with them, ultimately, no, they have not erased my existence because they made a truth affirmation which was untrue. They have just set up the propensity for us to have some sort of backlash. But I have not been erased. Is Andrew Wilson erased? No. Is me being a man erased? No. Those
What
are
if you
things
weren't
which
allowed
are
to
true.
identify as Andrew Wilson?
Yeah,
This is
that would
retarded.
not mean Andrew Wilson was erased.
I
thing is-
understand. Nobody's saying that trans people were being like someone's
A
like
driver's
literally,
license.
like, putting and
nobody
removing
in
them,
government
right?
needs to know
They're
if gender
They
is
call
what
it
you say it is.
transgenocide. That's
Nobody
what they
needs-
call
Yeah,
it.
they do call it that.
They call
And
it
people
that.
like
Ryan.
Michael Knowles think that we
Stop
should get
lying
rid of
to
them.
me.
People,
Crazy.
like Michael Knowles think they should be eliminated, but that's a whole different conversation. What people are pointing to is they're saying that laws are being made that would disallow them from expressing their gender.
It was
in,
disallowed
particular ways,
before.
right?
You do not get to arbitrarily decide the information on your driver's license, and
Apparently you
nobody
do
gives
right
a
now, though.
fuck. In Texas, apparently you do on one dimension,
and in many
but I'm pretty sure if I go in and give them a
Can you
false
put
name,
black on your
or-
driver's license, Ryan?
yeah, if I tell them that I'm a different name than I am when I get my next driver's license renewal, I'm gonna be a criminal. Then does that mean I don't exist because I identify as Andrew Wilson now? But they're like, nah, you're Taylor.
Yeah, I would still exist, and my name would still exist. By the way, Ryan, there's so many nations where Christianity was wiped out of existence, including in communist Russia, where Christianity was wiped out, where you're not allowed to identify as that. Do you think that stopped those people from existing and from what they really were ever going away? No.
I think that was suppression of their identity, and it was immoral.
Yeah, perhaps in that particular case, I would even agree with you. But the point here is like in this affirmation, we're fighting over what is even true, what is even real, what is even true. Is it actually true that when I say the word woman, I mean the same thing as you? And the answer is no. Like we both.
No, we don't. We're identifying different things. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, because when you say gender is a social construction, right? And you say
I don't really say that
all
often.
all that matters. And you also cite this, and it's so bizarre. You're like, you don't know the difference between sex and gender. Of course I do. The idea of these gender
you call it
characters.
fashion, right?
Yeah, it's fashion. That there's nothing else you can attribute to.
Every time I'm on a panel with Andrew, this devolves into some kind of trans debate.
He brought it up.
Quite honestly, I
He
think
brought it up.
I think
Sure, brother.
every panel I've hosted ends up in the transgender
It is
debate
funny.
topic
Always
every
from the
single
conservative.
time.
I'm willing to segue it a little bit away from that to ask Ryan and Ghost a question. It's basically when it comes to the way people voted, especially in the last election, there's kind of a mandate against things like transgender tutoring stuff in
Right back to it.
libraries, and gender stuff, and then abortions, and
A woke
basically
correction.
everybody kind of disagreed by the way that they voted. Can you see why a lot of us would be skeptical in the way that you guys submitted your argument today? Because it's basically things. It can be that, but it's also not that. And the way you define things is almost like it gives you a way to weasel out of the term when they try and hold you to account. When Andrew tried to hold you to certain terms, you would say, "Oh well, it doesn't always mean that." Can you understand why a lot of people are going to be skeptical with your delivery?
Well,
Can
these
you walk us through an example of that? Or sorry,
social
Kristen.
dynamics are super complex.
Oh,
So
geez.
there
Thank
are
you for using
things-
my argument.
There are things that Andrew described that I would deem not toxic masculinity. There are things we describe that I would deem toxic masculinity. And me and Ryan, we're trying to get people to understand how something is determined to be a trait of toxic masculinity or not.
Yeah, but when you use things like toxic masculinity refers to a man having an outdated perspective of his place in society due to like a gender role. That would be a subjective assertion in the sense that you're saying the gender role is outdated. On whose authority? Who gets to determine that? You or the doctor with the degree.
She's going to say society.
Again, it depends like how you're treating like I don't think all gender roles are totally outdated, and I don't think all people fitting into gender, even old gender roles, is necessarily toxic. But again, it's how you go about it. So you can use old ways that old gender roles were in a toxic way today and back then. So like an example would be just not allowing a woman to work you don't want her to work because you want to be the sole provider or something.
Is there something wrong with that?
If she wants a job. If she wants a job. Yeah, I think that
yeah, but
there's something wrong
I want
with
to
that
sit home
if
and
she
play
wants
video
a
games
job.
all day. I don't want to take care of my kids.
But
I
I got to ask, Ghosty, when you say social, and this is great, I'm glad you finally said this. You reaffirm my argument. You say that social dynamics are extremely complex and social interactions are extremely complex. You agree with me that people oftentimes have way more than one motivation for a thing that they do.
Yeah.
Almost always, in fact.
Maybe.
Almost always. So let's give an example. An example is, do you agree with me in general that women are attracted to men who are taller than them?
Yes.
Do you also agree that it's a social status symbol for women to date men who are taller than them?
I guess so in some people's minds.
So if a woman were to take in, so by your definition, a woman would take into consideration that her social status could increase, thus her motivation for dating a man taller than her based around the social expectation of femininity. That would be toxic femininity. However, she could also have the motivation that she's also attracted to him. Which one takes precedent?
Who is typing? Please stop typing.
It comes into play if like she doesn't actually want to date this guy and she's just like carrying him around for
She wants
social
to date
status or
him,
something.
but she has two different reasons.
So then she's
The
not using
first
it in a toxic way.
Well,
So then
but it
therefore
is
it's
still
not
toxic though, because by your definition, she's dating him based around the social roles
It's kind
of
of just a bonus at that point, like if she
of-
actually loves
hang on,
him.
a feminine expectation, right? Because of her social status based on gender norms, right? That's why she's doing it. But also she's doing it because she's attracted to him. Which one takes precedent and why?
Again, if she has the right reasons in mind for why she's dating him, that takes precedent. And then, it's like, oh, and as a bonus, like I love him
both
and I'm
are
attracted to
based
him,
around
and as a bonus, I guess I get some
both are
social
based
status.
around social status and attractiveness. Why does attractiveness take the precedent?
It's like a bonus. Why
Why does he
It's the intention.
bonus though, instead of the other thing being the toxic
Because
alleviator?
intentions matter.
Plot twist: she's a gold digger
And
because
her
tall guys
will
earn
matters.
more on average.
Wait, what? Yes, but
Her
the
will matters.
intention is to uphold the feminine standard, right? That's one intention. And the other intention
It's not
also is
right
that
in her
she's
will.
attracted. It's a multifaceted intention. Why does the
I would be
attractive
concerned if
nature?
it was overriding her willingness to date. Like if she's dating him just because of that, and she's like, otherwise I wouldn't date this guy, but he's tall and I need that social status. And then that sounds more like like what we're trying to
That's
identify.
toxic okay, I agree. Hang on.
Like,
But she loves him.
Definitionally, hang on. Definitionally, I agree with you. That would be toxic femininity. She's dating him
Cool.
for that reason. And by your definition, that would be toxic femininity. Sure. I can always agree to your definition of the thing you define. But anyway, that would be toxic femininity by your definition. But also, she's dating him because she's attractive. Why is it that the attraction now takes the center point and not the toxic feminine portion, which is dating for social status? Why?
It's her will, right?
Because she has a good intent, and I would say the other thing just
And a
comes
bad
secondary.
intent.
The other thing comes
Well, why does
secondary as,
that
like, a
one thing take
bonus.
a secondary? Why does
Because
that? Why is that
if
secondary?
if you intentionally do like somebody and are attracted to them, you can't then just be like, oh, well, I'm only dating him because he's taller and that gives me
Right.
social
So it's
status.
multifaceted.
So
And
therefore, you do have
defer-
good intentions.
Yeah. So can you name a single event where a man does a single thing that's not multifaceted that way?
I'm not saying that things that are toxically masculine are necessarily like only isolated to that. But if the thing that's pushing
They're
you
not
to
only
engage
isolated
in
to
behavior-
that. Wait, there's multiple reasons they could be doing the thing and likely are.
I'm telling you about deciding factors, right? Like if you're like weighing the pros and cons, and then like finally it comes down to it, it's like, well, you know, at the end of the day, like I'm a man. Like, I mean, no one goes through this so hyper like this kind of rationality. I don't think.
That would
But
be
if
self-destructive.
I think everybody goes through this rationality.
Well, I'm saying, sorry.
This is the difference between
criticizing
being a
my
good
own
or a bad
characterization of
person
it,
here.
But what?
This is the difference between being a good or a bad person, a good or a toxic person.
That's fine.
Yeah,
All right,
but
go ahead.
sometimes the societal expectations that you have that are placed on yourself could force you to do things that are more virtuous. Could they not? That you would describe to be toxic.
Yeah.
Like
what? Like what? Yeah.
Like I said before, I might be lazy and I might have other proclivities. I might have other reasonable things that I want to do. However, because as a man, I should take care of my kids. Therefore, a man should take care of his kids. Therefore, I will do said thing. Am I
What's
being
toxic
toxic?
about that?
Am I embracing toxic masculinity?
What is toxic about anything that you just said?
Because
that's a bad
I might-
example. I understand what
yes,
you're saying. but that's a
No,
bad
here's how it
example.
is. Because I might be harming myself in order to fulfill that role that society has placed on me. Like working myself to the knuckles, to the bone, or ignoring my like let's just say I have a bad back. But because I need to take care of my kids and I don't want to be a deadbeat dad, I take care of them before I finance my bills, my medical bills.
So your intent is to take care of your kids. It's
No,
not
my intent
to
is
it's
because
not to work through the
What if
pain
my
because you need to be a
what if
man
my
and prove
intent
your
is because
manhood.
a man should do this thing?
He doesn't give a fuck about the kids. He's just trying to live up to the socialist
A
standards.
man takes care of his kids. It's what a man does.
And
you're only taking care of your
I'm
kids,
going to interrupt. $100 super chat came in from Ben saying we
God
want
damn.
to hear from Chris. Now, stand by for a second, Chris. Evan Lord, I think you wanted to go ahead and make your exit.
All right.
Test.
Just to give my
Hey, is my mic working? Can you hear me?
Yeah, it is.
Shut up, Mr. E.
Fuck you,
All right.
Andrew.
Autistic ass.
Maybe if you use your manly
Flow
voice,
state.
Mr. E will
Never
actually
talk
hear
shit
you.
to Mr. E. Fucking flow state.
I'll talk shit to Mr. E all the time.
Mr. E, fucking savage. You see,
Mr. E still owes me a jacket.
Oh, that's
well, Mr.
right.
E, Mr. E, do you owe him a jacket?
Mr. E came on panel, Andrew.
Mr. E,
and
hang on. He did?
you were in the chat, and Mr.
Oh.
E was
Wait, I'm
drunk.
I'm
and
taking
handing out
that
jackets.
away. Flow
He
state.
was handing out.
You already
jackets
tried,
to
but
everyone.
this is between me and Mr. E.
Yeah, but I took it away.
Yeah, no. Remember, I got to pay for it. I do remember that. I wasn't that drunk.
Nah, you don't.
All right, Ben.
Yes,
sorry.
You ain't getting
No, I
shit.
don't.
There's
You're
societal
fucking
standards
dipshit,
that we
dude.
have
Shut
for
up.
men that they pay
Quit
for
whining.
things they say they will.
Yeah, I know, and I'm the boss, and it's my money, and I said no.
Don't be a grifter now.
You're in charge of Mr. E's manhood.
All right,
And-
Evan
and-
Lord,
Interesting.
go ahead and give your exit.
All right. I'd just say like sociology and some of the stuff like now, like they may claim that they're studying one thing, but it's all just trying to push an agenda because most of them have strong political opinions. Like look at the APA, look at like a lot of universities and the psychology departments. It's clearly they clearly have a bias, and you can tell with what they try to research. So with that in mind, I think that with something so nebulous as toxic masculinity, where that'd be hard to research even if it was objective or done by objective researchers, I don't think it's like worth considering in like a practical sense. You should just see it as like a political term. But anyway, thank you for having me and have a good night.
Take care, man.
Thanks, Evan Lord. Have a good one. And
Yeah,
Oh, sorry.
I wouldn't take his word for like which science to take seriously or not. You know.
Can I ask you? Well, okay, sorry.
sorry, Ben paid $100 to hear from Chris. Chris, could you
This better be
please
good.
make your points? Yeah.
You had another, or can you hear me?
Mhm.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Nice hat.
There was a separate super chat earlier that was $20 that asked me about my Maury show appearance.
Oh, okay.
To keep it short, 10 years ago to make some money, flew out with my ex who was 5'3" and 532 pounds.
Holy fuck.
And I'm 5'6", and I was 120 pounds at the time.
She didn't eat you as a snack on the way.
I remember that one.
The funny part was well, she was a former prison guard. It was
Dang.
amazing. But yeah, she
Does she
nearly
have-
killed Maury.
Wow.
Do you have
How
a link
much?
to that?
How much did they pay you?
$1,000. Which
So
of
come on
course
the show.
I thought it was $1,000 each.
Oh, yeah, they split it.
They basically split it.
Did you get with her for the show, or were you already with her?
No. I was with her for the kids.
And shit? Did they pay for
no.
the flight? Oh, damn. That's
I lived in Bentonville, Arkansas, and the easiest airport to fly out of is Little Rock for cheaper prices. They paid, I think, $2,000 for each ticket to get me to New York first thing.
How much did you weigh?
532 pounds.
Did you ever eat her big fat pussy?
Oh my God.
Answer-
Oh my
answer.
God. Oh
Did you ever
my
eat
God.
her big fat pussy?
Probably
bro?
ate something.
Andrew!
Did you ever eat her big fat pussy, bro?
No.
Did you ever get
Andrew, stop it! Andrew,
By
stop.
the way. No, but there's something better about that. I couldn't get on top of her, though. It
Like
was
mountain of
just
water
not
bed.
comfortable.
Or what do you mean? Why not?
This is incredibly toxic.
So how would you do it?
Mystery, you were thinking
only
the same
way.
thing, weren't you?
Oh yeah, no,
Doggy
I was thinking
style or
exactly
something? Would you just wait?
That's the only way you could.
That's
so
crazy.
What was like the topic then for you and your
DNA test.
Dang, that's,
were they
well,
your
hopefully,
kids?
hopefully they're all yours. Hopefully.
No, before
Damn.
we even went on the show, we knew they weren't my kids. We intentionally we lied to them and thought there was no way they would get it. Like actually let us on. And then they go, we don't even care. They flew us out within, I think, 2 days of talking to us.
Ah.
So you like big fat chicks?
You wanted to do that on purpose?
No, well, yes or no, I don't really prefer bigger women, even though that the kids ended up selling the deal for me. But
kind of seems like you do, though.
basically,
You're just down to fuck.
yes. Now
Yeah.
that I'm a degenerate.
All right. Joseph asks a question. Were the Japanese during the attack on Nanking just being masculine? So that's a good question. Wars and things of that nature, is that just toxic masculinity, or are we just actually protecting our people and society as a whole?
Do you have a link to that episode?
I think
Oh,
some
Jesus.
people,
Oh.
What?
some people
You know
who
you want to
start
see
wars,
it.
maybe.
Not the
Yeah,
whole
I think-
episode, but I did actually. I sent Andrew, but I think it filtered out of your comments. I sent you a TikTok video that had somebody edited to make it look like I was actually doing a DNA test for a clearly black child. So, so everybody called me basically stupid.
Are you
In
still in
nice
touch with her? Just think about it.
Okay, let's move on.
Can I
Let's
respond to
move
this?
on.
I actually have I have
I'm
a thought
biting
on
my
the
tongue
war
so
one.
hard.
I just wanted to say, for the war thing. I mean, there are if like you're fighting on behalf of like a feeling of emasculation, and you're causing more people to die and more war to happen because of that. I think that would be a good example.
Yeah, I don't think soldiers are like generally like doing that because of toxic masculinity or anything.
Actually, they would definitionally they would be.
More
What do you
war
think?
starters.
So here's the draft. Here's the draft in essence. The draft is a necessity of a nation to defend its borders quickly, especially due to surprise attack when you need to raise the militia very, very, very quickly. There's a form of social shaming which happens if you do not acquiesce to the draft and then go and fight on behalf of the nation. You are considered less of a man, and definitely it's going to do you harm to do it, but it is considered a duty. It would fit every fucking criteria of toxic masculinity that you guys have described.
I think the social shaming part is like the toxic masculinity part.
Okay, but
Right.
not just social shaming, but the government imprisonment part. There's a government imprisonment part if you don't do it. And the government propaganda from the top down is expressing that this is a masculine trait, that you as a man have a moral and dutiful obligation. And yes, your masculinity is definitely beaten up by other men for not showing up to the draft when other men have to go. That would be toxic
They're
masculinity,
trying to
right?
brainwash people into giving their lives for their ulterior.
Yeah,
motives.
like there's some.
That's what happened.
Yeah, that's the
I
thing.
fought-
It's
I
so
fought in
funny
Afghanistan, so I guess I'm brainwashed, right?
when you're talking, especially about this idea. What's up, Jason? How you doing anyway? But
Good,
when
Andrew. How
you're-
you doing?
Yeah, good, man. When you're talking about this, though, Ghosty, you have to understand that it's very easy for you to make these kind of moral prescriptions against or for the draft. You're always the beneficiary of it. Never the person has to fight in it.
I don't think women benefit from men dying at war.
They benefit
What the hell?
anybody.
Are you serious?
Nobody benefits more.
Jason, you had some thoughts on this you wanted to add in.
Yeah, I just got a quick. So you guys were talking about the war. So when I was over in Afghanistan, we had a guy that ended up not going to fight. Literally chickened out because we kept on getting attacked every day. Guys were getting blown up with IEDs, and the guy just stopped, like refused to go on patrols. So doing what we do, some of us made threats that we were going to, that basically he wasn't going to come back from the war, and some of us, got involved with, basically beating the shit out of him because he was a coward. So in that scenario,
Toxic
who was
masculinity.
he was a toxic. Who was toxic? Was it him because he was a coward
Good
and
question.
didn't fight, or was it us because we were fucking basically shaming him to death? Eventually he got court-martialed because he was a coward. So, but I mean, I get who was toxic in that regard.
I to be honest, like I would probably have to hear like both sides of the story, but it sounds like he wasn't fulfilling his job, which is probably a bad thing, right? So I don't know, like if you guys, I don't know if I would consider that.
Isn't
like,
the
toxic
very
masculinity.
idea of a man being cowardly for not doing X thing toxic masculinity?
I'm not opposed to that being like definitionally an example of it. I just think most of the time we're talking about things that have like lower day-to-day stakes. I mean, that's a pretty complex environment.
So once again, you're just choosing and picking when it applies. So
Yeah, because
I'm saying it could apply. It's just.
But
less
you're saying it's an
meaningful,
extreme case. I
not
just gave you an
both.
example. I literally gave you an example of how somebody would be compelled to not be a deadbeat dad because of societal expectations placed on him.
And
you're
that
saying,
is an extreme case. Somebody who only wants to take care of their kids because they don't actually care about their kids. They just
but it's
want
not
to be
toxic
seen as a
and
man.
doesn't
That's
because
pretty extreme.
but the outcome would make him a better person because of it. Thus making it not
I don't
toxic.
Everybody's better off regardless of how he feels
hang on,
about it.
Ghosty.
Well, hang
this
on.
is,
If that person's,
actually,
like,
that's
so-
bizarre. The story of Shrek is a story of isolation until forced to engage with other people, according to Ryan. And then he gets a sense of community when he's taken out of his comfort zone and all is made well. And it's like, so in this case, couldn't the motivation be that you're only fulfilling the duty based on some alternative principle, but it's actually really good for society when you do it? That would be his idea for virtue here, that his only motivation to take care of his kids at first was that, hey, there was a bunch of social shaming saying you had to do it, which would be toxic masculinity. But
Is it
then
toxic?
he ended up, isn't it? If you're
Taking
only
care of
doing
your
it,
kids?
if you're only doing it for the
Shames on behalf
purpose
of
of
being a bad
seeing
parent.
more manly and more masculine,
It has to be a
then
bad behavior, though. So
that would
taking
be-
care of your kids isn't a bad behavior.
says who? You?
I think taking care of your kids is a good thing too.
So I just want to, well, hang on.
Who would just
Your
toss a baby in a dumpster.
your definition has now changed. It's shifted. Earlier, your definition of toxic masculinity was anything which you engage in, which is bad for you, based on a perceived notion of masculinity or femininity, which leads to said action. If you don't want to take care of your kids, but are forced to take care of your kids, you can't argue that that's not bad for you, right?
Well, I said bad for you or others,
Yeah, so bad for you. So you can't argue that that's not bad for you, right?
but you have a responsibility.
Yeah,
to
but you
your
can't
kids.
argue that that's not bad for you, right?
Taking care of your kids, I can't argue that
If
that's
you
not
don't
bad for
want
you.
to, if you don't want to take care of your kids.
No, I wouldn't make that argument that just because you don't want to take care of your kids means it's bad for you to do so.
If you okay, can you name anything that I don't want to do that you force me to do that's good for me?
Yeah, taking care of your kids.
Anything else? I should just said anything else
Taking your kids
besides
to
that.
school.
Yeah, like going to what Ryan's example earlier, going to the doctor sometimes.
Should I be
get
forced to
health
go to
checkups.
the doctor?
No,
Why?
because it's your body.
And so therefore it's bad for me. For you to force me to do a thing I don't want to do?
Well, it's just kind of I don't know if it's a bad for you.
Wouldn't
It's
it be
just like a
good for
human
me
right, I
actually if you forced me to go to the doctor?
It could be, and it might. I
Yeah.
mean, in some contexts.
So, well, what
Would it be
context would
toxic
it
then?
be? What context would it be bad to force me to go to the doctor? Wouldn't it almost overwhelmingly be good for you to force me to go to the doctor?
I guess so, yeah. I'm not saying that it's good or bad to force somebody to go to the doctor. I'm just saying that they have the right to not go if they don't want to.
Okay, yeah. So then if it is the case then that forcing me to go to the doctor is bad, how come forcing me to take care of children good?
Because children need to be taken care of. It's
They
a
don't
bigger
have to be taken
respons-
care of by me.
If you want to get rid of, if you don't want to raise them, you can put kids up for adoption. That's allowed.
Yeah, but if social shaming, in the form of toxic masculinity, leads to a man taking care of kids he ordinarily would not want to take care of, and this is based around the fact I don't want to do X, and it's bad for me because I don't want to do thing X, which Ghosty just agreed has to be the case, then it would be a form of toxic masculinity.
but it's
it
not
could lead to good
toxic.
results. Why is it not toxic?
Because you just said it's good results. It's good to take care of kids.
The results, hang on, the results could be good, but they could also be bad. So are you just saying that if the results are bad, it's toxic masculinity?
In this specific example,
What about a scenario the guy does
Wait,
that?
hang on. In this specific example, so then which should we default to? If social shaming led to like 50% of men taking care of their kids and 50% of men not taking care of their kids, which should we default to?
social shaming to get men to take care of their kids.
Why?
Because kids are a responsibility. They can't take care of themselves. They need people to take care of them.
Got it. So toxic masculinity can be very useful in this sense, even if it leads
Again,
to
I
bad.
wouldn't
Hang on.
consider that toxic
It has to.
masculinity.
It has to be if at least 50% of
call
the
it that.
public, if at least 50% of the public has bad results with this, and you would still default to doing this anyway because you believe that there's some type of higher duty, then you are indeed saying that toxic masculinity can be very useful.
I just don't see the toxic part in any of that. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I don't see the inherently masculine, the inherently masculine part. Like I think taking care of your.
What is she talking about? 50% of people have bad results. 50% have good results. Yeah. If you have
wait, what do you mean?
societal social shame,
Sorry,
which
maybe
leads to a 50-50.
I think I misunderstood your question. You're saying 50% of people who take care of their kids lead to bad results?
Okay, so let's try this again. Let's say that there was a bunch of toxic masculinity which led to social shaming based along men who don't want to take care of their kids having to take care of them. 50% of that led to bad results for the kids and 50% to good results for the kids. Are you only saying that what is toxic masculinity here is which results led to good results? Because the social shaming is still the same on both ends.
Which results?
Overall,
lead to
it's a
good
net
results?
positive, Ghosty. It's a net positive. If you're defining toxic masculinity the way you are and utilizing that social structure, social shaming, so on and so forth, it is still a net positive for society to utilize toxic masculinity as you define it in order to yield better results for society by forcing men to take care of their children. It's a negative result, of course, to, if they slap a girl's ass or are aggressive, so on and so forth. But the overall net positive is that children are being taken care of in society.
Yeah, but
So
I would never label.
If you gain more than you're losing, then what's the problem in this case?
I would never label social shaming men to take care of their kids as toxic masculinity.
Just because you wouldn't label it doesn't mean it doesn't fit the
It's not just about
definition.
their,
But
it's
the
not just about them being
masculine
men.
part-
Hang on, guys. Can I real quick? It's not just about them being men. You want parents to take care of their kids. You would also shame women for not taking care
If
of their
I
kids. Not because
understood
they're a woman, because they're
earlier,
a parent.
if I understood
right?
earlier, the component that would
granted.
make it masculine instead of just toxic, right? The masculine component came in with the individual's incentive.
Right. That is
So-
correct.
To be like a man, like take care. If you
Right.
want to be a man,
So
you should take
that
care
would
of
be
your
a
kids.
good behavior from a toxic, per definition, a toxic incentive standpoint.
Correct.
Well,
There's no way around
But
it.
that's the thing. I don't think that's a toxic incentive, though.
Okay, so
Okay,
Like,
doing
when
something
men-
just to be because you feel like that's how you be a man is no longer a problem.
If it's to take care of your
If
kids,
it's a good thing.
yeah.
Yeah, that takes up the toxic
Okay,
part, right?
so that's
Yeah,
the first step. Now,
Okay,
like, it just opens it wide open, right? There's
Yeah, that's your definition of what toxic masculinity
Yeah,
is.
if it is the
goes to
case,
original
then
point of this
so let
being
me
a
ask you it a
subjective
different
definition.
way. 40. So let's say that it's 45 to 55. Through this toxic masculinity of social shaming, it is the case that 55% of kids have bad results, 45% have good results. Absent the toxic masculinity, hang on, stop. Absent the toxic, absent the toxic masculinity. Shut up, Fred. Let me ask the question. Absent the toxic masculinity, let's say we had this experiment beforehand, and it was the case that it was 60% of parents that had bad results, right? So now we still have a problem here, which is what happens when we apply this, right? And 45% of kids have bad results versus 65% have bad results, 45%. Yeah, 45% do not.
I think
35 if you're doing
35.
65.
Sorry, bro. Sorry.
I think we would have to look at where are these bad results coming from.
Yeah, that's
So-
not my question.
No, but
would
it
you
matters.
enforce toxic
Yeah, because you're not
masculinity?
interested in
Is there
the reality isn't the concern.
like what is it that's leading to bad results? Is it the actual like is the shaming men to take care of their kids the actual cause?
It doesn't matter if it's the definition of toxic masculinity.
No, it doesn't, because if that's
It
not
does.
the cause, then that's
They're
irrelevant.
only doing it baked into the hypothetical. They're only doing it
Uh-huh.
because it makes them feel more masculine. And that is the social aspect of it. It's baked into the hypothetical. So hypothetically, right?
Very hypothetical.
65% of them have
Mhm.
not good results. 45% of them do. Would you still enforce it?
Yeah, I would enforce men to take care of
Then
their kids because
so then toxic masculinity can be good.
Because it's not the cause.
That's a total checkmate.
If in some weird scenario where the social shaming of men to take care of their kids is the actual cause of the bad results, then I might change my mind. But I
Have you ever heard of the
just
term
can't see a
deadbeat dad?
scenario where that's possible.
Have you ever heard of the term deadbeat dad? There's a reason why
Yes,
the
of
term
course.
exists. So don't you think it has an
Wow,
effect
thanks.
on a man's psychological state where he would reconsider based on the shaming factors?
Do you think the phrase "shitty parent" also has a negative effect and encourages people to not be shitty parents?
Yes, but I'm narrowing it down to this hypothetical or this scenario in the sense that the shaming tactic that women would use against men, it plays into what your definition is. You're saying it's good for that to happen,
Women are the purveyors of toxic masculinity. Is that what's?
and it's good in this
But
case.
that's in the,
I actually do think it's a good thing.
There's one
That
question.
more shaming-
There's one question.
Standards
that
are
did
good
get
for
missed.
society and for the individual.
Let me
Shaming
get
isn't
through
automatically
a few.
toxic masculinity. Like
Tim says Jim Bob is going insane because of the 11th redefinition of toxic masculinity. I think that's actually a good point. I think we've kind of
I don't think it is.
gone around. I don't think we've.
I feel like we've kept the shame definition the whole time up.
No. This was from earlier, but the whole concept behind toxic masculinity comes with like a lot of different definitions from different places, and I think that is probably a problem for why we're discussing. Matt says when Dick Insider was read out loud, the lib chick Ghosty smiled. Just saying. And a question to a panel. Trib1 says, can everyone on panel give their best shot at a definition for toxic masculinity? If you don't think you can define that, then define gender. Also, can gender expression evolve? Let's just do I would just want to do the top half and get what your definition of toxic masculinity is.
Yeah, so I think I'm going to define it based on the kind of how I've further understood it through that conversation, which it feels more clear to me now after arguing about it for hours, that like what we're identifying are harmful behaviors to oneself or others, people overriding their will on behalf of an attachment to their perceived the perceived nature of what a man should be, whether they're refusing to do certain behaviors or incentivized to do certain behaviors. If you identify what's something about that being bad and toxic, then that thing is that toxic thing, and we can argue about whether or not it's toxic in different contexts. But if we identify a toxic thing and that thing is happening on behalf of their masculinity, that is what we're identifying as.
Would you put that in Webster's dictionary? That entire paragraph you just gave?
Fuck was that definition, man? Like you're like a Delta Airlines pilot. You cannot land the fucking plane right.
Not our fault. You
I
can't.
think I landed the plane just fine, just because you don't understand.
He did his.
No,
Let's go.
you didn't.
All right, go ahead,
down.
Ghosty.
All right, I'm going to use my same definition, I guess. So, acting on toxic or unhealthy behaviors to prove or display masculinity, and alternatively, behaviors that are inherently masculine used in a toxic or unhealthy way. And I'm using toxic to describe something that is detrimental, damaging, or hurtful to oneself or others.
Okay, and Andrew.
So for me, I would just define toxic masculinity as being anything that the left disagrees with, which is a masculine trait, which is used in any type of proprietary definition of harm that they can possibly conceive of. That's how I would define it.
All right, Flo.
I think that toxic masculinity is a misnomer, and what it's really referring to is distinctly lack of masculine traits or behaviors that emerge from men who have underdeveloped mature masculine behaviors, right? So
Okay, and then I want to do a little switcheroo going on with the panel because we've got a lot of people up and a lot of people waiting them back. Chris, did you have anything else to add quickly outside of the Murray show to the panel?
I also felt like he didn't answer the question I asked you, Chris. Did you
if he
answer
ate
the question?
pussy, you didn't answer it.
Andrew, stop it.
500
Stop
pounds.
it.
When she was
Stop it.
500 pounds, did you do it, Chris? Did you do it? Did you do it?
I want to know.
Take a snorkel.
Andrew, stop it.
Corinth,
there's too
Corinth.
many
Now
details
you know you gotta have the
Right.
answer now.
I don't want the answer to this.
You want the answer, Corinth. Go ahead.
Chris,
Chris.
do not answer him.
Answer,
Whatever
Chris.
you do.
You gotta answer.
Yeah.
I was going to actually answer well, no, I'm not going to answer that question, but I was actually going to ask for or answer the question of what
You know
I
this
define
again.
Come on, be toxic.
masculinity.
W's for Chris in chat for not answering the question.
W's for eating that ass.
Go ahead, Chris.
Damn it. But anyway,
It just triggered a flashback. I'll shut up.
yeah, it really did.
There you go.
Did you take a snorkel?
Was that toxic masculinity, Ghosty?
Oh, sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
No,
lack
that
of
makes sense.
I don't know.
Grab her by the pussy. Yeah, that's all locker room
Oh,
talk
grab
kind
her
of
by the
stuff.
pussy, yeah, for sure.
That is, yeah. For
All right,
But-
Chris.
and also, he actually did that,
I
right? Because he
think-
was charged with assaulting E. Jean Carroll in a
Oh,
dressing room where he
God,
actually
here
grabbed
we
her by the
go.
pussy, literally grabbed her by the pussy, and was proven in a court of law and legally liable for it. So.
We know man bad. Chris is telling us this thing.
Do you think he got a
No,
finger
Trump
in
had.
there, Ryan? Do you think he got a finger in there? Do you think he got a finger? Do you think he got two in there, Ryan? When Trump did that?
Depends on how much. If he came around from the back, he
Yeah.
probably got at least two.
Hang on. Do you think he did the bowling ball thing? Two in the pinker, one in the stinker, Ryan?
Yeah.
Do you think he got
He
it
was
all?
actually assaulting her? I'm not
He
sure.
got it all when he went over and grabbed that bitch by the pussy, Ryan.
Did he
There
roll
goes
his
your
strike?
presidential shots.
Well, fuck no, that'll make me the
he's
president
not
for
qualified
sure.
now, right?
It worked
Yeah,
for Trump.
seriously.
All right,
Right.
Chris.
Engage with the toxic
Right.
masculinity.
I think that the definition I have for toxic masculinity is masculine traits that are misunderstood by younger men. And that's my definition.
All right. Did anybody
that
want
reminded
to
me of what Jesse
engage
said.
with that definition at
Could you
all?
give
Yeah, I
an
just wanted to
example?
add real quick, agreeing with Andrews. It's basically a list of icks from feminists that have to have like patch updates every year or every debate, and they have constant, never-ending qualifiers. That's the other thing I would add.
All right.
Right.
I just
All right.
wanted to say
Just
that
call
like,
it bad-
I think
just
Dusty
call
and
it
Chris
bad
both
behavior. That's
identified
all it is.
a really core thing,
It's
which
bad
is that
human
like
behavior. It's all it is.
that's cool.
All right.
So
Chris,
we both identified.
hold on. Chris, I'm going to put you in the back. I've got more people to bring up. You're welcome to hop out and back in, okay?
I think that they
and-
both
I hope he
identified-
joins my panel
Oh,
sometime.
okay.
I have more questions for him.
Okay.
They both identified a thing I agree with, which is that the things that we're identifying as toxically masculine are generally not actually like masculine values. They're bastardizations of them.
No, it's just an ick.
Jason, did you have any more to add before I put you back again?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, so Ryan, like, can women and men both do it? Be toxically masculine?
Well, technically, by our definition, not really. But like women can incentivize toxic masculinity or
What if they
weaponize it,
identify
like,
as a man, though?
Can a woman do the same thing that you would consider toxic masculinity from a man? Like essay somebody.
Well, wait, yeah, women can essay people. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, so what is specific to men that makes it masculine? Women can do it all. They can do the same thing. It's more rare.
Women don't have an internal relation to their manhood, right?
I'm talking about it's just bad behavior, dude. It's not masculine. It's not feminine. It's just
I'm
bad
telling you that,
fucking
like,
behavior.
But what we're identifying is like people doing things on behalf of like their perception of themselves as a man or a woman. So if a woman's doing something like if a trans man is like acting in a certain way, in a toxic way, if a trans man's acting in a toxic way because they think that's how men are supposed to act, I think that would be toxic masculinity. And it doesn't matter about their biology.
And again, I said earlier, like, a guy who has gotten in a couple of fights throughout his life doesn't mean that's necessarily toxic masculinity. But if a guy who is getting in fights because he just needs to prove his manhood to people, like, that is toxic masculinity. And the same with cheating. Guys can cheat and have it like it's a
So
bad
can
behavior.
women. They can fight too.
I'm not saying they cannot.
But to be fair,
Actually, I would say this: as a bouncer for like 10 years, I would say 80% of the fights that I had to break up were caused by women or women fighting.
Yes, women do bad things too.
Ghost, do you ever beat a bitch up?
No, I haven't.
I have.
I'm like 5'1".
I will say this. I think what you guys are dealing with is a categorical error because toxic masculinity or feminine, it's not actual any of those things. It is actually an abnormal reaction. And there you can say there's a response to that or perception of that, Ryan, that they're misguiding, but that's not because it's masculinity or that it's a form of masculinity that's poisonous. It's because it's a wrong idea of how to act and behave. And so that's why I think we have to be careful with assuming that these things are connected when they're not.
Can I just say, I think I agree with you almost. I would say that what they're trying to assert is their perception of what masculinity is. And it's a flawed understanding of what like healthy masculinity is, of like healthy masculine traits that we all like support. Everyone here is okay with, but those people have they've internalized it in a harmful way, and they're engaging in it in a.
But that's not masculinity. It's not a form of masculinity being toxic. It's a misunderstanding of what masculinity is, and therefore to ascribe toxicity to it, therefore, is a categorical error.
It sounds like insecurity and fear to me, which is, if they're doing something just because they feel like they need to, or they're not enough, that's anxiety and fear. That's just not masculine at all.
I got all right. So I know what toxic. I know what
not,
it
it's
is.
not
I know what it is
masculine.
now. I know what it is. So it's bad behavior, but if men do it, it's toxic masculinity. If females do it, it's toxic masculinity because men are making them do it, or it's encouraging them.
Do you have ears? Do you even listen to anything anyone says?
At all. Not even close.
It's just
so who'd
bad
you beat
behavior.
up, Sarah?
It's bad behavior. That's all it is.
Who'd you beat up?
This bitch named Jody.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jason, and finish your thought, and then I'm going to do a little switcheroo.
Yeah, that was it. I think it's just a stupid. There's no such thing as toxic masculinity. I mean, it's retarded. Sorry,
it's a useless addition to just bad behavior.
It's all right. Andrew, nice seeing you. You guys have a good night.
I'm so tired of you, Jason. I'm sick of you, Jason. Get the fuck out of here, Jason. He's such a
not convinced.
This guy. He's just worst fucking. He comes on here and all he does is try to refute toxic masculinity, and he gives these great.
Is this zesty masculinity?
Jason. Yeah, shut
up.
Well,
I'm toxic. That's why I gotta do it.
What kind of flow state, worthless fuck? Why can't I tell my friend goodbye in the most toxic way possible? That's not okay. That's not fucking okay with you.
On the panel.
I'm just you guys have your flirt thing or your zest.
Oh yeah, that's
flirting.
You're
just jealous,
right? Yeah, totally jealous.
What do you mean? I flirt with Ryan all the time.
No, you're just
Oh my
you're just super mad.
Just kiss
Well, you're essentially you're all right. Well, you're essentially flirting with a female there. So it's-
Well, what he's trying to do is he's trying to flirt with you, Jason. He's upset.
I know. I'm picking that up too.
Yeah, I'm picking it up.
All right. Well, good.
Bye,
It was good seeing you too, Jason.
That's all you had
All right,
was
guys.
good. That's all you had was good. Jason Cassell, I said you're flirting with him, and all you had for that flow state was good.
You're just mad because I took him from you.
Yeah.
Oh my God. All right, gay. Bye, Jason.
I don't think that's the dunk you thought it was, Flo.
All right. And then also, I have to point this one out because it's freaking hilarious. Made by Jim Bob. He went to whatever podcast. Shout out to you, Jim Bob. Had to sit there so patiently listening to all these women say some weird ass shit. And now he's really in the mood to fight Ghosty. He's already been in the mood to fight since he had his debate with Eurodite.
Why isn't Jim Bob on the panel?
The link's pinned.
Get the fuck in here, Jim Bob.
Let
Toxic
me
exclusivity.
let me boot a couple out so we can make space. So you'll have to hop back in line. That way.
Hey,
we
what's up,
can-
Mosman? How you doing, man?
Hey, it's been a while, Andrew. It's good to
Yeah,
see
it's
you.
been a while. It's good to see you too, man. Is that flirting flow state? That I said hello? Are you gonna inject yourself?
Depends
flow
on your
state?
it depends on your motivations and why you said it was nice
Oh
to
my
see
Lord.
him.
Woman, bring
If
me a
it's
shot. I have
because
to
you
deal
want to
with-
grab
How
him
much
by the
longer am I gonna have to deal with
pussy.
this fucker flow state? Woman, bring me a shot so I can get through this fucking panel.
I know, you poor thing. It's kind of been a weird panel.
Because Ryan's on
Dull and Ty. Well,
they're
you
free to
and
lose, right?
Ryan were on the last time, and it was a lit panel. Dull and Tired says if any domestic abuse situation where the woman is the abuser, is that toxic femininity or toxic masculinity?
Often it's toxic femininity because lots of times women think they can just hit men because they're a girl and it doesn't matter. But sometimes it's just toxic behavior, but lots of times it's toxic femininity.
So why can't we just call it toxic behavior and then, like Andrew said earlier, just take out the masculinity and femininity out of it?
Because we're trying to understand the root cause of these
And you're
things.
doing worse.
Well,
than
that's not the
that.
root cause of it, though.
Yeah, because that's your claim.
A cause.
Whatever
It
happened to
seems
being
like
born
it's
this way,
immaturity.
Ghosty?
It's
I was
immaturity
born
across the
this
board.
way.
If
I
you're
was born
doing
a
if you're
toxic
acting
masculine.
if you're acting out in bad behaviors because you think it makes you appear more masculine or you can do this because you're a female, then that is attributed to your gender. That's the
Yeah,
root
I was born
cause.
this way though. I was born a man.
Good for you.
How dare you go
Congratulations.
against Lady Gaga? She's like one of the greatest philosophers of modern day. I was
Well,
born
wait
this
a
way,
minute.
maybe-
Wait. He's got a
think Lady
point
Gaga
there.
would agree
He's
with us.
he's got a point there. If we're going to utilize the argument of like being gay or wanting to be like the transgender arguments of, well, I was born and I didn't believe that I'm in the
Oh,
right
I see.
skin or whatever, then would this toxic masculinity, would they just be able to say, well, I was born a man, I was born this way, so fuck it.
Well,
eat
I
shit.
think that's the problem.
Yeah, I
And
was
I said
born
that
to
in my
smack a bitch.
opening
I was-
statement is lots of people who do these toxic masculine things think it's like some primal animalistic, like I'm just a man, so boys will be boys, so I can do this. I think men
Hang
are
on,
smarter
will-
than
hang
that.
on, will
I
boys
think
be
men have
boys?
more self-control.
But hang on, will boys be boys?
Sure, but like when you're using
Well, then
that
why,
as
I don't understand why
when
you're
you're
upset.
using that when you're using it as an excuse for bad behavior, I think that's
Like what?
stupid.
Like
Like-
toxic masculinity would be an excuse for bad behavior.
Like when
The type of bad behavior I think matters a lot there. If you're referring to like grape, that's way different than if you're talking about like TPing a house or some shit,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, for
Versus-
sure.
but boys will be boys.
See,
You
that's the
agree?
redundant like.
if
just
you're
blanket
saying
excuse,
like
right?
if you're saying like, oh, you know, he cheats on his girlfriends all the time because boys will be boys, like I just think that's stupid.
Okay,
We
but
don't even-
but
wait.
that's not something a real man
just
would talk
lame.
about. They would say that would
Yeah,
be,
no, it's not.
that would
It's
be
not.
degen behavior, right?
Wait,
So
hang on,
It
hang on,
is.
hang on,
Some
hang on,
men
hang on,
really
hang on.
disagree
Wait,
with
wait,
you
wait,
there.
wait, wait.
One at a
Questions here, guys,
time,
are probably.
please.
What's actually wrong with cheating on your girlfriend from your view, Ghosty?
It's a betrayal of a
Yeah, but
relationship
fuck
you
that
have.
bitch. I don't
It's
like
not-
her.
And
I
fuck
cheat
you
on her.
too.
Yeah, exactly. So
Go for it,
all you're saying is that it's bad because you just don't like it, right?
It's a betrayal of trust. It's a betrayal of an agreement you have with somebody, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, here's the thing, though.
You told me on the panel that you would arrest people for cheating before. So,
well, sure. Do you know? Tell me what an internal critique is.
It's toxic. Fuck that. Don't do it.
What's an internal critique?
I don't know the word for word definition off the top of my fucking
Give me
head.
your proprietary definition. It's fine. I'll be very charitable.
Analyzing analyzing things within you.
No, it's analyzing it's analyzing your argument from your view. So when I analyze your argument from your view, if you say,
okay.
but Andrew, what you believe is X, it's totally irrelevant. I'm analyzing your argument from your view. So the thing is like, this is not me saying you ought to cheat. It's from your perspective. What's actually wrong with cheating? You say, because it's a betrayal. Well, what if there was things inside of the relationship, like you said in the beginning of the relationship, I want a blowjob every fucking morning at exactly 8 a.m. And the chick agrees. And then one day she skips it. And so he goes and he fucks another chick. Was he justified?
No, I don't think so.
Why not? They had an agreement. He was betrayed.
I mean, they can discuss that.
Yeah, but he was already betrayed.
That doesn't then justify.
She already broke the contract, right?
And they can have a discussion about that.
Yeah, he doesn't have a discussion. You broke the contract, null and void. He goes and he humps.
I also think entitlement to a sexual act is just bad.
Yeah, but she agreed to it.
Begin with.
She agreed.
She agreed,
but she
and
can
then,
withdraw
and
that
then she
agreement.
stopped. Yeah.
Right.
And
Withdrawing
then
an agreement is a
if you're having sex with somebody and then they say stop, you have to stop.
So hang on, this is really weird. Hang on, Ghosty. I totally agree. She says one morning, I don't want to give you a blowjob today at 8 a.m. She breaks the agreement that they had. Why is he now still beholden to her? Why?
Because that's what a committed relationship,
It was committed based on the fact that he got a blowjob every morning at 8 a.m.
And then he can break up with her.
Yeah, but he
And then
doesn't.
go sleep with
He
somebody
just
else.
wait. She already broke her contract. What's wrong with him? It's done. It's already done.
Null and void.
You're already broken up? Well, that
And that's based on like, even you could break that down to entity laws, right? If two businesses do a contract together and one business breaks the contract, then the rest of the contract is null and void.
She
Nobody
broke
else
her
is-
oath, Ghosty. Why would she make an agreement to blow him every morning at 8 a.m. and then break that? What's wrong?
I don't
with
think
her?
you would apply contract law to like relationships in that way.
No, it's a
It
marriage.
doesn't
If
really-
it's a marriage,
It's not a contract.
even if
It
it's
is a contract. What are you talking about?
No, it's not a contract. It's just an oath. It's just an oath. It's just
Yeah.
a gentleman's agreement. Just like it's a
It's also just
gentleman's.
like a very absurd
Hang
thing.
on.
Like,
Just like it's
this
a
isn't like a real
gentleman's.
thing.
Just like it's a gentleman's agreement that you're not going to have sex with any other women except the woman you're with, as long as she's fulfilling her duties.
This has
So-
nothing to do with men cheating on women because they think that's just something they
Yeah,
can
that's
do as
nice.
men.
But anyway, so back to
So
this.
is
I'm
irrelevant.
asking about
this
something
whole thing
else.
is irrelevant. You're
Yeah, I'm
talking about
asking
this
about
niche
something else.
situation where a man cheats.
Yeah, I'm
because-
just testing your logic. That's how that works. If she breaks the
irrelevant.
contract, what's wrong with him going and banging some other chick? What's wrong with that?
If you
one
violate
wrong
one
action,
boundary, sorry.
I guess two wrongs doesn't make a right, but also just saying no.
Why
to
is
a
it wrong?
blowjob Isn't even wrong
There we go.
anyway.
This is the moral issue he's trying to
What
get
if he
at.
pays
You're in a
for it?
relationship.
So it's
Hang on.
just transactional. It's like masturbating with a friend. It's not actually like cheating.
Oh
Okay, I
my
can
god!
I can answer this.
Scar something with the Big Ten says here for the Crucible. Thank you for your hospitality, Sarah. Also, Chris, how was the Murray show? And we did go through that. Max J says for sandwiches and tomatoes. Thank you. Finkel with the Big Ten says who decides the gender of a hermaphrodite? I think.
Oh no.
I think that
Actually,
goes-
that's really easy.
Can I real
simple
quick
to, that's simple to
speak to the-
determine.
Yeah,
Contract
the
thing
exceptionals and
or the
principles.
relationships thing.
Doctors
So
usually do. I
if
think.
yeah, I think so as well. If two people are in a relationship and one person crosses a boundary of that relationship, in this case, that boundary was the expectation of getting blown every morning at 8 a.m.
Yeah.
So if one person in that relationship crosses one of those boundaries, then that's an opportunity for those two people to discuss what to do about it and whether or not they're going to stay in a relationship. That's hang on. They
You're
can
changing the
discuss
hypothetical.
whether I understand, they are going to discuss if in a healthy relationship, they would discuss whether or not they're going to stay in that relationship. If he just goes off and cheats on her afterwards, then that's fine, but that's crossing her boundary. And so she's still going to have, it's perfectly reasonable
Hey,
for her.
as long as you said
I
if
don't
he goes
wanna be
and
with
cheats
you
on her,
either.
that's fine. That's good enough for me, Ryan.
I do
Wait,
have a
wait.
question.
How long have you been married, Andrew? And how
Wait,
long has
here's
Ryan been
Can I ask
married?
a question? Can I ask a question?
I don't,
It's cruel.
Ryan, would it be equally wrong for him to go out and fuck her as it would be for her to not give him the blowjob in the morning?
Good question.
I think that the going out and cheating thing sounds like it would be way worse. Yeah.
Why?
Than like one morning being like, I just can't.
She left
I don't
it
want to suck your
unsaid,
dick.
why?
man.
Why?
Like, I don't know.
Why?
Like, I really appreciate getting my dick sucked. It's awesome and I love it, but I'm never gonna be like,
Hey,
I'm gonna
why,
dump you a
Brian?
when I
Why?
did it right now, you know?
Why?
Like,
Why?
It's just I think
Why?
it's irrational and
Yeah,
childish.
so
What if I
why-
told you I
what's
am getting
hang
my
on?
dick
It's
sucked right
what's
now?
irrational
Why is
about
it more
it?
wrong, Ryan?
What?
Yeah, why? Why is it more wrong?
It just feels more wrong to me.
It just feels like
Because not receiving a
I don't want it to be.
not getting a blowjob one morning doesn't like break up an
Ghosty,
entire.
we really like blowjobs.
Yeah,
you don't know.
understand
You don't know
that.
what some of the men in Wall Street are under the pressure that they face. You know, leaving the country. Like if you're
No,
Donald
we
Trump and
we
you're
can
like
be
the
really
leader of the
specific here.
world.
We can be
Hang on,
really
hang
specific.
on, this
here.
is fair.
We can be
Yeah,
re-
so
can be
Bill
really
the
Clinton
agreement
is dick sucked.
the agreement is I will be with you for always as long as you give me a blowjob every morning at 8 a.m. If you don't, then that's it. One morning she doesn't give him a blowjob at 8 a.m. He's totally justified in going and fucking cheating then, right?
Sure,
When
if
you
she
say justified-
agreed to
Yeah,
something
sure.
like that, if she agreed to something like that, where it's like, if I don't give you a blowjob at 8 a.m., you can leave me, then fine. Like,
Would you agree to
whatever.
something like that?
Well, if the agreement is to leave,
He was always allowed to leave though.
Yeah, Andrew, you said to leave. So if the agreement is
No,
to
they didn't
leave-
agree to leave. He just said, this is my expectation. If you violate this expectation, that's it.
It's a boundary.
Right, right. But you had originally said, I'll be with you forever if and only if 8 a.m. blowjobs.
Sure, 8 a.m. blowjobs.
So,
So you would break up and not
essentially,
cheat.
I think you would break up.
Well,
in the
that's not cheating.
hypothetical.
They're not together anymore. She broke the contract, right?
Okay, so
It's
then
not
it's
how-
not
that's not
cheating.
how It's not
So then it's irrelevant to your whole point, anyways.
How's it irrelevant?
I mean,
Because if
that's
she
not
broke the
irrelevant.
contract and they're automatically broken
no.
up,
What
then
we
it's
were
not
trying to figure
cheating.
out is why one
Yeah,
is
so
more
that would
wrong
make
than
it
the
so
other.
he's completely fine to then go sleep with the other
With
person
whoever he
because they're
wants.
already
Yes.
broken
Right.
up. Right.
But it's not necessarily cheating. I think
So
it was
then,
just the way
if you were
worded it.
married to a woman and you told her, Ghosty, that your expectation is sex on demand before the marriage, and she didn't give it to you on demand in the marriage, which you previously agreed to, then it's not actually cheating if he goes and fucks other chicks, is it, Ghosty?
No, I think that's still cheating. It's
I agree.
she broke a contract. That doesn't mean that he didn't cheat, right?
I bet if he just started
really not
jerking
that hard
off,
to
it
understand.
would be awkward for her to sit there and not help.
Consistency in the logic.
Morgan says, "Great job, Sarah. Sorry, I'm poor. Here's a small coffee. Thank you. I love coffee, so that works." Draco says, "Ryan, skip the prostate appointment and get the tooth. Why the lisp? The damn lisp."
I had the list before.
Dark Mirror with the big 20 says, "Sarah, Mr. E, and Andrew, epic. Not one step back. Henry says, "Toxic masculinity just sounds like a sexist term at this point. Why not just call a person toxic? Why add gender?" Also, shout out to Andrew.
Shout out back, my friend.
I wonder too, like, is the whole concept of toxic masculinity, did that come in with the whole gender role?
No, it was
Like gender,
It came
sex?
from one book in the 1980s, and then there was a literal occult, and it's an actual occult, a men's pushing occult, which popularized it in psychology. It's a pop culture term. It's not a psychological term. Complete bullshit, as stated by my opponents tonight. This is not a psychological term. This is not a thing which can be identified by the DSM. The APA can only give vague references to it because it's not a condition. It's just an observed social behavior that they're trying to give an identifier to. I just think that the identifier is really fucking stupid and makes no sense.
And I also
fine, you
think
can feel that way. But wait.
That's nice.
Can I
That
try
you
and give
feel
a
that way.
reason for you to think? Can I give a reason for you to think that this is an okay identifier? If you understand it through like a virtue ethics idea, virtue ethics, how the golden mean, you can take something too far, you can take it too little, but that golden mean is the virtue. That golden mean would be masculinity in this case, and toxic masculinity is only referencing that extreme portion when you take it farther than it should be. Would that make sense as to why it should be?
What is the mean? What is the mean for toxic?
Oh, the mean isn't the toxic part. The mean is the masculinity.
So what does toxic mean here?
That's meaning the extreme part, when you take that masculinity too far and you're going too far beyond that virtue.
So why couldn't we just say that this is a violation of a virtue? Why does it have to be attributed to sex if both sexes can be guilty of the same crime?
Oh, you can say that. You can say both of these things. It's not something wrong to say this is a violation of a virtue, but you can also say that's the violation of the virtue of masculinity.
Okay, well then here's my refutation to this. Let me ask you this. If it were the case that if I said this is a violation of a virtue, and there was kind of universal agreement that we had been violating such virtue, and there was no loaded language behind that, but I were to give you another term where there's so many distinct proprietary definitions depending on which group you're talking to, that the meaning of it was completely fucking obscured, wouldn't it be better for us not to use that meaning?
It might be better for us to not use that word, but it also would be good for us to clarify what this word actually means in trying to clarify the understanding of it.
But if
it is that point, can I real quick?
Hang on, but if it is the case,
that point, okay,
we're almost there.
I didn't mean to interrupt Andrew.
Well, we were having a fucking exchange, dude. So if it is the case, and by the way, Corinth is fucking 20,000 times smarter than you, dumbass radical. You should make your fucking point.
I like Ryan. Be nice. I like Ryan.
You could never in a million years hold a fucking candle to this, guy. He's the best progressive you got.
That's fine. Whenever you're done virtue signaling,
Coper, just sit there. But anyway, Corinth, since we were having an actual logical debate instead of a fucking emotionally driven having a fucking tooth debate, I just want to make sure that we get this right. You agree that we should remove this term if it's fucking loaded. In this case, it's super loaded. I'm saying that there's better terms to describe a phenomenon, which I agree a phenomenon like this exists, right? But almost every phenomenon exists. It's the loaded language behind the term and the vagary that I have a dispute with.
Yeah, we should simultaneously.
It's actually bigoted too. If you want to go that route,
Ryan, let me just give a really quick answer, and then I'll pass it over to you. I think we can simultaneously do both. We can talk about the concept in conversations like this, or refer to it as the concept, while also clarifying in this conversation what this term actually means, and see if there's any substantive dispute on if this thing does exist here. Ryan,
yeah, but why should I use a proprietary loaded definition though?
You shouldn't back to that.
Yeah, I shouldn't. So exactly. And that's exactly what I take issue with.
Yeah, we should clarify the definition rather than just say like.
Yeah, but when they clarify the definition, it still ends up being vague, and then they have to admit that it's completely loaded.
And not only that, but
Ryan rebuttal.
What definition?
I'm getting more. Okay, wait. I'm saying if we call something toxic, if we all agreed that some behavior was bad or quote unquote toxic, and then we inquire more about that thing, and we ask about what's driving that, that's when we're looking at whether or not an expectation of gender role is an influence or not. If it is, that's what we're identifying as toxic masculinity or toxic femininity. If it's not, then it probably would not fit into that field, right?
We're
looking at a second level. That's why when people are like, why can't we just call it toxic? We are adding more information, and by just adding it toxic, you're removing information.
The problem I have with
hang
Ryan,
on. Let me ask you a question, Ryan. Do you agree with me that fascist has a specific meaning?
Yes.
What is it?
I mean, there are different fascisms, but I mean, like in general, it's going to be like an ultranational authoritarianism.
That has nothing to do with fascism.
Okay. I mean,
literally,
I think that's like the simplest definition of
those
fascism.
are two traits of fascism. It doesn't have something to do
not
with
really.
It. It's not sufficient.
Like every fascist state in history has manifested those two things at least.
Because when
every fascist state has also manifested the fact it's a state.
True.
Like,
and it has a particular relationship with power, and authoritarianism particularly.
It doesn't always have a particular relationship with power. It has atypical relationships with power, actually, because it relies
when
on
I said
corporate bodies as the body of the
I meant that it
state.
uses power in a
So
way
the thing is, here's the thing that's interesting. If so many people use the term differently to mean things like authoritarianism in this instance, or they use it to mean, something as kind of as silly as like an impingement on some perceived right, which many leftists use it as that, we begin to lose meaning in what fascism actually is. And we have
what is it to you?
hang on, we have way better. Well, what does it actually mean? What it actually means.
That's not what I
is,
asked.
No, what did you ask?
I asked what it means to you, which is what you were about to tell me, but you were dressing
No,
it up.
I'll just tell you what it means, period. What fascism is it's a union between the body of the state, in this case, corporatism, right? That's what the fasci represents. And the body of the state is working in unison with the people of the state. The fasci is representing the body of the state, being the corporations, with the state authority itself. That's fascism. It's always been fascism.
I agree.
No, it's not just characteristics. That is what it fucking is. And I can tell you this because if we look at Spain under Franco and we look at Mussolini's Spain, they were both fascist, but very different in very different ways. They were fascist, but they still had those things in common, which is an ultranationalism
and the
as
two
a
things that I
component.
mentioned, right?
As a component, ultranationalism isn't fascist at all. Ultranationalism with some type of return to an idea of an ethnic past or things like this, those things could be introduced, sure. But just ultranationalism or authoritarianism means nothing. That has nothing to do with fascism.
Ultranationalism or authoritarianism. I said ultranationalist authoritarianism, and
actually has nothing to do with fascism.
Two different qualifiers
Communism,
that I also agree are
bro,
listen.
listen.
We just described
communism,
four things that are all
communism,
characteristic of fascist regimes.
Bro, shut up, Brian. Communism itself is ultra authoritarianism. Okay, with the idea of like a swelling state. It has the same characteristic that you can give of ultra authoritarianism.
Was fascist, yeah.
Yeah, but it's not fascism. It's a totally different thing. So what I'm saying is that if people abuse the phrase over and over and over and over and over and over to mean like a communist or ultranationalist and authoritarian, fascists are also ultranationalist and authoritarian. So that's not really what it means.
If they call themselves communists and they engage in authoritarian ultranationalism, then like that still sounds like fascism to me.
Okay, so they're not actually fascists?
I just said they are.
Oh, they are. So it's just everything which is ultranationalist and authoritarian fascism?
I'm saying that those two things are core to fascism. That's all. That's
They're
all
not. They're not. You're missing the big one.
But your example.
Corporatism is
I agree,
the
that's the third
big
one.
component.
I would put that there too. Yeah,
no,
sure.
that's the fucking component.
Okay, that's fine.
These things are defined.
I think all three of those things are important.
It's not piecemeal. He's telling you the definition.
Fascism is actually very poorly defined. Saying that like this thing is defined is completely false.
But here's the thing.
It is not.
Here's the thing. So is communism that way.
Yeah,
but ultimately the point here is that because these are used in so many proprietary ways, there's better ways for us to express the phenomenon than with the loaded language of you're a fascist, when that doesn't actually mean fascism or you're a communist. Here's one from the right to the left. You're a commie, when the person's not a communist at all.
Right.
This happens non-fucking stop. Why should we use the politically loaded language here when we have better descriptors? That's my case to Corinth. That's my case to you. Why?
And I would also add to that as well, that why should we take anyone on this panel's idea of toxic masculinity when the person that first mentioned it in the 80s referenced things like the patriarchy and tradition and made a moral judgment on those things being toxic. So then again, you know what I'm saying? This is a problem that we have. We're now trying to talk about it in behavioral sense, but the people who originated this idea went beyond just like a guy who's, being abusive or being a jerk. It meant things that were arbitrarily very much masculine. And so this is kind of another reason what Andrew's saying is right, which is having a good understanding of the definition of the term.
CB says they both prioritized egoistic wants over obligations, wants to family, society, etc., society would fall. Y'all need to forgive your parents. Indian Jones says, I was told this is the best channel for debate. Didn't know you'd be here, Andrew. Hope our Debaticon video comes out soon. A Barbie Model Mayhem says 5 a.m. in Scotland. Win for Andrew. Sorry, but people like Ryan and Ghosty have to be stopped. Dangerous gish gallop making you the harm you're identifying. That's a good point. Wouldn't that be more harmful to make like really strong generalizations towards like men based on behavior and characteristics?
That might be, but we said over and over and over again, repeatedly asserted that what we're not doing is villainizing men at all or demonizing men, and we both expressed like admiration for masculinity and distinctly separated it from the things we're talking about. So,
but you're borrowing a term that's baked into that. You're borrowing a term that's baked into that.
For instance, if there's a guy and he's a stand-up guy and he's amazing and masculine and everything that society wants a man to be, and he smacks his girlfriend on the ass while they're walking down the pier, like, would you say that that's toxic masculine? Or maybe he loses...
I've smacked my girlfriend's on the
I
ass.
gotta get going tonight. Thank you so much. I appreciate my opponents coming out tonight. Anytime you guys want to get eviscerated, let me know. To all of you out there in Sarah world right now, I hope that you continue with the great donos. Well, again, the Crucible always supports those who support us. We even did that with Flow State one night. He was, we actually hosted something and we actually supported him back. That's the way it works in the content world. But anyway, you'll only find that on the conservative side, who actually cares about things like that. Over on the progressive side, they just leave them out to fucking dry, which I think is hilarious. But I will see all of you guys later. Have a wonderful evening.
Hey, Andrew, I just want to say have a blessed Lent and Holy Week, my friend.
Yeah. Well, the thing is like I've given up a ton this Lent, a ton. And I think next Lent's going to be worse. But anyway, have a great.
I'll teach the Crucible how to code. I'm going to teach you all how to code. Okay, come over to Radical
Orthodox do Lent.
I get really sad whenever there's like a new
Bye,
pick me
Andrew.
gay on the
Thank you for
channel that
coming.
tries to like get Andrew to pick him because I'm the only gay Andrew will ever pick.
William says, why not? Let me add somebody else on here. Are you with us? Are you? Oh, you're moving. Okay. Got a little nervous there. Why not let gender mean what it has always meant, male, female, and use new words to identify the social construct? Why no manlin, womanlin? Is it to perhaps co-opt existing definitions?
Yes.
What is manlin and womanlin?
He's saying, why
I
don't
think
we
what
use...
he's saying is that it's making up an additional superfluous
excessive
term.
I disagree with that. I don't think.
And
that's
that was my
happening.
point that I started making earlier, is that if you have your sex on a driver's license or something, there's understandable reasons why you might need to know that information. Like if you're in a car wreck or something, right? There's no reason why anybody would need to know what color you feel like today. Right, which is what gender has been reduced to. It's just how you feel like presenting. It's like a Facebook quiz. What type of bread are you or something?
Right.
Yeah. So I don't. Well, can I speak to that real quick? I don't think that we're redefining woman or man. I think that we're talking about the way those are used in a social context versus the way they're used in a biological context. Like the archetype of manhood or of masculinity. This is not something that for everyone is the same experience. It's not something that means the same thing to everyone. That is exemplified when we talked about machismo earlier, which is a particular flavor.
Why would this ever be useful on a driver's license? That's what I want to know. Pragmatically, why would anybody?
I don't have to make the case for people to be allowed to change their gender on paperwork, like just because you don't like it. I'm not.
No, I'm saying it's a useless phrase. You can't make a case. It's completely arbitrary.
Yeah, and Brian, I think one of your premises is false as well, because you're saying that the agenda hasn't been to expand the understanding of gender, but that's its exact consequence of the popularity of trying to say, oh, there's 5 or 8, 9 genders people can identify as Xbox 360.
I could argue there's like 8 billion genders.
Are you guys able to hear me?
But
yeah, but that's
Right.
that would be.
I also don't think that male and female
Whoa,
has.
whoa,
Hey,
hold on.
Mr.
Who's
Radio,
talking?
voice for
shit,
radio,
guys.
voice for
Yeah,
radio.
turn that shit
Is that better?
down.
Sorry.
It was a nice voice though. No homo.
No, my bad. Is this better?
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought that was my wife running the sink again. First.
No,
Are you guys able to hear me?
I don't
Yeah,
think
we can
that
hear you.
Male and female has meant the same thing over time.
I seen it come up earlier.
Oh, hold on.
Wait, now
Let
you're
me,
way too
hold
low.
on.
Yeah, you're
too low
let me- no, don't adjust yours. I will adjust on my end. Start talking now.
Hello?
Okay. Better. Test 1, 2,
Yeah.
3.
Much better.
Okay. Sorry about that. No, I was just saying, I don't think male and female has meant the same thing over time as well. I don't think 400 years ago, when people said male or female, they were talking about gametes or chromosomes. So even that has changed over time.
Right. Like how
But this-
were men defined like 2,000 years ago? Probably just
Dick and balls
but-
and vagina, probably.
Yeah.
Something like that.
The key issue, though, or the core to this whole thing is that they're inherently saying that there is something with masculinity that is inherently toxic. This was in their whole definition throughout the get-go. This is why Andrew was like saying, I don't agree with their definition because it's just some sort of like fugazi that they just fucking made up. Because if we were to extract it and put it in like sexuality in there, or if we were to throw race in there, inherently they're gonna be like, no, that's racist. If you're to say that there's something inherently toxic with homosexuality or with your race or whatever.
See, I think
Exactly.
as an
Do you know what I mean?
identifier, toxic
So there's
masculinity could be a useful term.
it's literally just like
one at a time, please, for fuck's sake.
Race
so
is so different
this
from
the thing
gender.
where you just flip their logic back at them, and it's like you just point out that they're actually being the racist.
Because there are inherent masculine
It's
and
a
feminine
blatantly
traits.
bigoted distinction along a legally protected.
So
axis.
you think men and women are equal in every plane?
No, I don't at all.
Okay,
But
so
I also
then
I also
there
don't
are-
think that labeling something toxic blackness would be a useful distinction.
See, but I'm glad that you would bring that up
Well,
and
that's
say
because
that
there's
the two aren't the
not,
same.
like-
Yeah,
There's
but
not
the
crime rate
definition-
differences.
the
Hold on, there's not
definition
crime rate
is
differences.
It's consistent.
It's absolutely consistent. And if
Well,
we're
if you
trying
apply
to
it
understand
consistently.
what's causing the thing, right?
And given
Right.
that
So
you're
if we
black,
apply,
you'll be-
if we actually do
given
apply,
that
hang on,
someone
I
has
want to address the race thing. So if we do apply it consistently, and we would say that somebody expressing quote unquote by this formula toxic blackness, this would be a person who is exhibiting some behavior that they believe is necessary for them to be considered black. They are trying to live.
Yeah.
up
So
to
give
an
us an
ideal
example,
of black.
Ryan. Give us an example of toxic blackness.
I'm not making that argument. I'm
Say
saying
it.
that this, if you wanted to classify this category, this is how you would do it, and that is a problem, right? Like,
Yeah, so
people
give us an
have-
example,
even
Ryan.
white people, like,
Could
white
I
people-
give an example of toxic masculinity
Dusty-
that I
Dusty's
think
saying it's
everybody would
bigoted.
agree with?
One at a time.
Give us an example of toxic blackness, Ryan.
I think it would vary for different people. I don't know.
Yeah, so just give us an example.
Just give us one.
What you think
Yeah, I'm not-
toxic
I'm not
blackness
gonna
is.
speak black experiences.
Yeah, because you won't fucking do it. That's the whole point. But you're more than willing to come on here and say toxic masculinity is real. But then when you
No,
say,
man,
"Oh, give us an
come on.
example of toxic blackness," you can't do it.
Come on, surely you've got one least favorite thing about
gender-
black people.
Gender and
The more pressure,
sex,
the less
I
likely I
mean,
am to like come up with them.
Race and
'cause you got nothing.
sex are different things. They're just completely different.
No, but here's how here's how they're saying, and I can show it because Ryan literally said that it's the toxic aspect is tied to the inherent property of the man. So when it comes to a immutable characteristic such as race, it would
That's
be,
not
it would
immutable. I
logically
don't think it's
follow.
immutable, but
Race is literally an
I mean,
immutable
race is not a
characteristic. You cannot
biological
help but be
category.
what you're born as.
Yeah, but characteristics that stem from.
To be fair, though,
race
Ryan
or-
isn't talking about him being connected to people who are doing it based off of that. It's what he's trying to say is a misunderstanding. I still think he's wrong about that, but I don't think he's actually ascribing those things.
Well,
What's that?
It seems like you agreed with my understanding earlier. But yeah,
I have
the
a
inherent-
comment. I have a common thing, but I don't think the best thing to do is call it toxic. I would say it is inauthentic masculinity or inauthentic, and again, that's only in those cases where you would link it to someone saying or acting in a way using that a construct. But the problem is that isn't attributed to actual masculinity or femininity. It's a lack of it. So
I mean,
that's
to add
why
on your point there, John.
Well, it's
What's
their
that?
perception of what it means to be a man or a woman. It's their perception of it, right? It's not.
Which is like probably a
just
wrong
what it is.
perception, which is I do understand.
But
your
you're the ones
point.
with the
Like,
perception.
No.
You're the one who's tying it back to masculinity. This is why we brought up the race and we brought up homosexuality and all this kind of shit. Because when we view it through those lens, you wouldn't even admit to one single example, Ryan, of toxic blackness. But you claim that it exists.
And
So
let me
you're
read,
full of shit.
Let me read through some more super chats. Henry says you can't say men inherently do something, then say it's not all men. Would the army be a form of toxic masculinity? And I think we did talk about that a little bit earlier, but I think that's a good point to say it's inherently, a behavior of men, but then it's not really all men. And
we don't.
It's that's not what we're saying.
Because masculinity is a universally male trait.
It's
I'll be honest, I think
there
it can
are
apply to
inherent
both
traits
men
that-
and women, because I would define toxic masculinity as men that are trying to play outside of their role. We can both agree that females make better mothers. Men can play the role that a woman can, just like a woman can play the role that a man can. But we can definitely agree we would prefer a female mother because they are better at that role. So I would say toxic masculinity is when you're playing outside of your role. So it can be both sides.
What do you mean?
So wait,
by
hold up,
female
one sec. So is a man trying to be a woman? Is that toxic? Is that toxic masculinity?
See, so that's what I'm saying, right? Just like I teach my wife how to do mechanic skills. There's nothing wrong with having the skills, like a man cooking.
Yeah,
in the
but
kitchen,
a
there's
man who
nothing
wants
wrong
to be a
with that.
woman, is that toxic? Is a man who wants to become a woman, is that toxic?
See, if a man wants to become a woman, though, can he actually become a woman? Probably not. A woman would probably serve that role better.
I'm trying to figure out what you meant.
So this is what I'm saying. The whole logic just like destroys itself. This whole like the lefty argument they tried to pull, it just destroys itself because then all of a sudden trans thing, that's technically toxic masculinity. That's a man playing.
Yeah,
outside as well.
I agree with that.
Well,
100%.
although
so long
your
as we agree,
definition
yeah.
might be more consistent, they would not subscribe to it.
Were you saying that women are better parents, or women are better, or just explicitly women are better mothers?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to figure
No,
out. You
I'm saying
women make
as
better
a mother,
mothers, but do you
I'm
mean,
saying
like,
both could do the role. We can for sure agree on that. There are great fathers
can be
that have
fathers,
done the
not
motherhood
mothers.
role. There are great mothers that have had to do the father role. However, who's the best for the role? I'm sure there's no disagreement there.
Do you mean who's a better parent?
Not better parent, because you need two parents, so there is two roles there. Just like there's two sexes there, which is very convenient.
I think you need like.
Yeah, okay. So Ghosty, who would be the better father? The mother or the father in a situation? Who would be the better father?
Well, only a father can be like mothers can't be fathers, right?
Of course they can. In a single mother relationship where the father's left,
yeah,
mom kind of has to be good mom and bad dad. She has to play both roles, right? Or good dad and bad mom, whichever way you want to cut the pie.
So I grew up in a single parent home, and my mom was not being my father. She was just being a parent, a mother, and I was lacking a father.
Right, and she tried her best, though, probably, I would say, to do both sides of the parenting, because there is two sides of parenting.
Sure.
I don't know your mom, but I would assume that she tried her best.
Mom was also
I'm
a
sorry I
father,
wasn't there, Ghosty,
right?
when you were growing up.
I'm just saying, I don't think I wouldn't say my mom was also like a father. Like I'm trying
No,
to
I agree.
understand what
I
you're
agree,
saying.
because like we said, right, like men can probably do that role much better. But that doesn't say that a woman can't do some of these things, some of these roles. Like a woman can go and fix a tire. That's more of a man's thing, right? But nobody says there can't be overlap. But at the end of the day, who's better for which role?
I think you have to define the roles.
Well, are
the
you trying to say
outlaw
who's better being a
feminists-
single
hold
parent
on.
or?
Hold on. I think overall women are better in the role of nurturing. Therefore, as a parent, they would be in the better position. That doesn't negate the concept that a father can still play that role well either. But if you had to choose one or the other to be in the stay-at-home kind of parental role, raise the children, which one would you deem to be the better fit? And I think overall people would agree with women would be that better fit. Outlaw Feminist says it is time for shameful behavior to be shamed. Let's shame being weak. Weak men weaponize ambitious, stupid women. Wonder twin powers. Smiley face person says a ghosty looks like the male lead singer of an 80s heavy metal band.
That's tough.
I could
Literally looks like the lead singer of Def Leppard.
I could go with like an 80s band lead singer, but I wouldn't say male. Smoking Auditor says forced parents will give their kids mental scars.
So what? Should we abort them or what? What's the logic?
Well, there was the adoption. There's the adoption option, right?
Sausage got to come from somewhere.
Oh, goodness. Indian Jesus says, showing some love to the Raging Tomato. Met you in Newark at Debatacon 5. Was just watching on Powdered Donut. Yes, I do remember you, Indian Jesus, actually. Daniel McCoy says, question for Toothless. If men shamed a woman viciously for not taking care of her kids, would that be toxic masculinity?
I don't. I mean, if they believe that men are supposed to shame women, particularly for not taking care of kids, I think that we can pull back on all. This whole conversation has been like every time this topic's come up, we've like refused to just talk about like people being bad parents or not. Like if you're shaming people for not being good parents, it doesn't really matter like what their gender is, like whether or not, like if they're being a bad parent, then they're being a bad parent. It doesn't, it's not like they have kids to take care of regardless of what their gender is. Like,
what? You're acting like shaming isn't a valid, shaming is not a valid tactic in order to.
You guys are the ones doing that. I'm not bringing masculinity into it.
I mean, people on the left constantly on TikTok will talk about many things that they don't like that the other party does, and they use shame to do it. It's a valid.
You're going to criticize people on TikTok. Don't assign it to me.
Again, like shaming can be good or bad, right?
But that would be different than what Ryan's just saying.
But people
Maybe you guys
like
disagree on
freaking
that.
out over the definition of shaming because there's ways it can be used and ways it can be used in a different way. So it's like,
Ryan, is
shaming doesn't
shaming always
exist.
bad, or is it good sometimes?
It's good sometimes.
I
Sometimes
was
it's
asking
bad.
Ryan.
I shame conservatives all the time.
Right. So I'm just explaining that because you don't like the shaming in this context, then you're saying.
See, I think the problem though here with shame though is it truthful shaming or is it made up shaming? If you're just lying, right, then obviously it's not going to help any party. But to shame someone, you have to have something to be shameful of, right? So inherently shaming is pretty good. But if you're shaming for someone for something that they're not doing, then it's probably bad. But is it the shame that's bad or is it the lying that's bad? Right? If you go to the root of something, if you're shaming someone from truth to actually help them, it's a very good thing. It's very healing. But if you start with a lie.
Right on.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah, so I think shame can be a useful tool in some contexts. Sometimes it's ineffective. Sometimes shame is not the strategy. Sometimes it's useful. I like a little bit of performative cruelty, and it can be effective. So.
I have a question for you, Ryan. Would you agree with me that maybe I'll be willing to agree with you that it exists, that toxic masculinity exists, if you would agree that it is a reaction to the rise in prominence of feminism, and I would say also as well as a result of the fact that when we adapted out of the agrarian age. And we became more about consumerism, and men they were less about their work and they were less about providing, and it became just, they found more time on their hands that perhaps then they became distracted by things that were. What do you think about that?
There's a lot there. I think when it comes down to whether or not, like, when saying that feminism causes toxic masculinity, I don't think so at all. I think feminism gives the tools to understand and critique toxic masculinity, because feminism is arguably the most effective movement in identifying like the rigidity of gender roles, and I think that's exactly how these things work.
So you don't see that as a reaction, because isn't that what you guys were talking about? Is about men feeling powerless? Isn't that part of the idea of why I think that quote unquote toxic masculinity exists? Is because men feel powerless and then they have to overcompensate for that?
No, I don't. Well, I mean, I think that men were expressing things that we would consider toxically masculine before the term was coined. Like they were doing things on behalf of being level of what they expected men to do before.
So we're back to the
feminism
point
was
of you
even-
actually believing that it has to do with masculinity more than it does have to do with a overabundance of something or a bad reaction to something else.
It's always been about their relationship to how they view masculinity.
But if their relationship to how they view themselves has been more diminished because of how we've seen what has happened in divorce courts, over custody hearings, over the fact that men don't earn as much as they used to, over the fact that men have been given so much kind of moral shaming in entertainment. We've got shows like Everybody Loves Raymond and King of Queens, where it shows the dad is the dolt. Like, couldn't that be an actual reaction to those things? If that would be the only thing that would make sense, because at that point, then I could agree with you on that. But if you're going to go back and just say, yeah, it is just a natural thing that men do, then you are ascribing it to masculinity. And I think you're wrong for I think that's a wrong assumption.
No, I think I mean, there was just presumed to be one way for men to be in society. I don't believe that it actually exists. It was a thing that was asserted, right? That men in power were asserting on all the other men. And that is a thing that people just in general didn't live up to. Men or women did not live up to the rigid gender roles that were imposed on them. And I'm saying that feminism is a force that resisted that rigidity. And I think that's
I have a counter question for you, Ryan.
Let me actually interrupt everyone. I still have super chats from like an hour ago I'm trying to get through. Henry says, is bro saying men SA because it's manly? How can SA be a gender thing if both genders can do it? SA isn't masculine. You're slow, Ryan. Andrew 1.
Did I get to respond because they called me out? Yeah.
Yep.
So, I mean, if people, what we talked about with SA was primarily if men were engaging in SA because they feel entitled to sex with a woman, and even against that woman's will. That's what we're saying, because just by being a man, they feel entitled to, like, if you look at like Elliot Rodgers, right? The guy who this is a very extreme example, but his biggest frustration was he's like, I'm a man, and yet I'm a handsome man, I'm a supreme gentleman.
Rich,
women
yeah.
don't like me. I'm entitled to women, and they won't yield themselves to me, right? And so he did violence because of it, right? So that's a very extreme example, but that's like a clear example of toxic masculinity.
And correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think when you guys talk about manliness or masculinity, you're saying, well, this trait is masculine because it's something only men do or can do. It's something that's typically associated with men. Am I right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. And then a contingency plan says, based on Ryan and Ghosty, if it exists, toxic masculinity is only a motivation. It does and cannot exist on its own. It is only useful to help a man understand the reason he did asshole behaviors. That's actually a good point.
Yeah, I guess that's I think so. Yeah.
And just to
I would just add
go ahead.
that,
Go ahead.
I mean, it's a phenomenon, right? Is what we're saying by that. Like it's not like a tangible thing. You can't like touch like toxic masculinity, or like you're not gonna mine it out of a rock. Like it's a phenomenon that happens, and we describe that phenomenon.
Yeah, but like I was trying to give the example, if it was a black man that done that thing, you wouldn't say that's toxic blackness. You for some reason would say that's toxic masculinity.
I actually
you
thought
were
about it.
unwilling
It's
to
not about
divide it
being a
on
man.
these other immutable characteristics.
It's not
I
merely
actually
about
thought of an
them being a
example
man,
of-
it's about the motivation being about them being masculine. If a black person's doing something because they think that black people should be doing this thing, that would be a case of toxic blackness.
Yeah, so give me an example of that.
I don't think this exists.
Wha-
How could I give you an
while
example?
you're
Yeah,
thinking,
that's the
hold on,
point.
while
Point.
you're
Yeah, I don't
That's the
think
point.
I no, Karen. It is, I don't think
That's exactly. You don't think it exists.
Shut up.
Say it.
I just want to say welcome back, Crucible Crew. I see you guys typing Alf in the chat. I'm guessing this is not the Alf raid that you asked for, but you are here nonetheless. And then Nathan says, for Ryan and Ghosty, do you have a real standard for bad outside of my preferences or my fifis?
I don't know, do you?
I think
Standard.
it's my
Exactly.
And I'm asking
They have
Nathan,
God's
sorry, not
fifis.
Ryan.
They have God's fifis.
I would say that my
God's
standard
preferences,
is
right?
has a similar amount of epistemological. Oh my god, epistemic. My standards have a similar epistemic grounding as yours, except for I just don't offset them to like the church. You know, I just like my preference isn't the church, whatever the church's will is, and that's not like an argument against my understanding of truth. You know,
Ryan, on that question, if I could ask you a question about it, you say that you don't want to associate where you get your groundings from church. And I understand that. Leaving church out of it and aside, you would agree though that there has to be some type of creator in general.
I don't know that. I don't think so.
So we're
so
I'm just asking because even
Like a
outside
single
of church,
entity creator.
yes, an entity creator. Even outside of church though, right? You could get groundings without having the church. For example, like natives believe in creator and they don't have a church system.
Yeah,
They also have a
you
moral
can-
system as well. So I was just curious as to if you get your morals elsewhere from the church.
It's more like a logical process for me. Like I would evaluate like how what's going like if we look at an action and then I would ask questions about like who's it affecting, like what's happening, and ask questions about that and try to understand what's going on, and then I would make an evaluation about like whether or not I think it's like moral or immoral. So like I would never
self-perception.
from that I would never say that like being gay is immoral, because it's like I don't know. I
Based
don't
on
come
the
to
consequence of what you're saying. You weigh that.
Not just
weigh
curious.
that
yeah,
out.
more or less. Yeah.
All right.
Glenn comes in with a big 5, says Dexter's toxic bitch titty. Fair enough. Dan Arnold says, Andrew, did we ever get enough raise for Ryan's tooth? It might get rid of that list. Sounds like the male version of Priscilla.
I'm happy to take the money. I'm if Andrew wants to give me that money, I'm happy to, but I'm just saying I don't expect it. But again, if the Crucible crew, if you guys want to donate to my tooth fund, I come to my channel and you can argue with me. You can call me a soy boy and whatever other names you come up with, and I can explain my thought process to you, and you can make fun of my tooth, and I'll teach you how to code. You might learn something. It could be a lot of fun.
Fair enough. Kane says public shaming is women's preferred method of attack against men, and the phrase toxic masculinity is their newest ammunition. Oh, that's a good point. Also, what we now call gender used to be called self-concept in psychology. I didn't know that. Is that a thing? Self-concept?
I'm not aware.
It kind of makes
Obviously,
sense.
there's an
Gender identity
aspect,
is
but
a-
I don't know if I would entirely subscribe to that because obviously,
self-concept as it relates to gender.
yeah, because gender. There's always been aspects of gender that have to do with traits on that. So,
And John, while you're here, Culpacast says shout out to Andrew and John Mosman. Christopher Scott says, shut up, Radical Coper, and let Corinth cook for your side.
Sorry for interrupting.
If self-concept was the idea that came before where we got to here, I can definitely understand how we got here.
Oh, goodness. Pardon me. Rachel also swung by earlier to say Ryan just told us that the only reason to tack on the term masculinity is to specifically identify maleness as the problem with the behavior. This is misandry.
Oh yeah, that's not how I feel. No, I think it's the
Okay.
People are presuming that like a particular behavior is masculine, and then like acting in a certain way just because they think that's how men are supposed to act, which I think is actually misandry when people enforce like a rigid box of masculinity on men and tell them that they're not living up to these expectations and so they're worthless in some way. I think that's actually
so basically,
Yeah, no, one sec.
if you
One sec, John.
hold to a traditional masculinity, you're toxic. But if you agree to a more liberal and more in touch feminist version of masculinity,
Yeah.
then that's
So if it's
true masculinity, right?
If it's not misandry, Ryan, then give us an example of toxic blackness.
Oh, I
Like,
was
you're
gonna say
about
like,
to spill the beans, like the
yeah, I
black
was gonna do it. Yeah, I'm willing to. Yeah. So my understanding is in the black community, there's a problem, right, where some black people will criticize other black people for like being too speaking too properly or something, quote unquote properly, as if there's like a fact of like how people are supposed to speak. But like what they mean is they're speaking like what they're like, or they're not using
Ebonics.
What's the word? Well, I mean, I like not exactly, but
I knew that Ryan was racist.
English.
Like they lost their black
So who's
card
being
or whatever.
who's being
exactly.
toxic in
Like-
this example?
Like
Who's
you're
being
you're not
toxic?
living up to your blackness from like it's I think it's colorism is what we were.
I think you mean not using slurs. I understand what you're
Slang or
saying.
whatever. Like I don't know what to call it.
So who's the person being toxic in this example?
Enunciation.
Enunciation,
Person
another good one.
Shaming someone for not being black enough or whatever. That's probably the person who's doing the toxic thing.
I have a quick question. Is me wearing a wife beater toxically masculine? All right, sorry.
But also, even if Ryan was able to give an answer, that would have nothing to do with the fact of it being like special pleading or not. We have
Right, and
cases
there
of men
goes
being
the
able to-
stocks and wife beaters.
Oh
Yikes.
goodness. K2 keep on trucking says toxic
My stocks went down?
blackness. Toxic
Wait.
blackness is that black teen at the track meet that's ended that white.
Yeah, the Austin McKellen and
Yeah, he's saying toxic
black.
blackness is that black teen at the track meet that ended that white teen.
Actually,
I would say
Austin was engaging in
racism.
toxic masculinity there.
I would
That
say
was a
that
case of
racism
instead
is when
of
we
deferring
assign.
to-
I'm sorry. Yeah.
That was actually a case of someone who, instead of deferring some action of enforcing who should be where to the proper means, like a security guard or some other enforcement mechanism, they went up to deal with it themselves because they have this hero complex. I'm a man. I should be the one doing this. I'm big. I'm strong. I should be the one enforcing the rules despite having no authority to do such. That's a case of someone being motivated by the ideals of masculinity and putting themselves in a worse situation than they should be.
So
see how much bullshit. One sec. Do you see how much bullshit we have to layer onto something that's just as simple as it was murder?
I know, right?
Okay, it was also murder.
Like
you
so
shouldn't be
much
putting-
pointless
A simpleton,
bullshit
Terrier.
to try and break down that, like, well, technically, if we view it under the
You know what,
lens of
Tarek?
gender, then this is toxic masculinity.
Tarek,
But then
I'm
if
gonna
we
give
view
you
it
a
under the
really
lens of
simple-
race,
Tarek, I'm gonna
like,
give you a
why
really
not just
simple analogy
call
here.
out a crime? It was
Tarek,
murder.
I'm going to give you a really simple analogy here.
Yeah, go ahead.
If I
go
tell
ahead.
a woman, hey, you probably shouldn't be going out ass naked, you're going to SA'd. That's probably
Mhm.
bad. You would say,
Mhm.
oh, you're doing rape culture. That's what a lefty would say. And that's what you're doing right now.
No,
you're
I'm not.
only doing the thing
No,
of
I'm
you
not.
should
I'll be
care
honest
about
though, the
act
sad
in the
thing
end.
with that analogy
Both
though
cases.
is in our world, if a woman did do what you said, she would be in a mental hospital. She probably would not get SA'd. She would probably be sent to a hospital. Someone would dress her.
It's an
And
analogy.
regardless,
It's a
at the end of the day,
hypothetical. I don't know
someone
why
would
you're doing
realize
this.
there's
I'm
a
showing you the
problem
reasoning
there
here.
and address that.
Yeah, but you're
I'm
missing.
showing you the special pleading reasoning you need to do here. Everyone understands if I tell you, hey, this is something you're doing that's putting yourself in more risk for some crime to be committed against you. You probably shouldn't be doing this. We
Right, but
should
my
see why
point
people
though,
have this idea
my
of doing
point to what I'm saying is what you're saying here is that there's probably a lot better men out there on average. There's probably more better men, good men that would help that woman than there are bad men that would SA her.
What does that have to do
Why
with
can't
the
we do
analogy?
both?
Literally.
You tell
Can we
me
do
what
both?
any of this has
Well,
to do
because
with
you
the
said if she
analogy.
walks out naked, that there's a high chance that she will get SA'd.
Do you think that there's
Is she a
good chance
one
that she
on a
gets
scale of
SA'd?
1 to 10? How hot is she?
10.
It doesn't even
Tiger
matter.
Woods is cheating on
For
his
science.
wife.
It's the 500-pound
Tiger Woods is
chick
cheating on his
that
wife
was
with
married
her
to
right
dude earlier on.
Tiger Woods is cheating on his wife with her right now. His wife got home. She had to jump out the window. I'm telling her she should at least grab a blanket beforehand because it's better for her. Does that give you the idea, Dusty, of how hot she is?
Oh, I zoned out actually. Sorry. I asked it was a
Fuck you.
rhetorical question. but
Go
I'm taking it
fuck
she's hot.
yourself.
So
Is she pretty hot? I mean,
I'm-
can we
I
help
am
her? Can we do both?
I am interested, Brian, if you can give me a good example of what you believe to be authentic or right masculinity versus toxic. Can you give me an example?
Like appropriate use of violence, like for defending your family, like protecting people around you. Self-defense even.
Teriak, hold on, I
okay.
apologize. Teriak, I'm going to pull you back for just a little bit. I'm going to rotate a seat in and out because there's still more people waiting backstage. Okay,
Yeah, cool, Vince.
so just hang out back for a little bit.
Can I add a real quick comment to that last super chat? And it actually speaks to a couple ones before that. So they talked about the black kid. I guess
I guess I'd have to agree with you though, Ryan, on the first thing you said there though, because when you said that defending your
Before
family
you
is
tell me how to agree with me,
masculinity, I would have to say that not defending your family, which some men do, like leaving your family, I would define that as toxic masculinity.
If you want to call, if you want to use the term toxic masculinity,
Right,
but
that's
I would
pretty
say
toxic.
bad behavior. I say it's bad behavior. I don't like the term toxic masculinity. It's stupid.
That's fine. You don't have. I'm not forcing anyone here to use anything. I'm just
So,
telling you what I'm saying.
Well, we can use it. I think we just need to agree to a definition that makes sense in this day and age.
Maybe you could give me
I just want to say one
actual
thing.
corporate definition.
Yeah, Ryan, I was
like
interested in your
to
next point, Ryan. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to make one comment about the I think it was about the black kid who stabbed someone. Like the way that people assign responsibility to blackness by characterizing this one black person doing a thing is an example of how prevalent racism still is in our society. So like toxic blackness here being because of loud black people is what they're just doing racism.
And to that, the super chat from John Velaquette came in saying, "Damn cowards, toxic blackness can be being hella thuggish, loud on public transportation." Emily says, "Dusty, most subtle I did your mom joke ever."
What did I say?
I don't know. This was like 20, 30 minutes ago.
Well, I appreciate you for catching it.
Jason with the big 20 says, "Sarah, thanks for letting me on panel. It's my absolute pleasure. It does get a little stuffy back here because there's more people waiting in line always, but I appreciate you being patient with me, Jason." David says, "Thanks again, Justerall, for the gifted sub, brother." And John follows up to say, "Toxic blackness, Hebrew Israelites."
That's a good example. Or the pretendians.
Fair enough.
There might be something to that, but I would say toxic whiteness is just plain old racism. Like the invention of racism is toxic whiteness.
But I don't see why we have to say toxic anything. We say bad behavior.
Have you ever met like older Chinese men? Have you ever met an older Chinese man? That is the
no,
most.
I have not.
Yeah.
No, I have not.
Let me tell you. You want to? Anyways, I'm not going to get.
I mean, but I know a woman because I have a friend that's married to a Chinese woman. So I mean, I do know a woman.
So James,
but their women are very kind though.
What up, Melanie?
Let me read this last one. John follows up to say, "Toxic masculinity. Do you even live, bruh? Toxic femininity. Manipulation for authority." I agree. All right, I think I got through them all. I'm gonna go fix some food.
You got that glossy.
I know my eyes, and I have to get up so early tomorrow too. But I'm gonna just step away for a few minutes. Flow State's in charge.
I need to.
That's a bad idea.
I'm not giving you anything. Just don't talk over each other,
You
or
know
else
what?
everybody's gonna leave.
I still got it though. I still got it for you.
Throw that shit away.
Nope.
By the way, James, the definition of toxic, well, one of them is poisonous, but that's not relevant here. But the second,
Well, that's a physical.
that's not relevant. I know.
I'm talking
We're getting there.
about in
Chill,
terms of actual
chill. Stop
behavior.
interrupting me. Chill.
I'm talking about in terms of behavior.
Chill,
not-
chill. I'm getting there. So the second definition is very harmful or unpleasant in a pervasive or insidious way. I think most of the definitions that have been given tonight qualify harmful, unpleasant, pervasive, and insidious.
Well,
and Mel, why should anyone take what you say about that as because?
So are you disagreeing? It's the definition.
GPT said so. That's
just
why.
read the definition.
GPT said so.
Okay. All right. So harmful, pervasive, and what?
Here, I'll read it one more time.
Harmful, unpleasant, pervasive, insidious, or something.
Yeah, it's very harmful or unpleasant in a
One more time
pervasive
for the
or
slow
insidious.
people in the back.
Yeah, but I would still argue that the term itself can be based on. You ready, Dylan?
I'd like to finish the definition, please.
How many? Dang it.
Please continue, Mel.
Go ahead.
Please continue, Mel. Yeah.
Very harmful or unpleasant in a pervasive or insidious way. Just making sure I got to say that.
Yeah, okay, they all
take
apply.
forever.
They all apply. So if it's harmful, unpleasant, or insidious, it applies, right, to the definition you're trying to bring up right now.
Those are or conditions, so they're
Yeah,
not.
but there can be
not
things
inclusive.
that I think where we got.
No,
where
but
we
don't
got-
worry, he wasn't done yet. There's additional.
Yeah,
He's
The
still
issue,
landing
I
the
think, is
plane.
that
Hang on.
this is such a simple and like it's just a sucky term from the ground up, and we sort of analyze it.
Yeah, if you
I
want a
don't know.
more clinical and like precise term, you would say
Not
gender
a
role
clinical-
conflict.
But who's the one? Who's the one to decide harmful? Who's the one to decide unpleasant? These terms can be subjective.
So
Can they
harm-
not?
around the fringes.
can
Does
be,
that
but they're
mean
not
we
always.
we should never be able to call anything
Well, based on
toxic
our
or
line of inquiry, no
bad
one's really
or
convinced
anything
on this panel.
because
Uh,
they can or can't be something? Like we
It
still
means
use
that
No, it's
no, that's
because
not.
it's because your inability to draw like an actual distinction, and you leave it nebulous
we
to saying
use
it can be and it
plenty
also
of
can't be.
words. We
James,
use
how would
plenty
you-
of words that don't have a definitive distinction in every scenario.
Yes, but if one thing can
ever.
be one way, but then also the
All right,
opposite.
everyone. You guys all
then
have a good
the
night.
use
It
case
was
is
wonderful
not-
to be on your guys' panel with
Context
you.
matters, dog.
Y'all take it
They're
easy.
not mutually exclusive. James,
Take it
how would you
easy.
describe a toxic relationship?
Well, I wouldn't, first I wouldn't describe it as toxic. I just call it a bad relationship.
Well, there's two Jameses here, so you just say James
Okay,
Gray or James.
Yeah, dating coach James.
If I may, I'd like to go back to this Japanese thing. For the proponents who say that it's not a thing, the toxicity is not really a thing, how would you reconcile that with what the Japanese did? So basically, they taught their Japanese from a very young age that the Chinese are soulless, they're not real people, they don't need rights or anything like this. And then when they actually invaded China, the government told them that they are to go around raping women. They did this in ridiculous numbers. And then they went and killed them afterwards. Like if I create an extreme through war, which is, if that doesn't meet the threshold, what would you call that type of behavior?
I would
Hey,
go further and
teaching
say
a bad
if I
behavior.
were to accept
I
the
would
term,
call
just say
that
evil or wicked.
I call it an evil authoritative
Teaching
thing.
a bad behavior.
But is that exclusive to man?
But
and not
it's
women?
not. It has nothing to do with
think
men.
so.
It has to do with actually the fact that it is people justifying violence for the sake of their society or their nation, which would be, I guess, toxic nationalism.
But what I'm trying to say, John,
Yeah,
is
I
that
mean, you don't
something
have to
exclusive
dissociate it
men?
with man or woman.
It
It's
is
just bad
exclusive.
behavior across the board. Because even if a
Exclusive.
man or a woman did the same thing, because both have the potential to do the same thing.
If you want to say
Okay.
everybody has the capacity to be an a-hole, that's fine. But this is something exclusive to men. This is taking it to its most vile extreme.
How's that exclusive to men?
Because
women can manipulate and everything. And
because you won't get a boner if she's not hot. That's why. You talk about grape. Come on, man.
that
was
would
done
really be
throughout
great
war and
if you're getting
conquest. It
a
was done-
boner on for the woman. It's not really grape, is it? I mean, is she really graping you?
That's what I'm saying.
James, don't you like to make the argument that men gave permission to women to vote because basically the might argument?
You're talking to James Ray, or you're talking to James?
To the other James. Like
James,
you've said that men give women the permission to vote, right? Because they have the might, they have the strength to do that, right? So, but now you're like disassociating these things right now.
Oh, well, I mean, yeah, but the women manipulate the men into giving them the vote. I've never.
Okay. Anyway,
'Cause they-
sorry,
'cause of
Joseph.
her-
Can you continue?
Yeah,
Sexual.
well,
to point
listen,
that
I
out.
think what I heard as a
Really,
rebuttal was it's not toxic masculinity, it's toxic humanity. But what I'm trying to say is that this is something that exclusively rests with men, not women. So if this is some type
Because
of
I think that it's not toxic masculinity is referring to socialized behaviors, and what you're describing is like extreme terrorism, or right? Like it's trying to horrify your enemy into submission.
I'll grant you that if you'll grant that women killing their babies is toxic femininity.
I don't give a
I'll
shit.
grant that all day, baby.
I
All day.
think across the board it's immature people being immature. I think that the gender dynamics we drag into these topics is useless, and
It is very
Here's
useless.
the reality, and it all it does is expose the fear that people like James have of the opposite sex.
I don't have fear of the opposite sex.
I don't think you guys have like a lot of experience in like considering social phenomenology, right? Because these things happen both on an internal level, which is someone's mindset of both agent A and agent B, but also the interactions between them. And so both of those things come into play. That's why you're hearing definitions that are both about someone's intent and how that affects people. So when I negatively affect people, when I make people feel uncomfortable, or even if I harm them directly, and it's pervasive or insidious, that becomes more toxic with the more of those things it qualifies.
I didn't follow that. What are you saying? Say it simply.
So it's an interpersonal dynamic, toxicity.
I thought it was well said.
Yeah.
You guys should go back and listen to it again after
Who's the
show's over.
arbiter? Because, like, for
I mean,
example,
it's fucking pancake, right?
how about this, Melanie? For example, I might say there might be men who are more likely to put their foot down when it comes to their standards towards women and how they deal with them in relationships. For example, if they deem things as disrespect, they're going to call it out. Now, one might perceive that as being unpleasant from the outside looking in, but in the long run, that could be also a benefit to the relationship, could it not?
Well, that's why these qualifiers align with masculinity, not just general discomfort, right? So if it
is gendered. I'm explaining to you that it's gendered because as a man, I might perceive myself to be, look, a man should be someone who holds his frame or is more stoic.
It sounds to me like insecurity, the way you phrased the question.
So so like I was saying, one could say that, look, my perception of how I should be in a relationship in order to maintain this relationship for the benefit of the relationship is to hold more of a stoic frame because I perceive men to be this way. That men should
It's
be
what you want. It's your relationship. If you're behaving in a way that's not comfortable for you in the relationship, it's going to fall apart. So
that's not always the case because we do things a lot of times that are uncomfortable for us for the benefit for us in the future, such as maybe we have religious underlinings. Maybe we have things that we say that we're going to sing or words that we're going to honor towards ourselves. Like
working.
We're all going to have different thresholds, right? Like, and so.
But I'm only explaining that the terms themselves, unpleasant, harmful, they're literally subjective and it can be based on a person's
Well, it's a
viewpoint.
good thing we're not taking this to court. We don't need an arbiter. This is
Wait.
something
You guys
that
are
we're-
making an indictment on the entire male rate or the entire
No, we're
male
not.
relationship.
No, we're not.
This is.
No, we're not.
This is because it's a bigoted term.
I'm going to switch your seat out, okay? Just hang backstage.
Because
Also, Sarah chat. There's a super chat that mentions me. We might as well get to that.
Oh.
I myself am a man.
Oh.
See, that's the thing, though.
Mel, you should have booted yourself. No, it's okay. You got 20 minutes in the back.
Dang.
Dang, I want to
Listen,
engage.
Why y'all hate Mel? I mean, it is funny, but why y'all hate Mel?
Let me give credit where it's due. Mel, since I've met Mel, has gotten like 30% more tolerable.
She is
Oh.
doing better. And Charla, Nora said,
Is that Robin Hood? What the fuck's going on?
everything is relative, like the number 6 and 9, depending where you stand. They both can be right or wrong.
Hold on, I need to get my weed pen for this.
Philosophical.
69ing.
All right. I put my investigating glasses on today for this debate. I can't believe how bad Ghosty did. It was a Ryan versus Andrew debate. Ghosty, I don't know. Did you guys not prepare? Hey, Ryan, I have a serious question. Did you guys not prepare together before?
No, we didn't.
Yeah, I did that.
It's very clear.
To his point, I do think that worked kind of against you guys because they played it off you guys.
Yeah, here's the thing I want to deal with, Ryan. I have a single question that's going to destroy.
Oh, shut up.
Oh,
Manor.
fuck. Oh, no. I'm
Who is
scared.
this
Get
guy? It's
to
like
the
a
question, Manar.
Yeah, ask it.
Very curious.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
Wait, where did he was
He was in a question.
He's
that
gone
sounds
now.
like a
That's
Sims
all
guy
right.
thing. He was like,
Listen. He spent a whole 70 seconds explaining how he was going to ask a fucking question. All he had to do was ask the fucking question. Hornet,
was
how are you
trying to,
tonight?
you
What's up, Sarah? How you doing?
I'm good. I'd rather listen to Hornet than Manure. Anyway.
Hornet's good. Hornet's all right.
Manure, brilliant.
What up, Flo? How you doing?
What's going on, Hornet? What do you think about these pussy ass men?
But not pussy ass men. But you know, I think we're getting like really caught up in like the masculinity like part of the word where it's just like that seems to be the driving point here, where I could agree that there are traits that like I think we could all agree that men and women present different traits differently, right? Like aggression is going to be a lot different from a man versus a woman, right?
Yeah.
To a level, right? So when we're defining terms like toxic masculinity, it's going to be the most pervasive in those like in what those presentations are, not necessarily the aggression part. It's just the trait that's actually being presented.
I thought Ghost, you brought up a great point when she was talking about Wes Watson being a caricature of like what is masculine. It could
I didn't
be,
hear that part, but that is a good. Yeah.
This is actually funny. Q-Tard says, as a fellow dude, I will say that bro Mel is a good sport, if nothing else. And I will give credit there. Mel always has
Mel
to take
is a
on
good
a lot of
sport.
shit,
Always
and
booted.
she still always comes back for more. Go ahead, go.
That's true. Well, like she was
What are you
bringing up
eating?
Wes Watson, and
Back
he's a
and compliment there,
character of
actually.
like he's hard because he's been to prison. Masculine is money, kind of creating a standard for like a worthiness factor or something akin to that.
Yeah,
He's like
Oh,
the
it's a very salient
embodiment of
point.
toxic masculinity.
There's another component to masculinity that's frequently overlooked in this sort of series, which is like composure and stoicism, right? There's a calm component too that should be added in that's frequently left out in all these discussions.
And this is exactly why someone like Wes Watson is the exact opposite of somebody that is masculine. And then if somebody is lacking in masculinity, the idea that you could then also attach the term toxic before the word masculine when the person's lacking it in, it's an antecedent relationship, right? Yeah. So someone must first be masculine in order to be toxically masculine. So if we look at someone like Wes Watson, someone that has absolutely zero control of themselves whatsoever, as shown in these like situations, even with the situation with Andrew on the Fresh and Fit, sort of, well, I don't know what it was they were doing on that stage, but you know, he clearly lacks any form of reasonable control, right? So
you would call that a lack of masculinity.
But
I would call that a definite lack of masculinity, especially when we take into consideration what Dusty just stated, which is that stoicism and being reserved in one's execution of their emotions is actually what true masculinity is.
And
right?
I completely agree, but wouldn't you say the reason that Wes Watson is acting that way, he has a perception that makes him look more masculine, correct?
He's overcompensating for his own insecurity.
He's trying to present. He's trying to present very masculine in that.
Yes.
That would be the point.
But he is overcompensating
you're misunderstanding.
because of a lack of masculinity, right? He's not calm. He's fearful, and that's what drives that sort of behavior.
Yeah, but that's masculine.
that's the point.
He's got no control over his emotions.
Yeah, but that's the point, right? That the trait itself is being blown up to this level, right? Like when Andrew brought up the example of him running over like a raccoon, like that's acceptable. But let's move it on to like, let's change the animal to a deer where you're actually putting yourself or the people in the car with you in danger. Now, like that has a different connotation to it, right? Like there's like levels to each individual trait. There's going to be acceptable limits and then unacceptable, right? And I think that's what Wes Watson really like falls into, where it's just like these are like unacceptable like levels of like how to present yourself as a man.
And just to dogpile on that point quick, I think it's fucking wild that he would claim reveling in the needless slaughter of animals is something that's akin to natural masculinity. It's fucking wild.
I would push back a little bit just because in a lot of states there are overpopulation of certain animals, and it's quite necessary.
Yeah, but that's different.
For sure, but that's why you know. But that's why when you replace that raccoon with a deer, like there's still an overpopulation of deer. It doesn't mean you should go crashing your car into every deer you see, right?
Because that's fucking expensive to.
You wouldn't.
And it would be potentially harmful to you and other people in the car with you, right? Like it's not like you hit a deer and it's just like, oh, okay, I hit a deer.
Good enough to hit a deer that because you swerved at it that you otherwise would have missed. That's skill, though.
I'll give you an example. When I like unload a mouse trap that's caught a mouse in my house, I'm happy that it's one less mouse in my house. I'm not reveling in the fact that I took its fucking life. You know what I mean? And it's just to try
But have you ever hunted?
Yeah, I have.
And you know the little thrill of the hunt, right?
I know what like young boys and some shit they'll do, but I don't.
You've matured past the thrill of catching your pursuit.
Yeah, listen, this is just the way there.
On fire for fun.
This is we're talking about our endo pleasure system at this point.
I've slaughtered a few bugs in my day. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, but you were like probably younger, right? Like you're probably not doing that today.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't know.
There is a satisfaction of getting something that's.
But also
on
think
your
of it
food.
this way, Ghosty. Like kids sitting there killing bugs is because they're bored or have a lack of something else to do. They don't have hobbies, jobs, kids take care of, so on and so forth. So I would think it could be, you could add the maturity level to it, but it's also, busy, right? If you're busy doing other shit, you're not sitting there playing with bugs, unless that's your job. And Jeremy
Oh,
Ryan
you know what? I killed some
says,
bugs today. I found a wasp nest in the garage and I threw it in the fire pit.
There you go.
that was for the
I'm
safety
sure
of
there
your
was a level
family,
of
though.
satisfaction.
It's great. I'm smiling again, remembering it. Fuck those wasps.
Jeremy Ryan says, add 5 minutes to Mel's timer because you called him a she. Is this toxic masculinity? Well, I asked you the question, Jeremy. Since you're a man, would you want to be referred to as the same thing as the Furby, or would you just rather me call her a she?
Crazy.
John says, Ryan, would you say that one who believes referring to the N-word as the N-word gives the word more power than what it deserves? Is it toxically white?
So before I answer that, I wanted to go back and touch on the hunting thing real quick, because when I think about like people I know who hunt regularly, and when I just imagine like someone who is like a masculine representative of like hunting culture, I don't think of someone who's like ecstatic and thrilled about like just like the sheer thrill of taking a life for the sake of it. There's a respect for the life.
It's layered. It's layered. It's nuanced.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and I think I don't see that on display when Andrew talks about swerving into the raccoon or whatever. But to this point, no, I don't agree. I think it's fine to just describe it as the N-word. Like, I don't think you need to say it, and that's unnecessary. So
right.
So wait, Ryan, do you take issue then? Do you take issue with the idea that someone may be a static, let's say, for instance, in a hunt?
Not necessarily, no. I think like if they're demonstrating that in like a bunch of different contexts, I think that's like a red flag. But like in general, like I can imagine why it would feel like a very high level of endorphin, whatever.
Yeah, because at this point we're talking about the endo-pleasure system, right? We're talking about the actual neurological pathways in which are wired up in order that this is something that needs to happen. It needs to happen for a multitude of different reasons, right? So when we're talking about the endo-pleasure system and the way that it rewards us, right, there's a goal that's been set out to happen, right? And not only has the goal been set out to happen, there could then be a personification of the goal, i.e. what I mean by this is a representation to, let's say, a lower generation, i.e. somebody that's younger, right? And this representation, i.e. the personification of the ecstaticism over the achievement of the goal, right? This is not only to release dopaminergic system in the person that's on the hunt, right? It's also as a representation to those younger people that they themselves can receive the same dopaminergic system themselves and the release of that dopaminergic system. So there are different expressions of this. That's why it is multi-layered and multifaceted.
How would you reconcile that with the fact that cultures all around the globe have great reverence for the animal, like the Native Americans, for instance, here in America, great reverence for all the animals they took. They weren't walking around just killing buffaloes for their fucking hides and leaving them to rot on the, you know what I mean?
The peaceful Native American is such a fucking trope, dog.
Well, it's not
they
just
literally
them.
worshipped. Like,
Well, you would just say that they would have a higher.
They literally cut out, the
just
center part of a human being. You know what I mean? They literally
You would
cut
just
that
say
out.
when you're
let me reconcile it. I can reconcile the two positions, right? You can have respect for life while also taking it, right, at the same time. The reason being, it's like the reason being is because obviously under the understanding that as you take one life, it sustains another, right? So if you take a life to sustain another life, right, the reverence can be held simply in the fact that you understand that Mother Nature has to give away as a part of its ecosystem in order that the part of the ecosystem you're a part of is able to be maintained and also to be done so in a nutritionally based way, right? So
I agree, but that's different than reveling in the needless. When you just swerve for a raccoon, are you the California hillbillies stopping and scooping it up and eating the roadkill on your way home? No, it's just a needless kill. There's no reverence for it.
It's a competition, right? If you catch something, if you hunt something, if you hit something, you're engaging the same part of your brain as winning a soccer match.
Well, it's the reward-based system again. It's the reward-based system that is in tow here. So obviously, if we have these sort of, neurological sort of drivers in our brain that aid us toward a certain goal and its completion, there are obviously going to be aberrations along the way as expressions as to sort of the potential of the completion of that goal. So obviously, like, yeah, it depends on who you're talking to, right? If I hit a pheasant in my car, I am going to go pick that pheasant up and I'm going to eat it later, right? 100%. Okay. But the idea of the raccoon, for instance, right, you could say, well, maybe it's because it's a pest and maybe it causes other problems in society in general, right? Maybe in that you could then revel in the killing of
time frame. You're dealing with the logical reasons for it, why it's not wrong, and he's asking about the emotional response to it.
Okay, but the emotional, I believe the emotional response to it is tied in, and what I mean by that is
that's correct.
Well, how would you define that it isn't? Because
our emotion, our logic and reasoning, even though we feel like it runs the show, it doesn't. It's a way slower process than our emotions. Emotions are less specific in their address, but they're way quicker to respond. So that's why you feel a certain way, and then as information comes in, you change your opinion. The feeling that you get from, getting a buck or hitting a fucking whatever, a gopher, that happens before you've had time to process why it's okay for that to happen.
I don't think that's true, because when you're hunting, you have like the intended goal to go hunting, right? When you're just swerving your car.
Yeah, but he's talking about being in a car in the moment or in heat. I understand what you were saying though. So
your mic is muted, Tomato.
Thank
Well,
you.
that's
James, pardon me. James wanted to make an exit. Go ahead and
Hey, regardless of our disagreements, Ghost and Ryan, it was actually very spirited and there wasn't much bad faith, I don't think, really. I do appreciate that you guys have been good sports and engage with all of the line of inquiry, especially after the debate was over. So appreciate you guys for.
Who do you think was the most bad faith out of the two of them?
Okay, I do think you guys are more bad faith, but as far as like your average liberal leftist, it was a bit refreshing. Okay, so
Well,
yeah, you guys have a
thanks.
good rest of your day. Tomato,
You
thanks
weren't
for having
bad
me
to
on.
talk
Dusty,
to either.
Later, man.
Sorry.
all right, take care.
Later, dude. I believe Horn, you were speaking, or Hornet.
Yeah, like again, it's just like the intended goal would be like, yeah, for hunting you would have like a already like complex like understanding of what I'm trying to achieve here. Like it's the same thing when you go fishing, right? But when I'm just swerving on the road to hit a raccoon, that thought process is a lot quicker. There's not the intentionality behind it that I would have. It's not like I'm trying to get rid of the vermin. It's just literally momentary pleasure at that moment to fucking kill this raccoon. There's no like goal set in that mind, right? Like I didn't go into my car thinking I'm gonna run over a raccoon today.
Right.
Where I live, that does occur. So like, and that's why I guess maybe I had an issue with understanding exactly where you were coming from. So like, I get in my car this morning, right? I go to drive to work. I'm not necessarily seeking out to hit 12 pheasants as I go down a lane, right?
Where do you live?
I live in the United Kingdom. But the thing is, right, is like, but growing up, right, continuously, that's what we would do. We would hunt pheasants, right? We would specifically do this. So when I swerve my car to hit like 6 pheasants all in a row, they're really stupid. You can get 6 in one go. You can basically decapitate them with your bumper. You don't damage your car or anything like this. In my mind, my mind, as I do that, right, I actually am hunting in that moment.
But
even
for
though
sure.
you could say, but so like I misunderstood the idea of like hitting the raccoon.
So hitting the raccoon, like when you hit a pheasant, you're picking up the pheasant to actually like consume it, right? At some point,
100%.
when you're hitting a raccoon, you're just hitting a raccoon. There's like nothing else to it.
Andrew was
Like,
saying he was swerving to hit the raccoons to laugh about it.
That is
or
to laugh
whatever.
at
That's what a man does.
Let me
Yeah.
point out, I don't think that some of you appreciate how big of pests and how fucking people who say that animals are the only things that kill each other for fun are fucking wrong. Nature is mean as a motherfucker. Raccoons are particularly brutal, and they fuck up trash cans and shit. Like they're problems.
Okay, but like,
Yeah, they're
surely you're
pesky,
strong enough
but,
to handle a bit of nature.
don't go
yeah,
out
it's
and
not
try to
like
hit a
he
raccoon.
said he was
kill it.
hitting.
I
It's
kill
not like
raccoons.
he was saying he was hitting dogs and kittens and
yeah,
things that
For-
are
What's
that
what's
we
the
care
utility?
about.
Oh, sorry, Sarah.
Yeah,
go ahead.
I
care
agree with
about
Sarah.
raccoons.
What's
I
the
agree.
utility
Like,
from
Oh, there serves me no
smashing
purpose
squirrels?
to kill
Then
raccoons.
squirrels
I
aren't.
don't eat raccoons.
If
so.
I may, squirrels aren't a public nuisance. He was also incorporating them too. So I don't think making the delineation between the two is really necessary.
We're predatory biological animals. It's in
Although
our
hitting-
nature. And
Well,
so,
But this is my
Squirrel,
thing. You
actually,
guys
wait there.
act,
Squirrels.
you guys are acting like you have no choice. It's like this is
I'm
primal.
not saying
it's
that.
I'm an animal. I
No,
have no self-control.
Nobody's
so I just
saying that.
do
What I'm
these
saying
things.
is, what I'm defending is like there were some pearl clutchers going, "Oh my gosh, they would kill an animal." No, it's not. It's not a weird thing to like go, "Whoo, I got it," you know.
Yeah, my problem isn't that he would run over the raccoon, right? My problem would be like the behavior behind it. Like, let's
He
say,
must
like
have a truck.
the logic line that he drew there was like, since they're a pest, I have to get rid of them. Blah blah blah. So like, what's stopping you from driving your car into a deer? Like when you see it, like there'd be that's a delineation that I'm trying to draw here, where it's just like, obviously there's this level of harm that you're trying to figure out there, where it's just like, if I run into a raccoon, it's probably not gonna like swerve my car off the road. But if I hit a deer, it's gonna mess up my car, no matter like what
Deers
car.
don't come kill your chickens in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
Crabby,
man.
Crabby,
Eat your tomatoes.
Hold on just a second. Crabby, are you with us?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was you.
Crabby.
You good? My penises.
Thank you. All right,
Rude
go back.
mudcock.
What's up?
But yeah, that's the
Go
only
show me.
delineation that I'm trying to draw. That the process in your brain is that could be true, right? But you're also like have a layer of understanding of, hey, that's a deer. I'm not gonna completely drive my car into it and wreck my shit and wreck myself to try to get to hit a deer.
Yeah, I don't think they're analogous at all. I really don't.
act
Well, no,
surprised, by the way,
the
when
same mindset would apply, right?
Don't act surprised, by the way, if someone sees you do that and thinks you're just a cruel person, because they probably will, whether you know.
Oh, they
you
will.
think you're cruel or not.
Well, Cosmic Fox, since your name is actually Fox, all right. Would you say that someone's cruel for reveling in, let's say, for instance, killing a fox, for instance? Just because they're not going to eat any of the meat whatsoever. They're just simply driving down the road, right? They see a fox, they swerve to hit it, and they're ecstatic about the fact that they hit it, right? I could give you qualifiers as to why this may be okay afterwards. What would you say?
I mean, I prefer to hear it ahead of time, but generally, yes, I think that does sound cruel to me.
It sounds cruel to you, right? But so, like, let me give you the moral justification. So, foxes will break into hen hounds, right? They literally will kill. I've worked on partridge farms where I've seen 700 partridges dead, not a single one of them with the breast meat even stripped. So they literally just went in, killed 700 partridges.
Damage. Generally, they cause damage.
No, but that's not damage per se. That's more than damage. That's damage not only to livestock. That's damage to businesses. I've literally seen businesses.
They're an irritation, and my thing about that is that first of all, that's not a proper method of population control. Secondly, foxes are important players of an ecosystem, and just wiping them out doesn't necessarily account for like the damage you might do to biodiversity and stuff because of that.
Well, no, we were talking about, like, let's say somebody swerving to hit a fox, and let's say this person directly knows that, like, this is outside on my property, right? You wouldn't legally be allowed to hit a fox out on a public road, right? But where we live, where there are farms, for instance, it's more than likely that if you kill and people don't understand this sort of relationship, that if you kill a fox on your land, right, it actually deters other foxes from coming onto that land after the fact. So sometimes, and this is why. Well, it's been proven in the sense of incursions of foxes since they banned fox hunting, and obviously fox hunting is seemingly very, very cruel. You know, they drive a fox for miles around a piece of farmland where they've done damage, maybe a partridge farm, right, for instance, right? The reason they do that is for fear pheromones from the fox to be spread all across that piece of land, almost like in some sort of a perimeter, right? That perimeter itself, right, would be
Flo, read the super chats.
Yeah.
What the fuck does this have to do with masculinity?
I don't know. This is a really boring tangent.
That's why I just let him keep going.
Yeah. All right, hold on.
Wait,
I got
I'm waiting.
Superchats. Did we lose Sarah?
Yeah.
Oh, I just went straight over to my restream and looked for the
A2, keep on trucking with the $2. You ever seen what a moose bar does to a deer?
What's a moose bar? I live in America. Is that like a brush guard? Is that the grill? Like on the front?
Like a bull bar.
It's
Yeah.
a
Crazy.
bar.
It turns into a moose.
It's a bar where all the mooses go to get drunk.
The problem is that most brush guards, like, you're gonna have enough moose getting through that grill that it's gonna fuck up a headlight.
Yeah.
Some of the
At
moose
least.
go there for karaoke night, not to get drunk. Just to clarify.
Like unless you got like an armored undercarriage to your whole vehicle, right? Like something's gonna get inside something.
Like a
I mean,
snowplow?
Cadillacs have there's solid body cars.
Like, I've only ever actually seen that in a police car.
I've got a Cadillac I'm parting out right now, and it's got a solid underbody.
Crazy.
Pause.
Wonderful.
I guess
So
my
we're all
overall
convinced
point
now that
was
toxic
that
masculinity is real. We all
Can
agree.
we stop talking about
Angela?
roadkill? Yeah.
Yeah. It's definitely real. Anyone who doesn't understand it was either too simple or you guys just overcomplicated it.
People understand
Actually-
it. It's not a useful addition. It doesn't add understanding. It predetermines it, right?
No, it definitely adds understanding. If you can understand why you're taking an action you're taking, if you understand that like your motivations are because you have insecurities, because you don't feel masculine enough.
But that's not how
then
we're arriving at this phrase. We're not going, okay,
That's
this
exactly
is the
what it
behavior.
is.
That's
This-
what
okay, so would it be
Yeah.
equally useful if we said bitchy period week, right? Whenever a girl was acting bad, it's like bitchy period.
We do that. Many people
Yeah.
do already do
But
that.
But it's not supposed to expect
it's not really
but-
viable.
but no,
You're not
I
going to
don't think
have
it's
Ryan sitting here
acceptable.
going, well, Google Scholar says bitchy period is.
I think you're
Well,
confusing the
everyone did
fact
that,
that
right?
like there are clinical terms for these things, right? So, but
It's
like
not a
when,
clinical. That's not a
it's
clinical.
not
I
a
know,
clinical term. That's the point.
that's what but there's already
Scholarly
clinical. But then like if I talk to my friends about this thing, I'm going to say like, holy shit, she was such a bitch while she was on her period. I'm not going to be like, oh man, her premenstrual syndrome was making her super hormonal. And it's like, nobody talks like that, dude. You're forgetting how language actually works in between people.
You guys know that they're not saying like masculinity is inherently toxic. You know, that's not
Yeah.
what it is, right?
Mm,
It's specifically
Yeah, but-
an action taken by insecure men.
Right.
They're not talking about any of you guys because you are all really secure. They're
The
talking about
utility of the
individual
word is kind of
We're-
is kind of
there's an-
irrelevant as well.
There's an
because
automatic association. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying the utility of the term and the definition is kind of irrelevant as well, at least to the debate proposition, because both Ryan and Ghosty clarified what they mean by that term. And I think at some point, Andrew granted that, well, yeah, it's true by what you mean by the terms. Then the debate's over. I don't know. You can have a side debate about the utility of the word, and maybe there's better terms to use, but that's a completely
Yeah,
separate debate.
Yeah, I think the
But
debate
yeah,
even
but that
boiled
wasn't a
down
concession.
to- No, he did. He basically said the thing is real. He just
He
said
admitted
that
at one point the thing
the
was
definition.
real.
Wait, he said
It's
the definition.
based on a proprietary definition. Are you not understanding that?
Exactly.
Listen,
Just to
you
be
can't
clear,
really debunk. You can't
yeah,
debunk.
that's still conceding that the thing exists.
It's not. So I can give you an example
No,
of this.
listen, but
My
when you build
defense
it up
is
like
God
Brian,
is
wait there a
real,
second.
and by let me give an example here. God is real, and by God I just mean my cat. My cat is real, therefore God is real by that definition.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
understand
That's
how
a
that's not really
proprietary
the answer to the
Yeah.
debate of
Yeah,
is
Andrew
God
doesn't
real?
agree. Andrew doesn't agree with us labeling it toxic masculinity, but he did seem to concede that the underlying things that we described do exist. So
Yeah,
he did
because you're
concede
just
that much. But again, yeah, you're right. He didn't.
You're
actually
just
concede
pointing to
to the
behaviors that
term
can be
used.
pointed out, though, right? That's the problem. You're pointing to behaviors that are able to be pointed out, and then you're given a proprietary definition to those behaviors. The problem,
I don't agree with characterizing it as
proprietary.
Behaviors
You could
exist,
grant that it's
and your
proprietary.
definition
It doesn't.
pointing to those
And I
behaviors
can,
exist.
but
I just don't like your definition. It's fucking stupid.
I do
it's
think
not,
both of
it's
you
not
could
like
have been
it's not like I
like
just
more
made it up,
accurate.
right? Like randomly. Like
So
I
when you
like,
say
like I said,
proprietary, it means exclusive to a group. It's most often used in business to mean like a definition that only applies to what you would use. This is
Yeah,
supposed
or
to be- this is
or it can be
something-
used for
this is
magazines
something-
or whatever.
It's something that everyone can use. You're not just going to use it because you're in a particular trade and work for a particular company that would only use a proprietary technology.
It's disanalogous.
think-
Stop calling it proprietary. I wanted to call Andrew out for that shit, but I didn't get time.
I think he uses it to dismiss like our labeling of it as that, but like I didn't just like come up with it. Like and when he gave his other variety of definitions, almost every single one of them mapped perfectly to what we were describing all throughout the debate. It was actually kind of hilarious how apt the things he was saying was, and like looking incredulous, like with a Tucker Carlson
Who
face.
the hell is breathing into their mic?
Whoever you just took out.
Yeah, one of you is fucking up. That's crazy.
Brandon.
Yeah, probably.
I even tried breathing into my mic with my nose there because that's what I was breathing out, and I couldn't. So like, I don't even think it is me.
Is it me?
No, it's probably me.
I don't breathe, so
It might be me. I'm smoking, so
It goes away when Brandon mutes up. You guys are all retarded.
Okay, cool.
I love how he said it's Brandon, and then everyone else was like, "Is it me?" Like, no, we already solved.
Oh, it could be anyone, you know? It could be anyone.
So may I just take this moment to point out, like, there is a prescription that exists on how not to be toxic, right? It's called healthy masculinity. It might involve things like realizing that you're still, it might involve things like realizing that you're still a man, even if you show emotion or affection to your other male friends, right? Like, to me, the healthiest form of toxic masculinity is being so confident in your masculinity that a gay guy can come up and hit on you, and you still know that you're straight and you're a man. That has
That's
not
gay.
put that into question at all. Most of the toxic masculinity that we see is a response to men feeling emasculated and needing to overreact to that threat.
That's true. That's actually exactly what I said. Yep, I agree.
Yeah, which is the opposite of being stoic, which I would say is actually not a masculine trait whatsoever. And that's why I stated before, someone like Wes Watson being called a toxic masculine, right? Like, this to me is stupid. There's an antecedent relationship issue there, right?
Here's what's stupid about expecting. Can I just quickly?
Okay.
There is something stupid about expecting men to be stoic, and that expects men to only have really one emotion. That's anger and aggression. Men can feel
not at all.
No, that's
not at all. That's not at all accurate.
That's the whole point of like bringing up that traits are the things that we're looking at, right? Like a man can present a trait very differently than a woman. It doesn't mean that we don't have the emotion. We're just presenting differently. That'd be
Men need to be in control of their emotions. There's a good reason for that.
First of all, that's not a trait. Second of all, how you
Of what?
express emotions, like feeling like if you cry that you've emasculated yourself, for example, is toxic. It's healthy to cry because getting
it's
out those
not
emotions.
So you think a man crying
is getting
in
out
front
those
of everybody,
emotions.
a group of other men, is it going to be
If
judged?
I'm sad, I don't have to necessarily follow crying to do it, right? Like I can project that I'm sad in other ways. I don't necessarily have to jump
to say that
crying.
to say that it's okay for men to cry is good. It's healthy for them because bottling up those emotions put those
You don't get to
under pressure.
talk for us, Marnie. You don't get to talk for us. You know how a man handles these emotions? If I'm sad, it's because there's an issue, and I fix that issue, and I feel better.
The problem with telling men to bottle up their emotions.
Who said that?
The problem with telling men to
Crap.
bottle up their emotions, by the way, is that it puts the contents under pressure and leads it to explode down the road.
It's not about bottling it up.
They're
It's
saying
not-
men should
that's-
address the cause of what's causing negative emotions.
When you're
there.
telling men they
It's a
can't
very
cry,
different
and that
meaning.
causes them not to cry when they want to.
Why do they need to cry? Why
They don't need to cry. It's not bottling up. You're using
I'm
a
saying
different.
when they want to cry and they don't do it because of your perceptions of how a man should be, that becomes toxic. That bottles those
Melanie,
emotions.
you
accept that
If you want to say
after.
that, hang on, I can speak. I'll speak. I'll speak as a man. Like, if you feel like the urge to cry because you're upset about something, and you're processing that thing, and you are like bullying yourself, like, no, men aren't supposed to cry. I'm not going to cry. You're beating yourself up for something that's very human, very like a very natural emotion. Men experience all the same range of emotions
You're a
that women
bitch.
experience. You know, like we're talking about like real feelings, and crying does help you alleviate those feelings. It doesn't mean that you have to do that to process the feeling.
It should
It's
embarrass
a way to
you.
do it.
If you were
But
properly
refusing to do
socialized, it would
if you're-
embarrass
hang on,
you
hang on. I'm
that you-
landing it. If you're refusing to do it because that's not what men do, I think that is you're reflecting your insecurity about your manhood more so. than
Can
you're,
you be
defending
specific
them.
though, Ryan? Can you be like, okay, I need to cry because my mum died or some shit?
Yeah, like
Because
that.
that's the level we cry at.
Yeah, like that's what I would say.
Okay, that's
I would
fine.
say that
Yeah.
we present to crying in certain like aspects, right?
That's
But we're
you'll
not going
allow
to jump.
it.
we're not going to
Alright.
jump to like crying at every instance. That's
Alright.
the
Let me
anyone who
read.
Yeah,
if
and no
anyone
one's
cried at
saying
everything,
guys
they'd be
should just
frustrated.
start crying every
I'm
time they have a
crying because you
feeling.
all suck. Jeremy comes in with a big 5, says, imagine being a dude parodying
Parading.
Parading.
Oh my god, this is how tired I am. Parading around as a woman and trying to convince women that they now have to refer to themselves as a cis woman. Sounds toxic. That's fair.
Cis sensitivity.
All right, here's what we're gonna do. Flow State Powder Dusty has started up another stream. We're going to continue the party over there. But if people don't want to continue over there, I'm gonna go ahead and offer everybody, including those
Naked.
backstage. I'll bring you back up in just a second. Stand by. I'm going to offer everybody closing statements here, and then the redirect has been set, and I'm sure Flo is dropping the StreamYard link. Yes, you already have backstage, so you guys can go right over there from this
I've already put it
panel.
in back. Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm going to take
so,
off. Thank you for having me. It's been good talk. Peace.
All right. We will see Powder Dusty here shortly. All right, let's start at the bottom. Hornet, you want to go ahead and give your final closing thoughts?
Yeah, I think most people can agree that there is some traits that we do not want to embody to a high level where like I think everyone here has agreed that certain traits are when they're like over emboldened, it shows a level of insecurity between the man and that's what we would classically define as toxic masculinity, and I think no one would contest that.
Perfect. Thank you, Hornet. And feel free to head over to Flow States. The conversation will continue over there, okay?
Yeah. Yep.
Jason, would you like to give your closing statements? Jason, are you with us? All right, I'll give him a second. Maybe he's snoozing. Krabby, you want to go ahead and go?
It's really fucking simple. No one's saying masculinity is inherently toxic. It's just defining motivations behind actions. It's generally insecure men who fear not appearing masculine enough, and it's real simple. Anyway, have a good one.
Good night, Krabby. Jason, are you with us? Jason. All right, James, would you like to go ahead and give your final thoughts?
I want to say thank you for letting me up here, Raging Tomato, as always. And yeah, I don't think I like the term toxic masculinity. I really just call it bad behavior and just kind of be done with it at that. But yeah, y'all have a good one. Everybody in chat have a great one. Everything a good one. So yeah.
Perfect. Thank you, James. Melanie, would you like to give your final thoughts?
Sure. So, folks, toxic masculinity is not an attack on men. And if you think it is, then that should be good news. We just want to describe what men do that lead to unhealthy behaviors for those and for themselves and those around them, and how they can avoid it through methods like healthy masculinity. If you'd like to look it up, there is the APA guidelines for boys and men. It describes gender role conflict, which is pretty much analogous to toxic masculinity. When we say toxic masculinity, we're describing a phenomenon just not in the strictest sense, right? It's kind of like when we say the Big Bang happened, we're not saying someone was there to hear a big bang. We're saying that it was a big explosion type thing without using as many words. So sometimes language is messy, but we do it because guess what? This is what gets us talking about toxic masculinity. Whereas if we were here talking about gender role conflict, I think we'd all agree that would be dry and boring and stale. So with that, have a great night.
Thank you, Melanie. Villain, would you like to give your final thoughts?
Yeah, I would just say something similar to what I said the last time I was on here, which is that I believe toxic masculinity is effectively, I would describe it as the expression from mainly, I would say, the feminist world, the actual expression of what they see in modern day men that they do not like. And I would say that expression in these modern day men is the exact, I would say, lacking of true masculinity. I would say it's the exact opposite. So it's difficult when we define it under this sort of toxic masculinity. It's kind of like I said with Wes Watson, it's like an antecedent relationship. If he's not truly masculine at all, how is he able to be toxically masculine whatsoever? Again, it's just like I said, it's pointing toward these forms of behaviors that are actually generally expressed by men that are absent of true masculinity whatsoever. So it just seems like a bit of a misnomer. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Thanks, Villain. All right, Ryan, to you. You're muted, by the way.
Yeah, I've said probably over and over again my understanding of toxic masculinity at this point. I'm not going to dive too much into that again, but I think everyone knows how I feel about it. I just wanted to speak to the insecurity aspect. I think Rude Mudcrab's definition was close, but I think when we talk about it being like a manifestation of insecurity in men, I really want to point out that like that insecurity often comes from like other men around them. And women, of course, but like very often other men around them who are shaming them for not living up to a masculine ideal that they're asserting onto that guy. And so it really is like it's not just about that individual doing something toxic. It can be like a toxic environment that's like steering them towards bad behaviors. And that's not cool. You know, there's lots of different ways to be a man, and it's not bad to be a man. It's not bad to be masculine. It's bad to cause harm to people around you and to yourself on behalf of masculinity. That's, I'll leave it at that. I've been Radical Coder. If you want to learn some cool stuff, that's what I'm trying to do on my channel. So I'll teach you some cool stuff. Thank you, Ghosty. It was a pleasure debating alongside you.
It was
Bye,
fun.
Sarah.
Ghosty. And I believe, Ghosty, this was your topic idea. Not a bad choice at all.
Thank
How do you
yeah.
feel?
I feel good. It was fun. A bit it got a little felt like I was repeating myself a lot, but no, I think it was a good discussion. So thank you for hosting this. And my final words would just be, I think the reason we should differentiate just plain toxic behavior versus feminine toxic toxic femininity versus toxic masculinity. I've been repeating it so much I'm like stumbling now. Is because we do want to find like the root cause of why people act badly, why people treat others badly, what is causing their own mental health issues to happen. So it's good to break down the root cause of these issues, and if we can attribute it to specific things, I think that's good than just saying, oh, this is all just toxic behavior. And I did identify, I think, a big problem a lot of people had with it in the end was just the name toxic masculinity, because the word masculinity was in the name. They therefore, kind of like what the other guy said, it was like a misnomer. So I guess I can understand that, but overall it does exist. That's my argument. And yeah, you can listen to the whole debate to hear all those arguments. So thank you again.
Thank you, Ghosty. I appreciate you and for all of your flexibility on tonight. I know we were supposed to have No Fugazi on, and you know, people get sick, it happens.
Oh, yeah, no
and then we had to push 15 minutes. There's a whole big, lots of flexing going on tonight. So I appreciate you for sure.
Yeah, no, thank you so much. Good
And have
night.
a good evening. And to all of you little turkeys, I am dropping the link over and over and over again. I'm going to do it again. Start heading over to the Powder Dusty. The conversation is going to continue over there. I, on the other hand, have to get up in 3.5 hours. So I am very tired, and I have a very long day ahead of me tomorrow that I'm not looking forward to. So I appreciate everybody showing up tonight. Shout out to the Crucible crew as well. I appreciate you, especially hopping back over after, I'm guessing, Andrew ended. I'm glad you're all here. Everybody, Ryan, Ghosty, Andrew, and Neo Starling. Neo, of course, was the quiet one, but he's been a friend of the channel for a very long time. He just doesn't pop on panels anymore. So him coming on here was kind of an out of the ordinary, because usually he doesn't pop on all the time. So
All right. I'm so thankful everybody was here. I think we all had a good night, a fun night, interesting conversation round and round. But I'd like to go to bed. So the redirect is set, but it's much easier if you just hit the little link and head on out of here. So everybody have a good night. Thursday, real quick, Thursday, I've got a spoon coming on. He has a spoon from the UK, and he's going to talk about monarchy. So that should be interesting. I'm excited. All right, fuck off.
A long time ago, in a YouTube world full of keyboard warriors, many monsters and trolls lurked in the chat rooms. They thrived on arguments amongst each other until one day, a heroine rose from the ashes. She was made from the tears of beta bitches and the sweat of alpha male gym guys. Throughout the centuries, this keyboard warrior princess showed up in many forms. She slayed many demons along the way. By the light of the moon, she led the simp army into battle. Wielding her sword, she fought through the dark forests. With each new era, the monsters evolved. The keyboard warrior princess grew stronger, with new skills to bring them down. The world around her advanced, but so did she. Her heroism became known to society as technology advanced, and with each new generation, she had to learn how to blend in to keep her identity hidden. Now known as the Raging Tomato, this keyboard warrior princess fights for justice in every debate. She fights for freedom, for moderator bias, and she fights for your ability to battle on an open panel for your beliefs. She protects the simp troopers from destruction. She fights to create peace among troll wars. She storms the battle zones without hesitation and leaves the battleground with her pockets full of souls. Are you ready to battle your fellow trolls? Are you ready for a moderator to give you time to talk? Are you ready for justice, peace, and a fair fight? Tune in every Monday night to watch your friends duke out their issues, or join the open panel so that you can fight the good fight and find resolution with your peers.